Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here on Wednesday, the first day of the week, and of course that means we have our wonderful pre-show here where we get to break down everything that happened last week, everything that will happen this week, and stuff we thought was notable. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox, and of course Chronicler, who will be helping to break down some of the awesome stuff we have. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Had some nice time off, some fun challenges, and back for the LCK.
Yeah, very excited. I think we're slowly starting to see in the LCK some teams kind of do very well, maybe even better than expected. Some teams, unfortunately, performing to expectations, but not in a good way. So hopefully lots of that this week.
That's the way it goes sometimes. Let's take a look at our standings on that note, just to break down who's on top and who is not. Gen.G right now, undefeated, the only team to go series undefeated so far.
Gen.G T1 won into... Who could have known?
That's crazy.
Who could have seen that coming?
I feel like as well, at the start of the season, obviously schedule is going to be really important because no team has played every other team so far. So sometimes you can get some teams not quite where they belong. I don't think that's the case at all here. I feel like
this might be it.
This is like the tier list. This kind of feels like the tier list setup, honestly.
This might just be the standings at the end of the split, and it would make perfect sense.
Yeah, maybe
like is the only one that would
one or two things.
You know, KT could overtake DK.
Or like Nongshim over DRX, or like VRX over Kwangdong, you know.
Or Freaks to Fish, you know, like all these.
Hey, yo, calm down now, Dan.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. We can take a look at the POG standings as well, where Chovy has told us what is going to happen, and that is that he's going to be in first, and apparently everybody else is going to be in second with only 2 POG votes going their way.
And the best part about these POG standings is look at that bottom left. The player we never thought would be there.
Yeah, actually, if we measure...
Double up on Bull.
If we measure by points per week, then Bull's actually winning because he's only been here for the 1 week. So, you know, the fact he's got the same POGs as these other people on 200, they're kind of slacking.
It's not fair. I mean, I guess by next week he'll have 400, but we'll have to wait and see how that's going to go if he continues to play at a top level. Now let's take a look at the Challenger League standings. This isn't the LCK. This is, of course, the Challenger League right below it. And in this league, Nongshim is on top.
Yeah, this is basically a flip. Notoriously, T1 finally picked up their 1 win, which was something that they've really been trying to get for a very long time. And then Nongshim, after winning the split last year and basically not changing anything besides a possible upgrade in Kalix over Calmy, they look incredible, and I think they're still very clearly the favorite.
Kind of so funny that T1 and Gen.G are at the top of LCK and at the bottom here, like just completely flipped in that regard. But yeah, we had some pretty good games recently as well. Nongshim played up against D+ to get their 5th win, which they got a 2-0 on. And a lot of people have seen strength in D+'s challenger team.
Let's take a look at our predictions for last week. So there was one unfortunate soul that flipped a little bit on KT Rolster. That is not Valdez, Atlas at the top. Valdez was 8 and 10 with everybody else, and we just didn't know about the bull factor, essentially.
Yeah, I definitely would have still voted Nongshim. Even I'm not gonna lie, I was blown away by Bull's performance. I think that he really stepped up far beyond what we expected of him, particularly those who have been watching challengers for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really strong... I feel like it's not just his individual performance, which obviously was great, but also like the team seemed to be doing so much better. I also want to make it very clear that I was the first one to put my predictions into the group chat, so everyone else just copied me.
Yeah, I basically just copy paste whatever Ox does. That's how I just have the lowest standings so far. Let's take a look at the week 2 result that we did have. Actually, nope, we did that already. Let's go into the Gold King here. So this is Uribank presenting this award. The top player in terms of average gold earned per game. And so that's for any player that has played 4 or more games during the week. And the Gold King this week for Uribank is Bulldog.
Yeah, and you know, there was a really good week from Quandar Freaks. The fact that they got the 2-0 is massive, but it definitely felt like a lot of people would focus on Bull, his addition, and absolutely that was the catalyst, but it really felt like Bulldog was also stepping up, having a really solid performance in their series.
And Bulldog is a player who kind of baffles me at times because he was one of the players that we were collectively very excited about when he came to the LCK, and I think we've seen moments where he looks great and moments where it just seems very questionable if he knows what's going on, often within the same game. I think this week was a lot more consistency for him, and the top side for Kwangdong was already doing pretty good even in their losses. The fact that they now have a bot side that seems to be working on, there was another big glow up now that he's playing with Bull instead of Taeyoon, is really remarkable.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We'll see if this can turn around Kwangdong Freaks' season with Bulldog playing well, with Bull coming up and Onda playing well, and the team just doing well in general. Now, we do have another award to give out for last week. This one is the OPGG Player of the Week, which you can't quite see, but I've got this very nice hefty thing that I can carry. Only one player per week will be voted as the OPGG Player of the Week. And of course, the OPGG OP scores calculated by the player's kills, deaths, assists, CS, gold earn, etc., by OPGG. And this week, the winner of the award will go to none other than Zeus.
And I was a Zeus voter, and I think that even though the OP score might not look that impressive, important to note that this man was probably the hardest carry that we've seen out of the top lane, barring that one King game where he played Darius against Dundun, which, it's Dundun. I feel like Zeus this week, particularly against one of his big nemesis indoor, and actually did a really good job. Did get to play Yone, which obviously is always going to give us a little bit of question given how strong the champion seems at the moment, but so insanely consistent in the impact that he has in these mid to late game team fights, while also being, I think, on average, the player that wins lane by himself the hardest.
See all the votes there. Me and Captain Jack, we knew Bull.
Yeah,
Bull made
you
such a
knew
difference.
Something. I voted for Viper. I mean, he had a really high OPGG score, and they lost to T1, and he was trying to solo carry. The Showmaker vote from Atlas makes sense. He was also had a huge glow-up week. The Faker vote from Pony, I think, also makes sense. People voters, though, I don't know.
Yeah, the Faker against BDD, that was rough.
I think the thing is, though, if you're the only person voting for a player, then you have to feel self-conscious about that. So I implore you to feel self-conscious, Brendan.
I think I was just the only person who got
I got support from Captain Jack. You know, we have each other's back on this.
Let's take a look at our pick ban rate for week 2 as we dive deeper into what happened last week. So we had some big outliers here, mostly some positive ones. Cassante up at the top, very high presence. Lucian's still up there, but also some other interesting standouts.
Yeah, who'd have thought that if you make a super tanky champion that can one-shot squishies and also just drag them 3 miles away, that he'd end up being really strong. And somehow, we had that little rework that was supposed to make him weaker, but tank items are so good right now that he feels stronger now than ever, almost. He's really in a great spot, and unsurprisingly, super high prio.
Yeah, the other one that I think is really notable is if you look at the bans in particular, we see that the Orianna remains just at an insane level of presence, basically wins every single early lane due to how strong she is right now. I don't even feel like the current items are that good for her. And also, she got to be played a lot into Azir, who is very, very sad this week. That's not a that's an almost 12% win rate on the bird.
Not even 12%. 2 in 15 in week 2 alone, and really high draft presence. It's played by pretty much everybody. It's not just, the weaker teams are playing this and not playing well. People are blind picking Azir, they're losing. They're trying to counter with it, it's not working. What's going on with Azir, guys?
Yeah, I think there's multiple issues with Azir. I think one thing is that a lot of the tanks we see are itemizing Frozen Heart and Koenig Rukin. The attack speed slow is obviously powerful against him. And Kennick Rukun is one of the strongest tank items we've seen for a long time in how much it reduces damage. So Azir can't cut through front lines very well. And if he wants to get backline access, he has to look for shuffles. But because they've made Stopwatch now, Seeker's Arm Guard, it's much more expensive. You have to basically commit to Zhonya's. That safety net that came with going for shuffles isn't quite there.
And another thing is that Azir has been so popular for so long, and it feels like the list of counters really has been reliably growing, because we always had things like Sylas and Akali. Akali's still very much at the forefront. Sylas with the Maokai Prio is slowly rising as well. Again, but then we also have things like that are kind of soft counters. Tristana comes to mind. We saw Chovy pull out the Jace as well, which is another great example. And then we haven't even talked about the obvious one, which is Corki, which at this point it's not a contest. Just don't do it. Don't go in. Don't try playing Azir when Corki's open. It's not a handshake.
Yeah.
Okay, you're getting beat down.
And these are only poke champs that are pretty good into Azir, but also in general, these poke champs have been coming out a bit more in the mid lane to handle Azir. Only one half of the counters that you were talking about for this champion, but also stuff like Varus can be good with poke champs like that. But we also do have some other answers to these poke comps.
Yeah, we often see these compositions that have these long-range poke or even just these like disengage heavy comps. And I feel like as soon as you see that start to come out, teams will start heavily investing in things like the Yone, the Nocturne, the Neeko, where you have multiple dive threats, multiple angles of approach, and then it makes it really difficult to protect your backline against these. So I think if you're into Corki and all you have is Azir, you're really not going to offer much threat. But with picks like these, you can get on top of him, you can blow him up before he gets a chance to lay down that poke.
And the Nocturne Neeko is one. The Nocturne Orianna is a combo that we've seen a lot of, and it just is really hard to reliably play for. We've also seen a lot of bans towards AD carries, often leaving you with stationary things like the Varus, which also really struggle into things like Yone and Nocturne.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot more of that nowadays. Let's take a look a bit at the jungle win rate for some of these champions as well. We wanted to highlight the difference between some of the damage junglers and also the tank junglers that are coming out here in terms of champion picks. So obviously some of the better teams have been picking up these tank jungles, but what else could lead to this kind of discrepancy?
I think the two major things is, one, the build path for these tank junglers is so ridiculous. Bami Cinder into Frozen Heart into Kennick Rukun, like these two items, like often you get like a really strong tank item for AP or AD. They're both so insane that by buying both, you cover all bases. And the other thing is, we'll often see in bot lanes like Lucian Milio, where your support doesn't necessarily have that engage potential, and by having it in the jungle with things like the Rel, the Sejuani, the Maokai, the Vi, it means you have a really solid way of starting fights while still having a strong bot lane duo.
We've also seen a lot of top lane counter picks. If it's like a Sion versus Ornn meta, then I think you can get away with a lot more of these dueling style junglers, because you still have a guaranteed way to start fights. But if the meta is things like Aatrox, we see some Gwen left and right, and even tanks that are good, like Cassante, obviously is like insanely strong. Udyr as well. Their engage isn't really why they're picked. It's more the skirmishing power and the power to have in lane, as well as if they can actually get into the backline. So tank junglers right now seem like the way to go, to the dismay of any Canyon or Lucid fan out there.
Yeah, definitely feels a little bit like League of Tanks in the jungle right now. Let's take a look at a couple of our rookies, though. We wanted to highlight a couple of them. We do have more than just these two, but Lucid has been quite outstanding. And of course, Bull also coming up from Challenger League in this last week.
And Lucid, to me, had a pretty slow week one. I don't think that we really saw what he's capable of. And to me, jungler is one of the roles that changes the most when you go from challengers to the LCK, because the amount of mistakes that are made are much lower. And one of the things that made Lucid really good within the challengers ecosystem was that his skirmishing was just out of this world, was really good at finding these targets. But now in week two, I think we saw him and Showmaker really sync up. Showmaker was playing these really high impact carries. Sylas, Syndra comes to mind as well. And Lucid was so good at setting up together with him, right? Playing these tanks, going for these really crisp engages. A couple of turns that really kind of blew my mind. This is a really good example here as well. Look how low he is, but still finds an engage that ends up getting them a really big win in this fight.
Yeah, I feel like the team fighting's been solid, but also like the early presence and being able to set up these solid ganks has made such a big difference. And for me, I think someone who's been really big is Bull. Obviously, Taeyun had been struggling a bit on the Quantum Freaks roster. Bull came in and that immediately felt like an upgrade, but also I feel like He has been such a big voice. You can see in the comms the confidence from this player saying this is bull, I think has really helped this team, because it's not just been him who's been an improvement over who he replaced, but also it feels like Andal has looked better. It feels like the whole team has looked better after he's come in. And you got to remember, despite him being a rookie in the LCK, he actually has a lot of experience. He's been in the Challenger and Academy ecosystem for a long time. So yes, he's a rookie, but he's definitely not inexperienced.
Kwangdong was also in the interesting situation where it was so obvious what the problem was with a top side that actually was able to win a lot of early games due to Cuz and to a lesser extent Bulldog. Obviously no slouches. I think Bulldog is more inconsistent, especially those other two. They're just really good players. We saw this Cuz was, in my opinion, a top 2 to 3 jungler for the entirety of the year. Super consistent, had one of the best years that he's had in recent times. And now the fact that really just the dynamics changed in that bot lane makes such a big difference. Maybe Kwangdong can actually contest. Don't forget how close they were last split before they dropped to 10th. That was not the ending they were hoping for.
It was good, and then it wasn't. I mean, it's incredible what can happen when one player comes in and totally changes up the flow in the team. Now let's take a look at week 3, the upcoming week here, the matchups that we do have. We have some big ones. I want to start off with Kwangdong Freaks versus DK. It's the first one of the week. We got Bull back in almost definitely. And DK, you know, they have been looking pretty good, and it's going to be Bull up against Lucid as well, so I think it's going to be a pretty hype match.
Yeah, I think for me, I was looking at Fearax against Nongshim, match 24 tomorrow. I feel like both these teams are sort of in the competition for that 6th place spot at the top of the eastern side. Fearax are there right now and could even actually get to the western side with a win here, and Nongshim trying to keep their hopes alive. It's always such hot contention between those eastern teams.
And DK Hanwha is mine. Hanwha, I thought, might be contesting, and maybe they will down the line with those top teams, right? With Gen G T1. What we saw against T1 didn't show any of that. Viper tried his best, but the team as a whole looked weaker, topside to a certain extent, but obviously Zeka just had an incredibly rough time. And this, for me, I think, is really going to give us a good idea. Is Hanwha in a league of its own, even though they can't match the top 2, or are they actually part of the KT/DK level teams, which, as we can see, I feel like Hanwha, yes, they got stomped, but it was by T1, who I think are pretty good, which shouldn't be a controversial opinion, given that they won Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Chronicler and Huni going for Hanwha Life Esports against DK. Those are the only 2 differences, but keep in mind, we're generally like 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, even when we're all on the same page. So I'm just curious, you know, where are the upsets going to come this week?
Always there. There's always something.
It's going to happen. Any ideas?
Nongshim.
Quickly?
Always Nongshim.
Nongshim, Fearax, I think there's a decent chance. I think there's
Fearax.
potential. Yeah.
Maybe Kwangdong Freaks with a big upset. Maybe it's them. Either way, guys, we're done here on the pre-show. Hope you did enjoy everything we had to break down here today. Now let's get to the opening and the starting day of the LCK Week 3.
With iron in my heart and steel inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning. 광동 파이팅! 에이밍 파이팅!
쇼메이커 파이팅! 켈린도 생일 축하해.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I am Atlas, I am joined by Wolf, and we are detectives today. We are about to find out the truth. Is Bull actually the savior that the LCK has been looking for? Is he the secret sauce that Kwangdong required? Maybe they're going to put it into their pharmaceutical products now. Or is Showmaker actually back? Is this the second coming of the god of the mid lane that can join the Titans we have in the LCK?
And interestingly enough, you know, we want to touch on this. The Korean side, actually, half of them predicting Kwangdong going to this very high off of their last week, Bull's performances, and I think still not ready to trust D+, because they had a big spike in performance. Showmaker had his best performance he's had in what feels like years. So, you know, we're pretty on the D+ side of things here on our side of the broadcast, but maybe some others not ready to trust. And I think tonight we're going to find out for sure, is D+ really back? Are they really going to be able to carry that momentum forward? Because that's the big question we all have.
It's exactly right. Let's jump into our points of the match. Which team will secure their third win? And the big important thing is the fact that it's 3 in a row for Kwangdong Freaks. They haven't had a win streak like this for a very long time. And in fact, CV Max was kind of outspoken, saying it's a bit embarrassing saying that this is a win streak at all because it's just 2 game wins in a week and we really need to push this forward. Of course, game winning streaks are generally a little bit longer than that if we're talking about records, something like to the tune of 18 games or something like that for T1 in the past. So we'll see whether they can continue that and move on to 3, which is where we start getting into territory worth talking about. The mid head-to-head, though, this one is a roughie, I think, for Bulldog, just because he hasn't necessarily had that big spike in form, and Showmaker certainly has.
Yeah, I think Bulldog, definitely the underdog in this matchup with Showmaker's recent performances. I think Bulldog's performances in 2023 were significantly better than what we've seen from him so far this season. It's just that inconsistency, right? He got, you know, the Gold Player of the Week because he ended up playing that really long Corki game, right? He got a ton of money. But Kwangdong have big issues in terms of communication, in terms of closing out games and being decisive. And I think, you know, if he falls behind and the team is struggling, Showmaker is going to be decisive. He is going to make those calls. We've seen it so much this season, even though in the past it was a problem for D+, as we will have Bull versus Lucid as a matchup of the rising rookies. One of these players is not like the other in terms of their history.
It's so weird. If you had showed me this graphic last year, I would have laughed you out of the room, Wolf. I would have said, get out of here, you silly Billy. Are you talking about that guy that has a 0% win rate on Aphelios over the last entire year? Is that what's happening? Absolutely crazy. Let's jump into it, though. It is time to welcome these teams to LOL Park. Starting off with the Kwangdong Freaks, with the newly invigorated Bull. The man that may yet win a game on Aphelios.
I mean, he has such confidence. You know, something we've spoken about a lot with this player. Taeyun was also confident, but it ended up leading to reckless play and oftentimes, you know, left us wondering why he was positioned in certain ways. I think that we're seeing a different level of bot lane command with Bull here with Andil. They obviously have a ton of history together. So, you know, that confidence is leading to big wins in bottom 2v2s. I do not think D+ will allow them to draft picks like the Kalista. I think that's probably... Bull might not get to play that for the rest of the season, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that Lucid's probably going to let his team know. He's like, hey, by the way, if we ban Kalista, we kind of win. It's going to be fine. And he is thankfully there. You can see big grin on Kellen's face as well. But I think the largest weight rests on the man that goes to the gym more than the other players, to be perfectly honest, and that is Kingen. I think that he hasn't really found any form so far this season, has looked like the weak link for D+, and he's up against Dudu, who is going to be difficult competition.
No, absolutely. I think that is one place where, you know, if Cuz can actually get into that top lane and make, you know, Kingen have a tough time, that's certainly a way things can fall apart here for D+, because it's not been Kingen's best season. That is for sure. We are very far away from the performances we saw when he was a world champion 2 years ago. Aiming versus Bull, I think this is definitely the key player matchup. How is the bottom lane going to go? Aiming very different in his playstyle than Deft in terms of how he plays those aggressive 2v2s. So he's really changed the way this roster plays things out. Bull and Andil, we've spoken a ton about his lane leads. He's second actually in CS difference at 15 in the league. Now, obviously, smaller sample size than some of our AD carries as he came in late, but it's all about, can this guy actually stomp lane, get plate gold, and snowball the team? Because Bulldog isn't doing it, unfortunately, and it hasn't really been Dudu that we've seen in the past dominating the top lane. It's really just about Bull getting those leads or not, and it needs to be massive, I think, for them to beat D+. Because in my mind, this is a massive underdog matchup here for Kwangno.
I would agree, and I don't think it's necessarily something that Aiming has done to other players in the early game either. I think that he's so good at absorbing pressure. That has been sort of his calling card, because he isn't the kind of player that you're like, oh, he's just going to shove this person out of lane. He plays so aggressively. No. He's the guy that waits, and then he gets a pentakill in the late game and destroys you. His positioning late is what gets them across the line, and I think that he kind of is the perfect player to combat someone that is going to try and make those plays in the early stage of the game. So a huge test, I think, for Bull in this particular best of 3.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. Also, Kellen has such a massive champion pool, and his Renata is fantastic. I think if you allow Aiming to fight fire with fire in that bottom 2v2, it would be a mistake. But I'd also be curious to see if Bull can show us that he's improved as a player in terms of scaling AD carries, because we're not seeing him play that. He has historically been very weak at that. You mentioned his Aphelios, unfortunately.
The team itself didn't do a lot of winning, right? So there is a little bit of a caveat there, a little bit of an asterisk, because Kwangno were 10th place.
You know, Smash was also in 10th place in the LCK Challengers for a while as well, but he's a very good AD carry player. It's not always about the AD carry, but you know, D+ might make him show some of his depth here, and I'm really hoping that is the case, just because I'd like to see it. I want to see a more flexible bottom laner, because that is what being an LCK player is all about. You can't be a one-trick, you can't just be a one-playstyle player, or eventually you'll get figured out.
Yeah, exactly, especially when you have a coach like this. CVMax likes to cook, and if he doesn't have the ingredients in his cupboard, he gets upset. And I think that that's something that they're going to require, right? Like, this is a guy that came up with all sorts of crazy things. He debuted the Taliyah Pantheon in the LCK, much to the chagrin of many people that were watching the Griffin versus T1 final all those years ago. But he's still unafraid to do that if you give him the ability to do so, right? And that can throw curveballs. That can actually be, you know, an arrow in your quiver. But otherwise, you can be left a little bit wanting. So we'll see exactly how this one's going to go. Kwangno Freaks will be on our blue side, starting things off as we are getting closer and closer to the draft. And I just want to see both Bull reach up and achieve more than he had in Challenger last season. I want to see this be the reinvention of this player, and I really want to see Showmaker continue the form. I don't want to see them suffer a loss against what could be the best team in the LCK right now, and then plummet afterwards. I want to see them get back on the horse and actually make something happen. They're not getting back on the pants horse, though. That one's getting banned.
That one's banned right away. We'll see if the Kalista is the first on the list here for D+. I have to imagine that is where I'd be going if I were in control of this draft right now, unless they have a counter plan in mind. Bulldogs, Corki, another one they don't want to deal with. Just in general, I don't think that's really player-specific. I think it's more meta-specific, this ban. But Bulldog did, of course, take that last win on it. Vi removed from Lucid, so we're really just keeping these bans pretty simple at the moment.
Yeah, a bit rookie targeted on the side of the Kwangno Freaks, but of course, Bull has some bad memories of what Lucid would do to him every single match in Challenger. Lucid, kind of like, if you weren't a Challenger enjoyer over the last couple of years, Lucid kind of was the Superman of Challenger. He was just so incredibly good. So Bull is finally going to get a little bit of attention, although that might go a little bit closer towards Andil, as the Ashe is going to be taken away here. And Bull continuing to be a bit vocal, and he has been pretty outspoken, just in general. Like, this guy, like, yeah, his stats may have looked bad. It did not affect his opinion on who he is as a player at all, guys.
No, absolutely not.
It's not even a thing.
So let's see if this is going to be a Kalista ban, or if they're just going to let Bull have it and they have their answer prepared, because, you know, I don't advise that.
No, I don't. Don't take the gamble.
As you mentioned, the Aiming and Kellen are a bot duo that would be well suited to actually deal with that pressure compared to a lot of other bottom lanes in the LCK. A lot of thoughts on this one. To me, in my mind, it's very simple. We'll see what their other plan is. Maybe Emilio ban, a Lucian ban, a Cassante ban. All right.
Interesting.
Fair call. Definitely not where I'd put it.
Leaving Kalista up just is, yeah, that's mind-boggling to me. I think that, like, even if you're not necessarily feeling like Bull is as strong as people might be touting him as, I don't think that you really risk it. I don't know whether a Lucian pickup is what you're really looking
or
for.
a Senna play again.
Interesting.
We know Kwangdong likes their Senna comps, and it was played a lot in Challengers too. Bull has played a ton of different combinations of this over the course of his career, but interesting. You know, I really thought the Kalista, it's like you're never going to get a chance like this, but he's just not going to lock it in, so...
They can still play it, theoretically.
Yeah.
Just go Kalista Senna. I don't know whether it'd be very good, but you could do it.
There's a lot of different things they can play with the Senna, so I don't want to speculate too early. Kingan's going to get the Udyr pick here early in this draft. They're not going to show what their answer to the Senna is just yet. Looking for a Milio lock-in here, so probably will be either Milio Lucian or perhaps Milio Aphelios, depending on what the second pick with the Senna is going to be. An Orianna to be hovered. And, I mean, if it's Senna Seraphine, it's going to be tough to really bully that lane, as we know. So I like that they're keeping the 80 carry hidden thus far, D+.
Yep. I think you can go a little bit greedy if you do see the Seraphine there. Yes, you know, difficult to push her out, but they also don't necessarily do massive amounts of damage. The kill pressure isn't necessarily huge, and so you can take a few more risks. There's the Aatrox. This time from Dudu, it's something that Kingan has been playing over and over again. Something World's MVP, something. But hasn't found too much success.
I feel like it's a safe pick into Kingan's Udyr. I don't think Dudu will struggle here, and I think it's good both into Lucian and Aphelios. So, you know, it's probably going to be one of those two picks, right? As it's going to be Nautilus here. Now, this could be, in theory, a flex, but I don't think so. I think it is going to be just the tank Nautilus. We've seen Lehens play with Senna, where you go teleport, play that bottom side. And I think Lucian feels a lot better into this than it would have into the Seraphine, so that is the path they're looking to take. I think they should take it.
I wouldn't have minded the Aphelios there as well. I think that Lucian, you can play around a whole lot more mid-game style compositions, which could be an avenue here, because of course Senna does scale extraordinarily well, so I don't mind it. I just think that Aphelios Milio has looked so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, both can be quite good. I think aiming has left us a little bit confused sometimes with the builds on the Lucian, but...
Hey, but he nailed it last time.
That's true.
Right? There was no sneaky ghost blades and weird stuff like that happening.
That's true. I'll give you that one. I think we're ready to trust a little bit more this Lucian pick for him, as Orianna will be taken away. I think that's not a shocker. We don't know what Showmaker's going to play yet, but I love that they're drafting around keeping that idea hidden because his champion pool is so massive. It's not going to be Nico. We know that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, maybe Kwangdong Freaks have been watching Lucid's stream. Chronicler was letting me know earlier that he's been spamming a bit of the Nico jungle, much like his former big brother in Canyon, who was on D+ last year. I imagine that that's where a lot of those Nico bans are coming from as well. As Azir is taken away.
So he can't play Orianna, he can't play Corki, he can't play Azir. Bulldog, we might be in for one of those games where it's the Bulldog special, you know, and you just don't know what you're going to get.
The Tristana.
Maokai is oddly available. You know, they could play Maokai Tristana here if that's what they want to do. D+ could snatch it away themselves, though, and look for the similar angle. Yone is still available, so the value of Maokai is actually quite high right now.
Yeah, and it's much higher for D+.
Yeah.
Because they have the Milio, right? You can just ult out of the Nature's Grasp if you'd like to. So LeBlanc going to come through here yet again. Showmaker was the one that went for the Burst LeBlanc that just built AP like a regular mage would instead of building gun items and stuff like that, where you're supposed to shoot them with magic things out of a cane, which is very strange and thematically makes no sense, and it bothers me, Wolf.
Okay, it looks like we might see the Talia come through here. And Kwangdong Freaks, with this draft, have a lot of pick power. And Nautilus into LeBlanc feels amazing as well, because you could obviously just lock her down. It's very difficult for the LeBlanc to escape. You just press ult on her, and then sometimes she even becomes a liability as she jumps back. Actually kind of mess up your team, depending on how you play that out. Talia going to be able to punish this Lucian if he overextends, which you kind of have to as Lucian. You're kind of always trying to put that pressure on in mid after you get out of the laning phase. So, I mean, I like Lee Sin here for Cuz because of the, really nice follow-up you're going to have to all of that engage. But if you can really get to a stable mid-game with this...
Whoa!
Okay.
This is the Lucid Lee Sin
All
as
right.
well. That's a bit of a throwdown. You saw a bit of a grin on his face there as well. Cuz on his favorite champion of last year, the Viego, something that really only he has been continuing to pull out here in the LCK. And this is the first taste that we get in the LCK of the Lee Sin for Lucid, I'm pretty sure.
I like both of these drafts, and obviously, you know, right now, in my mind, D+ is the much stronger team, even though they have still some work to do on getting that last level of shot calling coordination forward. This was a bigger problem last year than it has been early on this year.
I would agree.
I think they can get this done with this composition. Showmaker's playing LeBlanc. He's very confident on this, aiming on the Lucian, etc. But I do think this is not going to be a simple victory. I think there's a lot of threats here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks that Senna has so much follow-up. If she gets a root or if Nautilus engages, there's a ton of easy follow-up here with this composition. If Viego starts getting resets through this composition of D+, then, you know, there is a way for Kwangdong to win this, but it is going to have to be better performances across the board, especially, I think, for Bulldog in this one, if they're going to pull it off. The Talia is one that you cannot really mess up. You can't have a decent performance against Showmaker. That's not going to cut it. You fall behind early, this composition just simply won't work.
Yep, your usage of rocks needs to be very, very good to be able to get the value that this Talia can boast. And she really can shut down so many of these champions. So we'll see how it goes. We jump onto the Rift here for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Kwangdong Freaks versus D+ here. And already, D+ are grouped up and ready to go. Bulldog going to be able to skate his way out of this one. So gets the information, tells his team to leave. D+ successfully infiltrate the enemy jungle.
Really nice setup here by Kwangdong Freaks. Won't be caught by any of this. Vision goes down, and they will be able to, of course, counterwise get that ward on Raptors on the top side to see where Lucid is starting. That's all very standard, all very good.
Yep. Lucid, I believe, will be spotted moving towards his red buff. And we are just going to have Vision down, junglers discovered, and then laning ensue.
Yep, very standard. You mentioned the Talia rocks. You know, putting that down against all of these dashes, all of the follow-up. You know, that like aiming is gonna be looking to dash his way forward, for example, and look for explosive damage. Can be quite strong, but you're still very vulnerable as Talia. You know, we've talked about this a lot, where it's like, oh, so many dashes, this will be great. But then if there's a lot of dashes and high mobility champions, a lot of follow-up damage that's gonna burst you down. She also feels very fragile, and if you fall behind and she doesn't have burst damage, she encounters any other champion, she dies in the 1v1 to Illusion, for example. That's not going to feel great, so you have to really hit those flips. You have to, you know, hit them in the early game. You cannot fall behind. Ooh, got to hit the hooks too.
Nicely played by aiming, or a little bit of a slight miss on the hook from Arndil. It's okay, either way, aiming not going to get struck, and able to offer a little bit of damage back onto Bull. Looks like D+ should be able to get themselves that level 2. As Kingen, he's just having a great time, just being Udyr. See whether Kingen can find himself a bit of a renaissance this game, because that is, I think, the biggest thing that D+ need to achieve if they do want to be that top team here in the LCK.
Yeah.
They really do need to fix their issues that have lain mainly in the top lane.
Mainly in the top lane so far. And Kingen has been, you know, I'd say the most average top laner at times, and I think we're not quite hitting the average mark just yet. We're slightly below it at the moment.
Yeah.
As he is going to be able to proc this wave. Always get scared when they do the first attempt.
I always get confused when, you know, we go up to the top lane and then Kingen's like just doing a drive-by of the enemy turret. But this has been happening the majority of the time. Kingen will just be able to clear out this wave, possibly just go for a quick recall as well if he would like to.
And I suppose we should let everyone know, most people are probably aware that we're still on the 14.1 mid as Cuz.
Yeah, Kingen's just gonna, you know, hit him and stuff. And be a turtle and a phoenix and things, even though he's not technically a turtle and a phoenix and things.
Yeah, this is when the junglers fight and they both call for help.
Yep.
Hey, I'm fighting him! You got prio, right? And actually, ultimately, Cuz will win out on this one.
Yep, able to give himself the Rift Scuttler. You can see we're double support iteming once again, still on 14.1 mid patch.
That's what I was going to mention. 14.1 mid this is our last week of it, and then things will change going forward with that.
As chains will connect, and Bulldog will just be a bit snared.
Yeah, just a little bit annoyed, but no permanent damage there. As the Doran's blade start here for Showmaker, does kind of allude to a bit of an AD build this time around, and I'm here for it in this composition. I like it.
I think it kind of works out. You can see as well, Kingen went back and just got a Dark Seal.
Yeah, that's some dark tech.
I'm kind of all about this.
Rift Maker incoming. Is it going to AP?
Oh, that's max range hook there as aiming. He gets a warm hug, but it ain't warm enough. That's going to be a lost trade here. Nicely played here from Andil, as this wave is going to be shoving, and it looks like Kwangdong Freaks will be able to get themselves a really nice back here.
And we talked about it a lot. Andil has just played way better since Bull has been on this roster.
Yeah.
He's looked really good.
And Kingen is fighting Dudu, and it's working quite effectively.
Yeah, Dudu was like, I actually have to hit these things. Kingen's like, I just stand near you.
Yeah.
So you missed, so I don't think you're winning.
Slight item advantage here, of course, for Kingen as he went back a little earlier. We'll see whether Dudu can get himself a nice shop here. As you can see, hasn't really impacted his farm too much. Haven't heard from Lucid so far in this game, as both junglers have mainly been farming it out, Cuz dealing with an Udyr in his jungle a little. Otherwise, not really too worried, and we'll see whether Lucid can make some of these big Lee Sin plays. This rookie has so many expectations that he really wants to meet, and this is the champion to do it on.
Oh, absolutely. Showmaker going to clear out that ward, and does pick up that Kerchessi's shard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've given up on trying to say it right.
Thanks, Wolf. I appreciate you.
And so yeah, we're going full AD. That is, I think, very good into Talia, and it's itemization here for Kwangdong Freaks is, oh boy, these hooks just hit every time.
Yeah, fire kick is going to be there though from Kellen. Should disrupt just a little, as with aiming free hitting, they're able to get a fair bit of damage back. Still able to get a few shots in, and it's just Kellen that walks away very happily.
He just keeps hitting those. I mean, the one miss he had earlier was almost a hit. And, it's just really helping this laning phase quite significantly here for Bull and Andil to get through the rough parts of it.
Yeah.
And, just standing up here with those Qs is Bull.
Ooh, nice little pullback there as Kingen just slapping. And he'll be fine.
Stop showing us this.
Yeah, I know. It's like, there's somewhat action. And if you guys have ever been in the spectator client with directed camera, it spends most of the time in the top lane if there are two melee champions up there, because they just keep slapping each other, and it doesn't really mean too much. And it's just what it reminds me of every single time. Jonas Strong, of course, is just checking in to see whether there is going to be an all-in or something like that, but that's optimism.
Yeah.
To say the least.
I'm not feeling it right now, to be honest. The most exciting part was when Kingen went down and got into the jungle for a minute and had a fight with Cuz. That was the most exciting part of top lane. It wasn't even really technically top lane at all, was it?
Yeah, no, that was a fun bit though. I'm right there with you on the reminiscing.
I mean, there have been top lane metas, and sometimes actually on this patch we have seen like Yone and stuff where people do die and solo kills do happen. So every time we jump up suddenly like that when I'm in the middle of a point, I'm like, well, hold up, and then it's just this, actually.
Yeah.
It's not really anything.
I do love that Dudu is using Kingen's skin. That's the mind game right there. Sometimes emotional warfare is an important part of League of Legends, and he's absolutely getting there.
Yeah. On the other side of things, Kingen is probably like, well, I did end up getting a Worlds MVP, and kind of a big deal. You're still a ways away from that too, on the other side.
That's true.
But, a lot of that last year, Dudu was a stronger top laner than Kingen was. I think everyone had him higher on their lists. And Kingen trying to bounce back here. He's been through quite a few rosters over the last few years. As that one's not going to land, that could have been disastrous.
I feel like aiming has started to respect Andil's hooks. After that first one, he got a little bit complacent, but now Relentless Pursuit's going on cooldown when he sees the wind-up.
Yeah. And
it does make some sense.
That should be Dragon going over here to Kwangdong Freaks, so at least going to start it here. Showmaker doesn't have teleport.
Yeah, and Cuz actually managed to push Lucid away from this. And by the looks of things, Lucid not going to be able to offer anything as far as deterrence. So Cuz going to be able to grab both the the Void buffs and this Hextech Drake to start us off. So as far as global objectives are concerned, you can see Quandong Freaks doing a fantastic job in this early stage of the game.
And there's a slight CS advantage for Showmaker, but he hasn't been able to put on any lethal pressure to Bulldog or anything like that. There haven't been any major ganks here. He is just constantly pushing him out of the lane with those autos, but Quandong Freaks in a pretty good spot in this game. They have both objectives on lock. It's a Hextreaker buy here for Dudu. As nope, don't be fooled. It's just gonna run away. So his build is a little bit slowed down here, but this mid game is looking great for Quandong Freaks right now. And getting a flash.
Yeah, Showmaker actually probably assuming that Cuz was a little bit closer by. But I do like respecting that. You saw Showmaker there in the player cam just having a giggle as well. He's like, why did I flash? That's crazy. As Kellen is going to put down the campfire and just sit around it and have a good time and things like that. I think that Kellen is going to be a large part of the late game insurance. I think when you have an AD LeBlanc especially, the Melio value goes up because there are 2 targets that you can look for, as the culling is going to be thrown into Arndil. Does have some armor, so he's able to at least survive. Does soften him up a little bit, but Aiming and Kellen looking like they're hitting their stride a little bit in this lane.
Yeah, finally kind of breaking through a little bit there. And very important to put some pressure on down there as Kingen continues to put as much of a shove into a turret as he can, then runs around trying to do things. Lucid might try to make a play here mid. Bulldog still has flash.
Yep, rocks it down. There's the flash kick, and Bulldog is really dead, guys. Beautiful first blood goes to D+, and Lucid's first play looking pretty good here, as Dudu is fighting Kingen, who just wants to kill minions. He offers him a boop in response.
Yeah, I feel like it's just constantly Kingen coming behind the turret, stealing minions away, proxying them, and then running away later when Dudu gets mad about it. That's just kind of how this top lane is going.
Yep.
Kingen's like, I'm going to take these minions and I'm going to proxy, and Dudu's like, I'm not going to let you do that. And he's like, too bad I ran away on Mudir. And that's kind of what's been going on up there. He didn't get involved in the mid play, even though he had that extra plyo, just went to proxy instead, but really nice catch on Bulldog. Bulldog doesn't even flash, knows he is doomed, and will just straight up go down. Didn't have any vision there on the play coming around from Lucid, so a bit of a missed opportunity there from Cuz to try to cover that angle. And with the pressure that's been there the entire game, I'm a little bit surprised by that, since that was always going to be a possibility with how many times Showmaker has shoved this wave in. Now that CS gap is significantly higher than it was before.
Yeah. They are still going to be able to grab the last remaining bubs, so that does mean that we will see Quandong Freaks with the Void Might assistance on their shove. That's if they're able to actually get towards these turrets.
Yeah.
Because I have to sort of rearrange how I'm thinking about this draft from D+, because now it works as a 4-1 extraordinarily well. Showmaker in a side lane is going to be so incredibly annoying. Just with the amount of AD that he'll have, the ability to destroy turrets is very, very high. So I'm going to check this out one more time.
So look at this. He's like, I'm going to try to get him one. Let me just try this. Boom. Easy. Flash kick play. Different angle than you expect. He also had a control ward there, so you knew. They didn't know. Got him.
Indeed.
Oh man, Showmaker, when he's happy, you just love to see it.
Right. He is definitely named correctly here in the LCK. And that was less true last year, but certainly was when he debuted. It's really good to see him coming back, at least in the early stages of this season. So first blood going to D+, but nothing really to show that as far as what the gold looks like, and Cuz might be able to return the favor here towards his top side. Culling going to be utilized, but let's check this out and see whether Kingen can survive. Teleport going to be used from Showmaker to try and get himself in here to help out, and he does make it towards the top lane. Dawning Shadow going to help though, and he's not actually able to offer anything back. So nice little pick off there, and Cuz is also on the board.
Yeah, a bit of a miss, unfortunately, on the shove there for Bulldog to interrupt the teleport, but still going to be Showmaker's teleport down here. Bulldog can shove this wave in. Showmaker's going to run down, won't miss anything here, so nothing too significant, but did feel like, a bit of a waste. He wasn't able to get anything done there, and did so right in front of a Talia. Looks like D+ just wanted to make sure that he gets something back. They failed, unfortunately, on bottom as well. So, big kill here, as, DRX skin throwing it off. Sign in the ground right in front of his turret.
I know, man. Can't feel fantastic. I've got a theory about that teleport from Showmaker. Maybe he wanted Bulldog to come up and try to interrupt it, and then be interrupted and then kill him.
I wondered about that actually as well, because I was like, does he actually, if he interrupts, does he like it? Like, is that actually a good thing?
Yeah.
I was a little bit concerned myself, but doesn't come up with it and will not die to Showmaker, at least in that exchange. I'm not ready to say that's going to be the case for the rest of this game, though, with how big Showmaker is rapidly becoming.
Yep.
Does have that Shiv first. That's not the big spike, but it is a small one.
As Lucid is going to look to come over. Blastcone gets himself out of there. Not going to be kicking anyone just yet. I was thinking that maybe that would be a play, but there weren't anyone around. There wasn't anyone around, if I was going to say it correctly. His chain is going to connect onto Bull. Showmaker almost gets it. Wow! That pickoff was incredible from Andil. And there goes Kellen. But now, Cuz looking to pop off into that backline. He picks up the kill on the Lucian. Aiming can't do anything, and Kwangdong Freaks just demolished D+.
Yeah, the Dragon is secured as well. And this composition is so good at skirmishing in the mid game. If you don't have any big hiccups in the early game, which they did not, it is just so easy to look for an engage, have that follow-up as Bulldog.
Oh dear.
Playing with fire. But anyways, back to that play at hand. They end up winning in a big way. 3 kills on the board now. It's a significant gold lead here for them.
Yeah.
And you could see just how this works out is Bull is the target here of Showmaker. He backs off, so his jump is on cooldown. This hook is amazing. And then you have this composition where Aiming is trying to chase down Bull, but they have no control, no front line. Bull can heal his teammates as well, and everyone is just so split. And like you said, if on that original play from Lucid, Aiming was in range to actually follow up, maybe he could have made a sick kick play there, but he just wasn't able to do it. So they just were not able to get into position to properly fight. And Andil, he is just not hesitating today.
He ain't missing. Apart from that very first one.
Yeah, you could see he has a decent amount of gold as well, obviously, because of the Senna lane. He is ready to be a big frontline in this game and a great engager.
Very interested to see how this one's going to unfold. It is about 800 gold, the lead from Kwangdong Freaks, but the main thing is that they've picked up these 2 Drakes, they've picked up all of the Void Grubs, and they might be looking for Shelly next. And then they have Senna as that late game insurance. They have Talia for all of her teamfight control. And this could be an opportunity. D+, I think, are probably going to need to start putting their foot on the gas. Start this one off as Andal's going to miss one here. Bulldog's the target, though, as Showmaker gets the flash out of him and immediately gets out of there. Kwangdong Freaks now realizing the most important member down a summoner, as Lucid does end up going in, but then he gets dove on, makes his way out, but now it's Dudu's turn. Dawning Shadow helps out, and Cuz locks down the kill, and now he's the Lee Sin. It's a double, make it a triple as Dudu picks up that kill. 6-1 is the scoreline, and Kwangdong Freaks are demolishing them.
And D+ are in big trouble now. I mean, this is a turret going down in mid. With all those Void Grubs, they can just demolish it so quickly here. And man, oh man, are Kwangdong Freaks playing extremely well. I mean, this composition, like I said, it's great at skirmishing. It's got a Viego in it, an Aatrox, and they did this without Talia. This is no mid laner. Yeah, D+, they were missing an Udyr. You were missing Talia, and you still make this fight happen. Positioning from Bull has been pretty fantastic. Every time they try to kill him, they have to get through the rest of this tanky front line. A Viego that's looking for resets, and I mean, that hook almost lands on Lucid, by the way. Andil is crazy. And then look at this. Lucid has to get out of here, and then Dudu goes in. You have the Dawning Shadows, and then it's just a reset fest here for Cuz. He's just going to ult his way forward. Dudu continues to chase with the Qs, and you make one mistake against Kwangdong Freaks' comp, and it is just so incredibly punishing.
Yeah, and Andal being able to knock everyone up. Dawning Shadow then lay it all the way across to get that double value. D+, I mean, I mentioned that they had to put their foot on the gas, but let's do it in the right direction. You know, you got to turn the car first.
Yeah, it was in reverse, maybe.
Yeah, and, you know, mistakes like that happen. It's fine. But, you know, you still need to try and explain what happened to your insurer, and that one's difficult.
And I think that, you know, going back to the conversation we had in draft about whether it was going to be Lucian or whether it was going to be Aphelios, right now they wish it was Aphelios, you know? Right now they're like, ooh, Aiming 0-2 in this game. He's low range against this composition. He doesn't have sticking power when the fight actually breaks out, when the engages happen. He can't just, you know, kite back and do massive amounts of damage. He's just going to get burst down so quickly. There's no red-white guns for this Lucian. He is just not going to be able to make the same impact. And Showmaker, of course, 2 items now. He's the only one that has a pretty significant lead. He himself can't get it done alone in these fights that D+ aren't starting off on their footing. They're not in control of any of these objectives. I mean, now Herald goes over. they just have the whole rift. I mean, the Senna is walking up to enter.
Yeah, and now Showmaker is looking for Bull. He mimics over, and Bull's taking a lot of damage. He will get snared. Dawning Shadow comes in. Lucid trying to get the fight happening onto Andil here as Showmaker finishes the job. There's the kick for the mini stun into the wall, and now Andil, not a lot of places to go. Flash out from Lucid as Showmaker connects the chains, but Cuz is there with the stun, and that is going to get them out of there. Teleport from Kingen to try and protect this turret.
And that's
may not get another charge.
That's why Senna doesn't walk up to enter. But yeah, he was trying. Charge will go through, so still a big win here on the top side for Kwangdong Freaks, but bit of an overextension, let's say there. They are unable to get the inner turret. They put it down very low with all those Void Grubs and Mites.
Yep.
And now Drake is spawning here. Senna just respawned herself, and contesting this is not going to be easier for Kwangdong Freaks. They still plan to try. Is D+ going to reset?
Yeah, D+ in the area. Control Ward does go into the pit. And Showmaker finds Bulldog. The chains are going to land, and those rocks do absolutely nothing. Over the wall he goes, and there's the kill from Lucid. I love this. The hit squad of D+ trying to pull themselves back in.
I mean, Bulldog has his ult, so he wanted to try to come over there if D+ were going to commit to the Dragon. They were just kind of waiting to see what D+ would do, and then D+, they don't wait. And that's the difference in shot calling here between these two teams in mid and late games, is D+ a lot more decisive, and they just collapse on him and kill him. Will cost them this inner turret in mid. Finally goes down.
Still working 100% for Kwangdong Freaks. And I think even if some things have potentially gone wrong macro-wise, they have still got so many of these objectives. This is going to be the first one for D+. And Cuz looks for the steal, doesn't manage to get it. Fire kick is decent to try and push away this Viego. They're able to keep them at arm's length. Nicely played there from Kellen on the disengage.
I mean, if Kwangdong had stolen that objective, I mean,
it's doomed. It's like basically over.
So doomed. It still feels fairly doomed at the moment, but at least D+ were able to get that kill there. Bottom side, Showmaker has 2 kills to his name now. You know, they set up for aiming to fight that as well with rapid fire cannon purchased right before the objective. This is just insane greed, unfortunately. Like, Andil is queuing the turret.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they will be punished. Lucid and Showmaker are not going to let that one go for free. And this ends up being a small win here as Bulldog coming over, has his ultimate right. He's just trying to see if he could suss out what's going on over here. Has his ultimate if Senna gets here in time. And then just walks way too far forward here. I was going to say, maybe he thought they had some idea of where D+ were, but they really didn't. So, and we got to see it from the vision toggle there as well. Just a bit of an overextension.
Yeah, didn't really see what was going on, and even opted to shove Kellen away, and Kellen really didn't mind about that.
No.
So not able to keep himself alive. Cuz taking a fair bit of damage as well from aiming, who does finally have a few items completed. Bloodsong as well as the Stormrazor Rapid Fire Cannon. So no Ghost Blades cheekily in that back pocket this time around.
Thankfully.
Yes, indeed.
Not a big fan.
As D+ is still 4,000 gold behind. This is still Kwangdong's game to lose.
And they have so much range now with the Senna starting to stack up. You could see Bull could just kind of walk forward here with relative impunity while he has a tank real actual Nautilus beside him. It's not just support Nautilus, I mean, Andil actually could take a beating, so he could just kind of walk forward and continue to push this mid wave and then clear out vision, start to take control of the top side of the map here. And I mean, they have taken out so many turrets. It's 4 turrets to 1, and that's a major part of this gold lead. It's not just the double the kill score they have at the moment, but a lot of this has just been constant push around the map, getting every single objective, except that one dragon D+ got, which was nearly stolen, mind you.
Yeah. And this is where the big test comes in for Kwangdong Freaks, because their early games have been decent in the past. Their ability to come in with a game plan and execute, but it's when the unknowns are thrown at you. It's when you have to adapt to what the game state looks like. And I think we saw that when Bull was all the way shoved up to that inner turret. Looked a little bit silly because they hadn't been in that position all that many times prior, right? Like, This is a team, and this is a player that has been on the back foot for the last 12 months, right?
Absolutely.
So I think that that's fine. We can forgive a mistake like that. And now we need Cuz to come in with that veteran voice and lead this team to shutting down this map and making sure that D+ cannot actually approach these objectives. Because you mentioned the turret score. That is the important thing, because that gives you all of that map control.
Yes.
And they can't let D+ find these picks to try and get themselves back into it. But now they're going to look for it. Showmaker comes on over, zaps Andil. otherwise,
I think
not too much more.
The Nautilus and the Senna are so good into this AD LeBlanc when the team just can't control the map because she doesn't have agency, right? I mean,
Cuz looks for the stun, and Lucid really wants to secure this red.
yeah,
And
Red is going for a walk.
It is.
The Red was like, "Don't leave me the combo. I'm a D+ Red bump. Don't let them take me."
Not anymore. Now, in Kwangdong Freak's prison.
No, I don't want to surround these players.
It's all right. It might come back.
That Brambleback was the biggest D+ stand though.
Really was.
But yeah, I mean, the AD LeBlanc can't really function. Like, if he was AP, he could maybe burst down somebody. He could do enough damage very quickly to actually be relevant, but he needs to actually have time to layer those autos on top of somebody like Bulldog, right? Or even Cuz if you found him, and then you run into the Nautilus problem. There's so many different ways to follow up on that engage, so it's really scary for Showmaker to actually be proactive. It's scary for him to flank. It's hard for him to actually do things, and he's the one person who has agency in this game in terms of his gold, but he's not able to utilize it very well, unfortunately. It's not his fault. He just is playing into a comp that's so oppressive when you don't have map control too. LeBlanc's ability to actually flank goes down massively.
Yeah.
It's a really tough game to play out from here on for D+.
Certainly is, especially when it's a 2-0-2 due to Aatrox with full lethality. You can't really just fish, because if you get comboed by this Aatrox and can't actually get out, like Aatrox and Nautilus can basically keep you still for a really long time. And this version of Aatrox sort of just kills you in 3 spells. So Showmaker does have to be very, very careful. And Bill walking across a ward here, not going to take any damage at all by the looks of things. And Bull has his opportunity. Bloodsong, Ghostblade.
Dragon is up. I mean, D+ just aren't even anywhere near it because they just don't have any ability to close that gap towards the objective. I mean, you could push Dudu out of the top lane a little bit there, but he doesn't really mind. They're getting a Dragon for free.
Yeah.
D+ just aren't even here. It's a one-team show right now. I mean, there's nowhere for them to make a play. It's actually insane how little this comp can do against Kwangdong Freaks' lead.
Well, now, Andil and Bull, potentially out of position as good flash from Bull avoids Lucid's kick. And Andil looking to try and turn it. Depth charge comes in. Lucid's the target here as he has to get himself out of there. Nice redemption from Kellen to keep them healthy, but the rest of Kwangdong Freaks are still coming. Weaver's Wall comes in and Showmaker presses W. And that is going to counter it. Kingen nowhere in sight, not even using the teleport to try and get back there. And I feel like what's on D+'s mind is we'll give the Drake to try and get control of the Baron area and find some global gold because they have just been starved.
I mean, if they get Baron, they get the gold from the Baron itself and then a ton of turret money that they have to cash in on, right? They sell it mid and top outers here. They could pick off, and that's a lot of gold they will pick up if they can get that objective. Easier said than done.
Yeah, well, there's the culling. It's going to connect onto Showmaker, who gets himself out of there. Snared up by Bull as Cuz looks for a cheeky Q, but not going to find it.
This is just a great draft, Atlas.
It's working, man.
I looked at it and I was like, I want to say I favor this draft, but I just think D+ is the better team. That's why I said, I'll look at these 2 drafts and I think, okay, D+ is the better team. Tough to play, but they'll get it done. But when you watch it in actual reality here, it's not like somebody had a bad laning phase. It wasn't a King and underperformance. Showmaker didn't mess up. It's just that these skirmishes that Kwangdong constantly committed to and Andil constantly started off have been going so well that D+ just can't do anything. It looks unplayable. This comp looks super busted, and it's just a Talia, Senna, Nautilus comp with an lethality Aatrox and Cuz playing Viego, and that doesn't sound like something we've seen before that's super oppressive, but when you see it play out like this with Andil just being super confident with him, having some additional gold playing into the Senna lane, he can press Q whenever he wants, and if he hits those, which he mostly is, the D+ have to leave or die. There is no turnaround and fight out of this comp.
And Andil has also just been really intelligently using his ultimate to start things as well. Maybe not finding it on that last fight as Kwangdong Freaks gonna start off this Baron. They've got so much vision in this area. They can fish for it if they would like to. Kingen going back, looking to try and get himself in amongst it. Can teleport at a moment's notice as Showmaker is getting that poke down, but this is going down lower and lower. I don't think they're going to commit. They were just looking to try and bring D+ over, force them to respond.
I think this is a wise call from Kwangdong Freaks to back off. They do have Leandries on this Talia, so there's a speed at which they could take this Baron if D+ don't respond, but they do respond. Not worth a 50-50. Like we've talked about so much, if D+ get this Baron, it's their ticket back into the game. And Kwangdong Freaks could just walk away, and say, all right, we'll fight on Dragon instead in 2 minutes' time. We'll continue our map control. No reason to flip this game on a Baron we don't need. Just using it for, as you said, added pressure. And really, they're just fighting the clock right now, Kwangdong, until that Mountain Soul comes up, because that's where D+ will have to fight no matter what.
Oh, yeah. If Mountain Soul comes in, I think this is very doomed. Even if the game is stalled out somehow, like, I feel like center is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, and then have so much added tankiness on top of it. And Showmaker trying to get some zaps in as the Brambleback is back. Is it once again going to be stolen away? It looks like the answer is yes. As Lucid, oh, the savior of D+ is Brambleback. You love to see it. Back on the right side.
Heavens.
Oh. Man, it would have been an absolute tragedy, but now at least, you know, it's still looking, if you are on the D+ side of things, still looking a little tragic, but not for that Brambleback.
No, not for that Brambleback, because he's still a believer.
Yep.
He thinks D+ will win this game easy. He's like, 80 LeBlanc scale, and I'm like,
We'll see how that goes. Bull is, you know, suffering at the hands of it for the minute.
Look at Ondil's build, too. I mean, he has a Thornmail, a Frozen Heart, and now he's going MR.
Yeah, I think Kingen might need to build like a Leandri's or a Riftmaker or something so that they have a magic damage.
Well, that's bold of you to assume he'll have enough time to get the money to buy an item like that at his 4th at this point in the game. I don't know.
Well, look, he's going to connect onto the Udyr, who runs away and continues running. Dudu on the flank angle, though. His shield is going to be broken. Kingen still going to get hooked back. The ulti from Kellen trying to save him. No one's died really just yet as Showmaker looks for Cuz. Burning ticked down. And now Lucid able to get himself out of there. The culling doing so much work, and D+ just sort of out-sustaining in this fight. The Chains not going to be able to find their mark. Kwangdong Freaks, I mean, they just take so much damage because, unfortunately, not as tanky as the rest. And now Showmaker is looking to corral.
This is, you know, a little bit of a forced fight here for Kwangdong Freaks. I think they didn't absolutely need to rush Dudu in like that. Now some of that gold coming up here for D+. They will be able to get the Dragon for free as well. And at a critical juncture, Kwangdong Freaks dropped the ball in a big way, trying to hard force that. And you know, it makes me really sad because I look at this and I go, oh no, we might get back to timid Kwangdong Freaks after this. Like the one time they decide, like, hey, it's a late game, we need to do something decisive before an objective, they trip over their shoelaces a little bit here, because look at Kingen's positioning as he comes around, excuse me, Dudu's positioning as he comes around here. It's Kingen's skin, so that throws me off.
It's confusing.
They're really hard forcing this, and then Ondil is also just constantly going forward here. And look at this kick from Lucid. That is just too much damage for Cuz to take. He's down here, aiming also. There's not enough damage to finish him off, so his culling does massive work as well, and it's really easy for Showmaker to actually chase down these targets now, so Kwangdong Freaks have to leave. That's Dragon, that's a turret, that's a ton of money here to D+.
Well, Cuz is looking to try and kill Kingen, who is, I think, dead, guys. Yep, not going to go anywhere at all. Does have a big old shield. It's going to take some time, but he is still dead. Dudu collects it. And now D+, thinking about heading towards Baron, but I don't think they'll be able to do it in time. Kingen with teleport up in 50 seconds. Shouldn't change too much, but speaking of not changing, that gold lead not going anywhere here for Kwangdong Freaks despite losing that Drake. Oh, there's a flash kick onto Bulldog. Seismic shove going to move him a little bit, but otherwise not too much. Somehow it's Emilio that gets the kill. Gonna have to get detectives onto that one. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Was he redemption? I think he was redemption.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened. It looks like it with the cooldown there. I think that might actually be what secured the kill there.
Sometimes you just redeem yourself a kill.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lucid, his MO this game has been, uh-oh, it's a bad situation. Let's find Bulldog and kill him.
Oh, no!
I mean, like, literally since his first gank, that is all that D+ have been able to do is like, oh man, this comp is oppressive. We can't 5v5 them. Where's Bulldog? Let's kill him.
Yeah. And I still don't think it solves their problem.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately. As this is one of their problems is Kingen starts to fight Dudu here. Dudu actually hits the sweet spot, and he's not alone. It's not a 1v1, and the rest of his team is trying to group for Baron. So not going to happen. And then subsequently, of course, we'll probably get a replay of the said kill onto Bulldog as he just walks on a ward. Hit Talia.
And redeem.
Yeah, redemption steals it. And he's just continuing to call out calls moving around the map. Not upset that his kill was stolen, not at all.
Nope. Play slow. And that is what they're going to have to focus on. I think that you've seen the D+ sort of focus up mentality over the last 10 minutes or so. And we'll see whether that's going to continue. That last team fight, yeah, it was sort of an overextension from Kwangdong Freaks, but I also think that T+ were required to play extraordinarily well to get themselves out of that situation. As Kingen playing in that front line, Dudu looking for that angle.
He has GA. I mean, he's ready to hard force again. Let's see if they can do it cleaner this time.
Lucid in a decent position as Aiming's gonna have to get over that wall. And Kingen is not the engaged target.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we caught an Udyr.
Yeah.
It's like when you fish up a bucket in a JRPG, you're like, oh,
not again.
It was a great toss, but
I was fishing for like an hour, and then that's all I got. Yeah. So Kingen is going to continue to clear out this wave. B+, not out of the woods by any means.
No, certainly not. Lucid here is going to have to find his way out. He might want to look for an engage, but the targets are not good, so he just needs to leave. He'll avoid that hook, luckily. And unfortunately, the stand is going over again.
Kidnapped one more time. Sorry, Brambleback.
All right, there's a time window here, I feel, for Kwangdong Freaks to have just kited back and taken Baron here and look to control this choke point. They're backing instead.
Lord.
This is rough, though. You know, I feel like that was an opportunity missed. That would have guaranteed the Mountain Soul as well. Minute and 30 until that spawns. And I think they absolutely could have taken the fight, but I think there's a return to a little bit of timidness here for Kwangdong Freaks after that play went so disastrously in mid the first time, and then the second time they even committed Weaver's Wall and were unable to get anything out of it. And this is Kwangdong to a T in a nutshell, basically. Massive leads in the mid game. We get to late game, everything slows down. They lose a lot of control. They were able to eventually beat Nongshim, as we all know. But I don't know if that is going to hold true here against D+. Now, they still have all the advantages. They still have all the leads. They don't have the same level of map control they had a few minutes ago. And some of these, you know, big fights that are coming up here could be game deciding now. You know, you could have taken a small win, but now it's coming down to one big 5v5 fight here on this Dragon. You lose that one, and D+ just win the game. So they had so many more advantages than they do now.
And Aiming has like 6 items, and 5 items and some brown bags that he got for free.
Yeah.
This Lucian is very, very strong. The Lord Dominic's the most important part of the build, considering the immense amount of armor that has been stacked up by Kwangdong Freaks. And if he hits Andil, he takes no damage. If Showmaker hits Andil, he takes no damage.
Yeah. They're trying to break the Rookern.
Yeah.
They're trying to break it.
They're still looking for a little bit more here, though, as Depth Charge does come in. Aiming is their target. The Redemption, everything thrown at him, but the hook is still going to be there. Oh, the fire kick, so good from Kellen. He's used every button, and it is enough to save his AD carry, but they got a lot of cooldowns, and Kwangdong Freaks are looking for that soul.
Yeah, they want to get this soul. They push D+ away. Aiming somehow survives miraculously, but he doesn't have flash now, so watch Andil. He is constantly fishing. He is always looking here. And now they're going to just cut him out.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall coming on in here. Seismic Shove throws Kingen over. He is tanking for a really long time, and in fact, he's able to walk it off. Sometimes he just walk it off, I don't know. Kellen, not quite so lucky, and now the Drake should be secured. Mountain Soul for this team that already looked borderline unkillable.
And Andil is just never going to take damage as Kingen wants to find his way out here with Lucid. It's a 2-man job to try to escape, dude. It's like, that's an Udyr. I don't know about that. I'm just going to let it go.
That was a bit weird. It was sort of like you just said, I guess you can. Yeah, I guess you can leave. Maybe there were too many bad guys.
He just can't be bothered to kill an Udyr.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they're going to rush over to Baron now. Kingen TP's in to try to get some information here. Aiming very far away. I mean, Kwangdong, you cannot hesitate here. You're going to have to pull the trigger.
Yep. And Lucid, remember, is Lee Sin, right? Does have that execute damage. Should be able to outsmite a Viego. And that's why Kwangdong Freaks, they're looking for a turn. They want to make sure that this is a guaranteed Baron. And Showmaker able to distort his way out. Dudu keeping him in position. And the Baron, all the while, is going lower and lower. Now Dudu with the World Ender is going to try and stop them, and they're not going to be able to get over here. This Baron is going to Kwangdong Freaks. It's a beautiful Baron play as well. And yeah, you might sacrifice a GA, but maybe they could still win the team fight. It's Kingen in that front line trying to tank it up, but the Melio once again explodes. They take down the Aatrox, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? Cuz still taking damages. Aiming is somewhat free hitting, but there's Resets are going to come through. Cuz able to get himself over towards the Dawning Shadow as the double kill comes forward, and Showmaker, he's not going to be able to do anything. Cuz and him swap positions. The flash comes through. Cuz almost manages to get it as there's the flash in. The ace comes down, and Kwangdong Freaks will take game one.
Revenger Bulldog finally gets Showmaker after getting bullied by him in lane. He's the one to get the final blow there. Kwangdong Freaks with a massive win here. Great Baron take. Andil and Dudu just hold the door 2v5. They burn it down, win the subsequent play, and take out the Nexus. What a win. One of the cleaner games we've seen from Kwangdong. Sure, there were some hesitations in the mid to late game, but a great draft. Execution was crisp. Andil, this guy is rapidly rising through the ranks of supports here in the LCK. I feel like this is potentially going to be one of those delight situations, you know what I mean? Where we're looking at this player and saying, okay, we weren't so high on him before, but he's suddenly really improved, and maybe some top teams will have their eye on him, or maybe Kwangdong will become a top team, because the difference in Andil in Challengers to the Andil I am watching today is just, I'm not even sure it's the same player. Like, it might have actually just been a lie the whole time.
And Andil was brought up early, remember? So it was like Bull was mainly playing with Moham towards the end of last season, and maybe reuniting with all of this extra experience has allowed Bull to sort of absorb some of that, and the bottom lane in general has just leveled up. We can see a fair bit of damage done by D+ here, but none of it was consequential. So much of this Kwangdong Freaks composition is capable of soaking innumerable amounts of damage, and we've got Void Grubs on the graph, and you can see that is going to make the graph look a little bit sparse on the side of D+. Just not a lot of control of those objectives. Cuz running the map. Beautifully done here by Kwangdong Freaks. They take game number one. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space in game two.
나 가인이야. 나 가인. 봐줘. 나 가인. 봐줘. 앞에부터. 빼면서. 야, 밀려. 아래 봐줘, 루찬. 우디로부터. 야, 나 마지막 넘어졌다. 우디로. 리신 잡아줘야 돼. 리신 잡았어. 봐줘. 나 싸운데. 야, 나 집체해야 돼. 나 집체. 끌었어. 루션 봐줘. 나이스. 끝내자. 나이스. 나 택하고 올게. 신발. 아, 근데 마지막 살짝 위험한데. 나 르블랑 세다. 르블랑 확실히 해야 돼. 야, 내가 나올게. 아니야. 야, 맞아. 이제 가도 끝나. 야, 나이스. 마지막 살짝 위험했다. 아, 우리가 중반에 좀 못하겠는데 잘했어, 얘들. 다음번 잘해보자. 한번 걸긴 했는데 괜찮아. 다음번 잘해. 이 정도면 어디야? 그래. 괜찮아. 안돼. 나만 잘하면 이긴다. 좋았어. 나만 잘하면 이긴다. 오케이. 잘해볼게. 나이스. 아니, 근데 너무 무리한 게 아니어도 돼. 괜찮아. 한두 번 죽어도 이겨. 괜찮아. 맞아. 야, 우리 팀. 아, 씨.
That is a big tidal wave hitting onto 4. The teleport to come in as well as King and looking to show up, and boom goes the dynamite. The Baron is going to go down as well, and it is an absolute disaster. You respect the attempt, but my God, is it a massacre! get destroyed. They're gonna get pulled back. And the Nature's Grasp does nothing really to stop them. And there's the Flash Magnus. Oh my goodness, Colby! Just erupts into double kill so far for Showmaker. And now he gets into that backline, making it triple, making it quadra, and here is the pentakill for Showmaker! Teleport from Keen. Morgan going to match immediately as Keen the dash away. Right into the fire by the looks of things. Lance also doing the same move as he flashes in. He finds Karras with the knockoff and everyone.
Feel that reaper.
Goes to the sky. Genji 4 kills out of nowhere. Yeah,
It's like stabbing with a plastic fork.
yeah, and that ward stabs a lot to the point where it's not there anymore. The handshake comes down here. Oh my God! Santa, goodbye! You will be missed. I don't know what happened to your health bar, but it's no longer there. And first blood goes to Bull. Well, Andil is going to walk his way in here. Hostile takeover available, finds a couple with it, and there is the kill for the Corki. Whirling Death is to celebrate, but on the way back, it collects the Azir. Thank you so much for the leashes. Sylvie's down for the double. In the meantime, she's probably pretty mad about what happened in the last game. This time around, 7-1-3 on this game. As Overgo Donut, Steadfast Presence gets a fair bit of value, and package delivered! FedEx from Baker into the back line, absolutely obliterating them. That Baron was all a cunning ruse, and how many aces do you need? Especially for a competition like DRX that, okay, goes closer, wants to find Tab, and that's it. That's just a solo kill. Sponge comes on over with a celebratory ultimate, but he might just be food for the Akali as well.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Kwangdong Freaks up against D plus Kia. And Kwangdong Freaks just able to bring in a huge performance for that first game. Let's take a look at the draft here. What do you guys think about this?
I am positively surprised by Kwangdong. They continue the upward trend. And on the flip side, for D+, I think what we're seeing in draft here, this is a draft that cannot afford to fall behind. Lucian really struggles, even in the best of cases, when he doesn't really get to take over a game very early on. And he was playing into Taliyah and Nautilus and Senna, right? So like once you get to mid to late game, you just aren't going to have any space. So, and that Lee LeBlanc combo as well. I really wish that Showmaker would have, which we now know, would have gone for the AP variety, because I think AP LeBlanc plus Lee actually gets to take over a mid game. And even though they did get fed, we did see that due to the itemization on Kwangdong's side, the fact that there were a couple of kills on Showmakers didn't end up mattering at all.
Yeah, and it got to the point where, because it's such a heavy AD team, like, they have little bits of magic damage, you know. The items from LeBlanc and Lucian have some built-in magic damage, like the Static Shiv and the Rapid Fire, and Udyr does some. But it's primarily AD, and you saw as soon as Andal got tanky in the Nautilus, like, LeBlanc would dash in, auto him, and you just wouldn't see the health bar move.
That happened a lot, actually, in this game, and even to other members as well. Let's take a look at some of the stats here. There was a pretty significant jungle difference here at 15 minutes, which Ox, you wanted to highlight here.
Yeah, so we actually saw Cuz was really efficient with his clear, was basically just clearing through as fast as he could. But, you know, the first Drake, Lucid actually tried a solo, and Cuz came over, forced him off it. When Cuz came through again, he did the Drake with support from his bot lane. He was really fast at transitioning through camps into, like, the Void Grubs. But it's kind of crazy that not only did he get such a lockdown on objectives, he also ended up so far ahead in CS. And I think a big factor was Lucid was sometimes hovering around looking for potential plays, and Cuz was so decisive, like, I'm either clearing camps, and if I'm making a play, then I'm going straight to it.
And this was one of the best matchups for D+. Like, that says a lot, because this was the one where, in the end, Lucid and Showmaker got a little bit done, and it was still this lopsided, right? And I think that really showcased how good of a job Kwangdong did of early taking control, and especially the fact that there isn't a trade for Grubs versus Dragons is really, really worrying for D+. I need to figure out what went wrong there, and I think in the first replay we're going to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, it's a good way to tee it up, because Lucid, unfortunately, trying to make some plays and it doesn't quite work out. We do see some trading early on around the Rift Heralds, and then eventually something just goes wildly wrong, which I'm not sure what the idea was here.
Yeah, I think honestly the game has slowed down a bit since we've gone into this season compared to like last year. And I think for a composition like D+, there's more pressure to make plays, to make things happen. And I think Lucid fell behind doing that. And this play was just him like, I need to do something. If we just keep letting the game stall out and go further, I just think our comp's going to fall apart. So yes, it does look like a bad play. I'm not going to deny that. But I think it was kind of the urgency was because they knew they were on a clock.
I think it was objectively right. The risk that you take is kind of a given. And I think we also see what I mentioned at the top of the day. For challengers players, there's a lot more messiness and a lot more skirmishing that happens. And the early skirmish in the bot side that happened around the first or the second dragon, I think, because the first one was taken by Cuz, was a disaster as well. And we'll have to see a big pivot from DK in the next game.
We definitely will have to, and after that highlight, we had a long period of time where there was a lot of trading. Showmaker was trying to do a bunch of damage by poking. We were talking about how it wasn't really doing too much, and then finally we got our mid-fight, which ended up just going heavily once again into Kwangdong Freaks' favor.
Yeah, and I actually want you to pay attention to how much the Milio is doing in these situations. Like the redemption here, heal is absolutely massive. And so the reason this fight worked was because they baited them out and didn't keep going. There was a lot of fights that Kwangdong Freaks actually struggled because they would charge at the side of D+. They couldn't get on the LeBlanc or the Lucian because they're so mobile, and the healing would come onto King and keep him going. But here, they make a great decision to back off after those cooldowns are down.
And Kwangdong, the only criticism is their mid-game was a little bit slow. This is something we've seen them really struggle with. But outside of that, I think they've done a really good job, even with some mistakes, like Bulldog getting caught off guard every now and then, of taking paths that basically have the safest road to victory. And I think they can speed it up a little bit more, but it's also really understandable because this team has struggled so much in actually winning games that I don't really fault them for playing it a little bit safer.
Yeah, well, apparently not anymore. They are seemingly winning all the time. Let's see who does win the POG for this first one. It is going to be Cuz on the Viego, starting with the early game into just being a monster.
And Cuz and Andil, the big heroes in this one. Cuz's early impact on the map and his objective control, I think, is probably what got him the lead here. But it's that jungle support 2v2 that I think really made a big difference in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll probably see split votes between them. I think Cuz was pretty solid in the team fights. There were definitely some it felt harder to find that impact when all the healing from the Emilio kept people a bit too healthy to reset. But really the pace he set up this game and the fact is kind of he had such a clear view of what their objective is, such a clear view of what he was doing in the early levels, just really secured the game, because if you get that much of an objective lead early against a team comp that needs to spike around the mid game, like if you're 2 dragons down for D+, it's just so hard to get out of that hole, and Cuz really secured that advantage for them.
Not sure what's going on in this booth, but D+ Kia has selected red side as well. I really do not know what the idea is here. Maybe just trying to say, okay, if Bull's going in, maybe you guys got to do something like that.
Yeah, they're trying to act out.
Yeah, some kind of interpretive dance. Either way, guys, we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that was a bit strange. Maybe it was CVMax illustrating that if Bull is in front of Bulldog on the map, he might die in a turret. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, now everything makes sense. I did see that interpretive dance for dummies book in the Kwangdong player area earlier. So yeah, maybe he's trying a new technique. It's working.
Did you take it? Because I still really
no,
I need some help.
It doesn't belong to me. I'm not going to take CV Max.
Okay, well I thought I could just have a sneak peek or something like that.
But apparently CV Max is going to take the red buff away from D+. So.
Oh, that's true. They did that over and over again.
Yeah.
There was a lot of, in fact, cheeky steals. We are going to see the draft unfold once again in a very similar manner. I am feeling like some adjustments on the D+ side are going to be necessary. However, they only have one more slot, and not many changes have been made.
Maybe we'll see a Senna ban this time. I think that was definitely an issue, but obviously the itemization was a bigger issue. Going AD LeBlanc in this comp didn't really hit the mark, especially when they fell behind. So yeah, that one mistake from Lucid, that one big overextension really opened the game up for Kwangdong. We'll see if they can get that same path to the mid game this time around. As I mean, if they ban Senna, maybe now this time Bull plays Kalista, that we were calling for last time. Certainly an opportunity here, as looks like we might have an issue.
They're like, that was supposed to be a Cassandra.
TV Max is like, no! We will run them back to draft. It's like, no, they banned it.
Yeah, Senna was grayed out. I couldn't do my draft plan. Please, what went wrong?
His notepad just dematerialized out of his hand when the Senna ban came through. He's like, wait a minute.
Thankfully, we were only through the first few bans. So once we do get back into this draft, it should be pretty swift.
It's probably something like a client, when player's client crashed or something like that, so we have to...
Still way better than the rune bug.
Yeah.
Where you had to get through the entire draft, and then you had the little circle thing, and then you had instant pause, and then we had to do it all again. That was less fun. This also, suboptimal, not ideal, but very, very quick. Straight back in there, or at least in theory.
In theory, we will see another discussion here on the D+ side.
Yeah.
A frustrating loss, to be sure. Like, if D+ ended up losing this series, they dropped to 2 and 3, which I think is not indicative of the skill we've seen from this team so far. But to see Kwangdong suddenly have this big bounce-back performance and you to be the victim of it really is not ideal if you're a D+ fan. So we'll run back through those first bans. Might actually be through them already. Nope, just going to start it from 0.
Hopefully they're the same. Otherwise, I'll have to change what I wrote down. That would be frustrating.
I think they definitely will be. Unless somebody misclicked or something like that, but I don't think that would be a thing.
I hope it's not, because I hope the Senna pivot was definitely there as Rumble and Senna, and then we get to see what Kwangdong Freaks want to first pick. Could be Cassante, but I'm hoping that it's Kalista, personally. I think that Bull is so much better on that champion than many others. The Lucian is going to be the priority, and so therefore, D+, pick the Emilio, and then pick something else that they might consider higher priority.
Maybe Emilio and a jungle pick. Really just loving to put Kingen on this Udyr right now. Perhaps it's a lack of confidence in his abilities recently, because Udyr is so simple to play and usually you can't really mess it up. It wasn't Perfect's fault that one time. He just was left on the island. So they're going to take the Emilio away. Will be the Udyr instead. And this is an easy Nami pickup here. Now, Orianna is available for Bulldog if he wants to go that route and just have a very explosive team fighting mid-game. You have a lot of follow-up to the Nami wave. You have a lot of single target damage as well. And then it opens up things like Nocturne being very strong. So,
Yep.
that's where I think they'll probably take this draft. Based
Like
on
to
what
see
we've
something
seen.
like that.
I hope we do not see an Azir, however.
Oh god. Oh, now that you say it, I feel like the Pigeon Emperor is lurking. He's lurking just around the corner, Wolf. Bulldog, considering what he wants to do, I think a jungler here or a
Aatrox
top lane
is
into
fine.
the Udyr is certainly a conservative choice. You know, leave yourself open to at least one of those counter picks in one of those positions. This will be most likely an Aphelios.
Yeah.
And Aiming should be able to lock that one in. That's what I was looking for, to be honest. In the last game, I think that having a little bit more...
Oh.
Never mind. That would be a lot of axes. But I think Aphelios is certainly the more conservative and...
I think safer choice.
Yeah, safer choice.
I think it's the safer choice.
Tristana is another choice.
Tristana is another choice, isn't she?
Yes.
Well, that's a big pivot away from what this draft can do. Now, perhaps they were afraid that it was going to be just a Maokai lock-in and a Tristana, but they have a second banning phase to suss that one out. So I don't...
They can also flex this Tristana bot lane.
It could be...
And then constantly threaten the ability to play the Maokai. The Maokai will require a ban, most likely.
You would imagine... Aphelios no longer allowed, so you will lose that with this. The Orianna we talked about, they took the Aatrox over, which I don't mind, is going to fall off here as well. I don't think you need to ban Talia in this particular scenario, as something like a Nico could be still very strong for Bulldog. That might be something they're thinking about taking away. Viego.
Oh, I like that.
That's with how that last game went. I do not dislike it at all because controlled so much of that early game. I love the jungle diff graphic we had earlier on the space to just show how much of an impact he did make.
Well, now one final ban. Expecting Maokai to be taken away here.
Draven as well, potentially.
Yeah, if you want to focus purely onto aiming. But instead, just going to deny that combination, especially when you can't Melio away any of the problems. Still does mean that a Sejuani up and available for Lucid. So not going to be having any more fun on his Lee Sin or anything like that. Just going to take away the big burly tank, opt into some more CC, and ride that front line.
Bulldog on cam. I think a lot of questions about what he's going to play here. Poppy in the jungle, bit of a hard mode champion, I think, to play with a team like this, but because his performances have, proven that he warrants the champion being played. Like, he's definitely good enough at it, and it does add a lot of complexity to how team fights have to be played out, but it is very strong right now. And all the best jungler players are playing it in the LCK, and I would count Cuz as one of our best junglers, even though his team hasn't been able to live up necessarily to his All-Pro #1 last season. And he's been given the green light to play Talia again. So that's what we're doing with this comp, and there's a lot of pick potential, very similarly to what we had last game around. Doesn't have as much staying power, it's not as sticky with no Nolus, it's an Enchanter support here. So it is going to be a little bit more difficult to just turn fights and instantly win them, especially with the Sejuani.
Oh, okay, that's a Kog'Maw.
That's a Kog'Maw.
Man, that is... So he has now become his ultimate aim. He's actually living artillery. You put the campfire down, and then Kog'Maw shoots you from off the screen, I guess.
It's a deft favorite, too, a throwback to the old D+80 character last year. And we did see a lot of Kog'Maw when Melio was released. It was very popular. We didn't see it that much in the LCK, but was played in other regions quite a bit. And it's one of the old classic pairings with Melio because, as you say, you can basically shoot from a screen away when the W is on you. Does a ton of damage. But also relatively hard to pilot. You have to be really good at your positioning. Aiming has been, by the way. I thought Aiming had a fantastic game one despite the loss.
And also, if you're thinking, oh, I need to have a dash in order to stay alive, well, I mean, it doesn't actually make you stay alive. There's Steadfast Presence and there's the Unraveled Earth. There is so many things telling you that you should not dash, and that is just not to be done. And so Aiming says, all right, I won't then.
I'll just stay away from them. I'll be as far away from them as possible. And I think that's wise because there are Tidal Wave you have to deal with, Steadfast Presence you have to deal with, that flanking Aatrox is going to come through with the lethality, the Talia flip. You have to be so careful on this Kog'Maw, but if the engage is used and Kog'Maw's at full health and Showmaker's at full health on that Trist, it's an easy team fight for D+.
Should certainly be. Let's see whether D+ can get back on the horse and bring us to those 3 games. Jump over to the Rift here for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the Rift for what could be the last game of the season. Of the series. It could be the last game of the season if the entirety of Summoner's Rift just explodes. Not likely to be the case. Quantum Freaks could win this game, though, and that could mean that the series is now over.
Rain Man over here is predicting a catastrophe.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe I watched that 2012 film. You remember that 2012 film? Yeah, I was just, you know. Who's the guy? Who's the conspiracy theorist guy?
I don't know.
He's extraordinarily famous, and he's in loads of things, and I, for some reason, can't remember his name right now, and it's really bothering me.
Terrible actor names.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Bull, going to be able to get some additional money here as they do manage to take down the ward.
It is the worst feeling ever when you drop a ward and it gets burst.
Yeah, it's Woody Harrelson, by the way.
Woody Harrelson, yes.
Yeah, he was the tinfoil hat guy. Anyway, continue.
This is the worst feeling ever. That was the end of it.
All right, cool. Ardent Blaze going to be used, and aiming press W, and does hitting onto the Lucian. Relatively low range.
Yeah, Lucian doesn't shoot very far. Kog'Maw will, and that's kind of the thought process here, especially when he has a campfire on him. Going to be very annoying to deal with here, but that was a great amount of damage Bull just put out there.
Yeah, nicely done.
And he's first striking, which I do like to see on Lucian at the draft like this. Just trying to farm it up as quickly as possible. We'll see double support in a moment when he is able to get that gold, but started the longsword. Very common stuff here. We'll see if aiming also goes double support. I don't think you necessarily have to with Kog'Maw, especially because it's going to hurt your scaling later on if you can't perfectly utilize the like the mechanic where you don't actually go over on gold and then get penalized.
Yep, as Kellen actually going to heal. Get himself out of this one. Endel was using his aggressively, and aiming had already used his barrier earlier on. So getting feisty here towards his bottom side. So far, Quantum Freaks looking pretty good as they're jockeying for position. Kog'Maw not necessarily known for his early game prowess, but Melio can certainly help you mitigate some of those issues.
Yeah, definitely. And once you get those first few levels of the Lucian out of the way, you know, where he's going to be lane bullying you with the Nami, constantly just empowering him, it gets a lot easier. As you can see, Bull already pretty low on mana, so won't be able to continually trade like he was, just kind of dashing forward, proccing his passive, looking for a Q, stuff like that, and burning that first strike gold out as quickly as possible too. Not going to happen now, so the hardest time has passed, arguably.
Yeah.
Less.
Bull going aggressive onto Kellen here, taking a lot of damage. Ebb and flow value there as from Andil. Love to see the 3-hit. That's how you tell whether they're a Nami player or not, you know?
That's the best feeling ever. Proc all those Lucian passives, get that damage done. Kellen will heal through a lot of this, so not going to feel too unhappy. Not going to look for a play with Lucid.
Yeah, Kuz actually walking over a ward here, so Lucid with the information. And Kuz now going to know that the Sejuani was in the area. Was Poppy working very well into the Sejuani. Arctic Assault less valuable with Steadfast presence right there. So Kuz just patrolling the area, but will head back into his jungle. Taking a bit of damage here, as aiming knows that Kuz is coming on over. The Voidoo's coming down.
Great spacing there by aiming. That was actually really nice to watch. Just abusing him there with the extra range. And we're not going to see any additional fighting here as Kuz is going to make his way through mid to get that top scuttle.
Yeah, seeing where the Showmaker wants to head over. It catches him out of the air. Not able to quite get the stun, though, and does get the flash. Great seismic shove placement there from Bulldog, using the very last of his mana in order to get it. Kuz comes on over. That was really nice.
That was like catching a fly with chopsticks, okay? That was insane. That was really well played there by Kuz. And if he doesn't flash Bulldog shove, then he very likely dies. And that was a really sick play. And, you know, he's able to grab top scuttle as well. Feeling great about this exchange. So Kuz, man, he's awake right now.
He
is feeling himself. And that is great news here for Bulldog, knowing his opponent doesn't have flash anymore. It'll give him an extra layer of safety as well as threat. And things are going well here so far in this early game.
Certainly are. And I think that what we were seeing, you know, watching the bottom lane for almost the entirety of this game thus far, but it is going to be the most important aspect, right? Can this Kog'Maw get to the point where he can just stand and shoot with the help of Melio and really push them away? Because you can build as many tanks as you want. You can claim that this is an AD composition, but Bio-Arcane Barrage just means you can't really build stuff in order to stop him from killing you. You really just have to have a way to kill the Kog'Maw. So if aiming can stay safe, it is going to be a dangerous later stage of the game. And Tristan is no slouch as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the damage they have, they can escape all of the engages, is just so incredibly high. As we're going to see a bit of a contest here by Cuz, see if he can steal.
Yep. Lucid's going to be able to take one of them. Seismic Shove, not going to really find the mark there. Showmaker moving on in. I don't know whether Cuz can really do too much about this. Arcane Assault gets Lucid in there. Cuz going to eat some Honey Fruit, not really taking too much damage, and they're not going to give this one away. Showmaker just throwing up the dumb one 2020.
Honey Fruit coming in here as well. It's just so hard to actually stop the grub take when Udyr has top lane prio, as you can see here, even with Bulldog coming over. Still early days, all he's got is cooldown boots here, so not going to be doing any big damage, even if he hit a shove. Just hard to get in position to even do so with Lucid there. Flash up and available, it's just so risky.
Yeah, and another thing that we do need to talk about when it comes to the Kog'Maw, you can see he is heading towards the Bloodsong. Very high value for a Kog'Maw in general. Because, Kog'Maws used to build Trinity Force, back in the day. Kit hasn't really changed, guys.
No.
And does also quite like PTA. So
I was going to say, maybe I was just hopeful that we're not going to see it because I'm really tired of double support items when I was talking about earlier, but it is quite good Bloodsong on the Kog'Maw after all, even though it will potentially cost him some late game gold generation depending on how he plays it out. It's really been Deft who's been the best at juggling that.
Yeah, him and Beryl really do sort of work together well.
Yeah. We'll see how this one pans out, of course, but just one more week of this. That's what I'm telling myself.
Yeah, I'm not like tilted about it because I know it's going away pretty soon. So it's almost like if we had the top lane Janna with the support item, we knew that was getting nerfed into oblivion. So if we had have seen it, we didn't in the LCK, unfortunately. We saw it in Challenger a little bit. But that was a different story. This one, it's
that one also was very game breaking. This is just kind of weird and it messes with the numbers, but it's whatever. He is going to come down here with the prio they actually gained there, and Showmaker's control mid while Bulldog is backing to just grab a dragon. So Showmaker put enough pressure on there. Bulldog backs. It doesn't have teleport. And this is just a free dragon. So finally D+. I don't know what they said in the coaching booth there, but talking about controlling early objectives they did not do in Game 1. They're turning that on its head this time, securing all of the grubs and now the dragons. So big departure from what we saw last time around, and I think a big part of this is Showmaker just laning super well there.
Yeah, able to, even though he didn't have Flash, continue to get that pressure up, but Tristan are pretty good at killing waves. Cuz looking to try and get better at killing Udyr. Killing Udyr is a difficult one, but if Dudu keeps landing these, and it could be a lot easier. Ghost at the ready, and you can see Cuz moving in, and I think mainly he is concerned about taking away the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think they could really make a play on the Kingen here. He's got Ghost available. And, if Kingen makes a mistake or gets hit by a few more Dudu's Qs, then that's a different story, but it'll be tough to dive this. He's still looking for it.
Yep. Not even... I thought that maybe he'd be heading over to the Brambleback as Kingen will spot Cuz, boops him on the way past, and that will give Lucid the heads up that bottom side of the map, that's where you want to be heading. And I was wondering whether Lucid was going to be able to get over there because that's where the camps are available.
Yeah, instant danger pings coming up as well. From the side of Kwangdong Freaks as soon as Cuz is shown. It might have been from Cuz himself saying, all right, look, Lucid is going to make a play over there. And looks like the red buff is going to be the target. After what happened last game, I think it's only fair as, I think Bulldog's not going to get ulted over the wall here. No disaster angle, but Lucid taking away a significant amount of this jungle. Definitely feels like a trade up.
Yep. Keeps himself in vision as well as, Bulldog going to be able to deny the big Raptor.
Clean.
Yep, certainly good news. Kellen's control ward getting some value here as Andal puts another ward on top of it. But Lucid should be able to just get away scot-free. No worries. What went wrong up here, Dudu?
Yeah, it looks like he just stood in the ult a little bit too long there and burned away his health. As, by the way, Oblivion Orb Rush this time for Kingen, actually pretty sick into Aatrox. I like that.
Yeah. And Lucid coming on over. Bull playing aggressively and now looking to try and get himself out of there. It looks like Lucid wants the easier target, but they get the flash, the tidal wave, and the culling.
Great crisis
and
management.
Then they just get out of it.
Yeah, that was really great decisive crisis management. Andal just says, I'm pressing R, you walk up, I'll flash back. And critically, Bull keeps his flash, the more valuable flash of the two here on this AD carry. Really well played. This does mean, of course, Cuz can know that it's safe to go up here and take these grubs. Bulldog has ult and just teleported back to lane. Now, this aggression is not over, however. Lucid did not commit his ultimate.
Yeah, living artillery coming down here as Lucid now looking for Bull. They know the flash is available. Permafrost comes down though. Immediately the cleanse comes in, but that is the first kill for this Kog'Maw. Also gets a plate on the way out as Bulldog trying to do the same in the mid lane, but D+ a much better early game this time around as they go even on grubs.
Yeah, unfortunate a little bit here for Showmaker that he is going to lose plates for this, but came down to guarantee the play there. Didn't actually get involved, didn't get any kills or assists, and man, Kwangdong Freaks just striking back though, you know, grabbing that mid plate, grabbing some of the jungle away. This has just been a tug of war, you know, push and pull, so to speak, between these two teams, as they know that Tidal Wave is down. They know that Andal doesn't have flash from the last play. They double down on this, which is absolutely, I think, the correct call. Again, it comes at a small cost, but this is getting Kog'Maw further ahead, and that's the biggest problem that Kwangdong Freaks are going to have this game. So aiming, picking this one up, pretty massive.
Yeah. Perfectly honest, Bull played it about as well as he could, trying to wait for the Permafrost to come in so that he could cleanse that, possibly get away from a Glacial Prison, but of course, just too many bad guys underneath this turret, and so he wasn't going to survive. Still has himself his Storm Razor, and Pyro Mandate is now done for Andal, so that is a lot of extra power for this bottom lane of Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see whether they can continue to try and bully. As we saw, Aiming's health bar was extraordinarily low. Was able to get back, does have himself some Berserker's Greaves, looking for his Blade of the Ruin King as item number 1. As much on hit as possible is going to be the aim of the game here.
Yeah, that's going to be the way it plays out, and Lucid going to come over here, steal some Raptors away. The next objective is going to be the next Drake, and this is where I think Kwangdong Freaks really need to make something happen here, as this Kog'Maw is a ticking time bomb that will be their undoing if they cannot win some early skirmishes here. And what soul we get was also going to be very significant. Cuz spotted.
Oh, Lucid here once again. Showmaker joining him. They have swept out this brush. They know what's in position here, but Showmaker is going to have to move back towards that top side. Sweep in response as well, but now looking for the angle. There's the Arctic Assault. Glacial Prison connects onto Cuz, but he runs super quickly. Showmaker, can you actually get any autos onto that charge? Heroic Charge coming in here as well as they're trying to strike back. Showmaker in trouble. Thankfully, he had Kellen available, who was able to get him out of dodge before he vacated the area. And that is going to be D+ getting themselves out of there, but Kwangdong Freaks don't lose anyone.
No, that almost looked like Kwangdong were really playing some 4D chess, because the aggressive go in there, the call to push through and drop the Bull ultimate seemed wrong at first because they're outnumbered, and you have Talia who's pushing mid plate, so I get the idea, let's hold them here a little bit longer, let's grab some gold in mid, but then they actually turn into an almost win there as the Weaver's Wall comes through from Bulldog, and they really want this dragon, and this is exactly the type of aggression you need to do to make this composition get value before it times out. So, you know, I was just saying moments before this, they really need to make a play happen on Dragon. They need to be aggressive. They need to be proactive, and they certainly were. And Bulldog grabs a second plate on this Talia. I mean, it's small margins, you know, that we're talking about here in terms of the gold. It's basically minus that first blood, pretty even. It's Hextech Soul. That's extremely important here.
That's a ridiculous Kog'Maw Soul. Kog'Maw Tristana with Hextech Soul, if that ever actually comes through. Kwangdong Freaks, they're going to have to really try and aim for that one. Of course, Lucian will benefit greatly from that as well. Trying to keep people in position is certainly something that helps out. And so now the fight is on. Every one of these dragons is going to be so incredibly important for both of these teams.
I mean, basically, Kwangdong Freaks can't give up any of these for the rest of the game.
No, I don't think so.
Because they have the ability to do so much more, and that gives them so much longevity too with their comp if they can secure them. It is very, I feel, fortunate for Kwangdong actually in a lot of ways that this is the Drake we get, because if it was something like a Chemtech here, then D+ could just run around and avoid the Drakes and not care, but now they actually have to fight, and this gives an opportunity for Kwangdong Freaks to get the solution further accelerated and try to, you know, hit those mid-game spikes before the Kog'Maw becomes such a huge juggernaut.
Yeah. Not to mention, you know, Lucid and Kingen are going to become brick walls. You've got Showmaker scaling alongside this Kog'Maw, and Kellen is probably one of the best supports as far as keeping your teammates alive.
Agreed.
In the game. So Yeah, I think I'd probably try and bypass that one, try and finish off this game. And when you have a Lucian composition, it's shoes on the other foot, right? We saw it not work out for D+ in the last game because they weren't able to snowball any advantages. It's looking like that is happening once again. This is also not going great here for Kingen, who is just looking to clear the wave. And there's a pesky Talia there, denying cannons.
Yeah, that's not even like a Leandri's on the Talia. Okay, Dudu.
Yeah, Lucid going to throw the ulti, gets the flash out from the Aatrox, and they'll say that's good enough.
Yeah, that's all they can do here. Nice flash from Dudu, of course, to guarantee that he's going to live there. Did not want to have to try to finesse his way through that Sejuani health bar with the turret. Would have been really tough to do with the Frozen Heart. Which I'm actually not 100% sure was done at that moment, but is done now.
Well, aiming, taking a lot of damage here, but does, of course, have Emilio. So he should be all right. Does have his Blood Song and Blade of the Ruined King now completed, so a decent spike for this Kog'Maw.
Andil very aggressively positioned here, and they want to burst somebody down if they overextend. I mean, Lucid could be the target.
Yeah, not going to get stunned. His Heroic Charge does come in, but Lucid can't press Q to get out of dodge, as there is a steadfast presence still. Kingen down here on the bottom side, going to be clearing out a wave. Not sure why we necessarily checked in on that, but good to know.
I think it's just really checking in on the fact that Kwangdong Freaks don't have anyone to catch it. Even a question mark ping going down there. Somebody's got to get that money. It will be Bulldog, but eventually goes down there. Cannon wave, so nothing too big. As Herald.
Oh, Lucid. Ah, dear. He's very young, so driving may not necessarily be his forte. And then Shelly is, in fact, just not going to charge at all.
I have to say, the way the Herald works when you first board it is very jarring if you're not used to it. And so it is very
the way you have to
mistake.
initially aim is... It's not necessarily the most intuitive.
So I can, like if
he's
mid laner,
a jungler.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I'm like,
before.
so if he was a mid laner or a bot laner, I'd be like, this isn't that big of a deal. But he is the jungle player, so
yeah,
kind of a bit of a whoopsie there. But it is easy to make that mistake.
Speaking of whoopsies, walking into auto attack range of aiming looks to be a whoopsie. It's becoming a whoopsie earlier than expected.
Yeah, kind of a problem. I don't want to get hit by those. Long-range shots either. Now, this next fight...
Okay, well, that's just a dead Dudu. Didn't have flash, didn't have any way out, and Cuz also now in trouble. Look at the damage from aiming. Living Artillery flying over the tidal wave is going to get Cuz out of there, and now Bull looking to try and get even more aggressive. Keeper's Verdict comes down, gets rid of the Kog'Maw, and that is all the damage now. Missing Kellen has to flash. And sorry, the Kog'Maw stayed around, but it was Lucid that was gotten rid of, so no frontline. No ability to tank that culling. Cute little play there from Cuz. Not able to get any kills, but they got a lot of key cooldowns.
Yeah, they got a lot of cooldowns. They were able to push D+ away. Now, this next fight, though, that is coming up here in 30 seconds is so pivotal for both teams. To get this Dragon is actually massive, and some of those cooldowns that are gone now here for D+ are really going to sting. Of course, Dudu still doesn't have his flash just yet. Bulldog does have Weaver's Wall, which could use as a zoning tool in this fight. So go back to this on Dudu one more time. Just eats way too much damage. Showmaker stacks it up here. Good ult. Very simple. And with no flash on this Aatrox, you're probably just going to be able to lock that one up. Very easily played. And now this Dragon, let's see if D+ can fight their way into getting Prio, because Kingen's not here. He doesn't have teleport. And Talia's pushing that bottom wave. She has, like I said, Weaver's Wall. So as long as Dudu can get down here, I mean, D+ are going to have to fight their way through this, front to back.
Yeah, Lucid can provide that extra front line as well, but Weaver's Wall, like you were talking about, that is going to be the important thing. Can break off a lot of these targets aiming. No flash, no way to get over this wall whatsoever. Living Artillery means that he doesn't really need to worry about it too much, but the Infernal Chains come in. Kingen tanking up a lot as now Lucid wanting to try and get this 50-50. Can he actually take it away? The answer's no, Cuz just too cool. Able to take this Smite fight his way.
Health bar is low here. I like this D+ just trying to force something.
All right, there is the fadeaway jump shot from Lucid. Looks for Andil. He gets blown away. And now Dudu getting into that front line. Lucid will go down a 1-for-1. But not exactly the main characters being taken away on either side. D+ get themselves back towards this mid lane. And Kwangdong Freaks. That's a teleport. That is, I guess, a teleport that you could do. Seismic Shove, not exactly going to get rid of them, but they are able to keep that turret alive.
They're not going to be able to start this Baron. There's just no way.
They have so much Baron damage.
They do.
It's a bit
like,
scary.
very soon they will be able to just walk towards Baron and threaten these types of things. As Dudu, careful.
Yeah, this is an aggressive Kog'Maw. He has a lot of friends.
So that last fight, I feel like, you know, Kwangdong Freaks is, I may have to hold my thought on this, might have a dive.
Yeah, Bull taking a fair bit of damage here as in comes Cuz. Seismic Shove on that 2 from Bulldog! And that gets rid of Showmaker. King now running for his life. Thankfully, he doesn't have a dash, doesn't need to worry about it, and can run pretty quickly. But my goodness, that was the play they were looking for from Bulldog.
Absolutely. He's getting this done. And he's much closer now to his Leandri's finishing. That is going to be a huge spike for him into these upcoming fights. I mean, they got the last Dragon fight out of just sheer strategy. You know, the ways in which Kwangdong have been setting up for these objectives are cleaner than we've really ever seen before.
Yeah.
Like, in the past, it felt like there was a clear plan in the draft, but they couldn't execute on it. They were too timid, or they just didn't set it up. The angle that Bulldog took to Weaver's Wall there, how carefully they burned it down. They managed their health bar as well. They kept a zoning angle so that aiming couldn't do massive damage. They just take this away, and it's just really cleanly played. And now, also not giving up mid control for free does end up costing Ondil his life here, unfortunately, but they turn it around. They have no fear whatsoever to actually force this into a fight because they know aiming has to kite back the other direction, or otherwise he'll get picked when they make that play mid. So a bit of a split call from D+, and then this super decisive play from Cuz once again into the shove from Bulldog. And that is just kills going over again here to Kwangdong Freaks and D+. I mean, they're still in it because they have such great scaling, but the lead they had before, it was small, but it's kind of worn away now. And one Dragon, every time you see it locked up for Kwangdong Freaks, the fear is going to be there. Like, okay, is this Hextech Soul going to be what gives Kwangdong Freaks his comp the late game longevity, the slows onto this Kog'Maw to lock him down? That's your fear right now if you're a D+ fan.
100%. And Kwangdong Freaks now just taking care of some side lanes, wanting to make sure that they just keep this ball a-rolling. Still behind, but only a little bit of gold now. That might be extended, though, because we can see Dudu for a little bit of a back, and aiming is going to be able to stop it. Living Artillery, of course, pretty frustrating there. As aiming takes up 2 turret shots.
He might die.
And then, yeah, he's going to get flashed on.
Yikes!
That's
and they get Baron!
And a Baron.
Atlas, it might be happening. The upset might be happening, Atlas. Warning.
It certainly might, but with how D+ are playing today, is it an upset? I don't know. I looked at the Korean Preds. They knew it was a 50-50 on their side, and this Baron is going down extraordinarily low. Lucid, can you be the hero as Glacial Prison does get in there? He gets over the wall. It's pretty low, but there's the verdict. And the verdict is that the Baron does go to Cuz.
What a decisive call from Kwangdong. Huge mistake from aiming on the bottom side of the map, but they just make the call. And Dudu was saying, if they dive me, we got to try to rush Baron. We'll try to do something. But in fact, they get a kill and get Baron, and they have Nami ultimate. They know there's no flash on the Sejuani. They reacted to that so cleanly. And aiming, taking this turret shot here, a little bit unforgivable. You got no wave, my man. Good flash buffer here into the queue. And the D+ fans are not happy with that one. Bit of a whoopsie.
That is a whoopsie. Good. And good, says Cuz.
Yeah, he also might have been saying good, the term for like ending.
Yeah,
things.
we're done.
It's done. Yep. It's done. And that is how this game feels right now because it was very close. It was very like, all right, aiming is scaling to one big error, a Baron goes over, and now the whole map belongs to Kwangdong Freaks again, just like game 1.
And Lucid was standing on a ward there as well. Bull going to be able to clear out a whole bunch of the vision here for D+. The map is getting smaller and smaller for these guys as Lucid wants to be able to get himself out of there, or does he? Seismic Shove comes through once again. Showmaker's over the wall. He can't shoot anyone, though. And now Lucid just going to get charged. They do a fair bit of damage. There's a flash over. Lucid still alive, but Bull able to get him with a double tap, and aiming has to flash as well. Another Seismic Shove from Bulldog.
Look at Bull's face!
Man.
Look at his face as well. He knows it, man. This is such good, clean team play from Kwangdong. And you know what? I will get hyped a little bit about Kwangdong right now because, yes, D+ are not playing their best series. We could all admit that.
Oh, yeah.
It's the truth. And that AD LeBlanc game 1 was probably not it. But the coordination we're seeing, the synergy between Cuz and Bulldog we have not seen this season yet is coming with flying colors where Cuz is going in. We're seeing the shove follow-ups. Then he locks them in with Weaver's Wall. No fear. The decisive nature of Kwangdong Freaks that we're seeing in this series is just not something we've consistently really ever seen from this team. And when I see signs of life in a team like this where something is clearly clicking this week, and you see Bull is pumped as hell when they're making these plays, that is the sign of a team who's shown growth over this break over the weekend and might be looking for that 3-game streak, taking out D+ here. Big wins in this one. Look at that shove again. Ame has to flash back, and you know, that's how you play this death ball comp to a team.
It's working beautifully, and I think that the biggest change is the fact that Bulldog is having such an incredible performance here today. As we see the culling once again, Bulldog does have to use the cleanse. It does so, and he'll be fine. And Kellen is going to be pushed away. Lucid now, having to run for the hills as well, down to 50%. Cuz has him in heroic charge range, uses that on a minion in order to close the gap. So you can see, look at the aggression. Baron's still there for another 5 seconds.
I mean, there's the amount of aggression required to keep this composition relevant is quite high, but apparently not for Cuz. He is just not afraid to charge in to any situation where he's got Bulldog nearby, and they just keep getting these flips over and over and over again. D+ always under siege.
Well, here's another Weaver's Wall. D+ able to get themselves out of there, but it is once again position that they are looking for. Able to shove another wave forward. Quandong Freaks just making it dark in the enemy base. And where is the indecisive late game Quandong Freaks? Because this one, I'm seeing they found the checklist, right? Like, they are suffocating them out. They are keeping up the pressure. And Cuz is looking for another keeper's verdict. Seismic Shove is going to allow them to get Lucid out of there. Might buy them a window. And they only need a window in order to take down these turrets.
I mean, no Dragon for 3 minutes, no Baron for 2. You don't need that ultimate. You don't need Weaver's Wall for anything important. What you need is deep vision, map control, and any turret off the map that you can get. And those commit ultimates to say, we're sieging this up. We are just not going to give you room to breathe. If aiming actually gets caught a little bit better over that Weaver's Wall, maybe he goes down. Speaking of going down.
Yeah, Dudu is going to have to press his ultimate button. Kingan's going to come on over as well. They have a fair bit of CC in this area, and Dudu will be taken out. So there is a little pick for D+.
Yeah, Dudu's playing a little bit of reckless solo queue abandon this game.
Yeah, somewhat.
He's going to get punished for it. Aiming was punished last time. This time he is not.
Well, Kingan's also getting slightly punished here as Bull chases him down, but not going to be able to do too much more. Quandong Freaks are going to back themselves away. So, 2 minutes time, and we will have a fight for a potential soul on the side of Quandong Freaks.
If Kingan is here, they have an easy time defending this turret. He's not.
Well, Bulldog is going to get hit by a few buttons, because so tanky. There is no chance he's going down anytime soon, and some bounty gold now picked up, so that's a little bit more. Bull now looking for Showmaker, who just rocket jumps away. Extra movement speed, of course, Nami helping out there as Showmaker gets himself a bit of a massage. And my God, he almost dies.
If he had Gale Force, he probably does die. That was impressive to see. And I did it again. I called Dudu Kingan because we're in the whole Aatrox thing. But
oh, yeah. Well,
he's
doing some make-believe. He's pretending to be good.
Oof. It's real at the moment. Well, don't say it out loud when D+ are about to potentially get 2-0 by Quandong Freaks Atlas.
I mean, he's using his skin is what I meant.
Oh, yeah.
You know, nothing else.
Okay, sure.
No, I wasn't making that right. Because, you know, it is his skin.
Right.
Yeah.
Same issue.
Yeah.
Same issue here.
Yep. So, the blue buff going to be secured here by Bulldog. That's going to give it to everyone as we are 28 minutes into this game. It's only 4-4 as far as the kill score is concerned. And D+ aren't actually that far behind in gold, but the state of the game feels so incredibly Quandong Freaks.
It just feels so bleak.
It's insane.
It feels so bleak because D+ don't have really strong engage. They're running Milio support. They have Lucid on Sejuani, but if there's no follow-up because you have no map control and you can't be there to follow up on Lucid's ults, he just can't ult anymore. Like, he doesn't have an ult target. There isn't really somebody to punish. I mean, Kingan gave them that opportunity a moment ago when he went, or sorry, Dudu, I did it again. Dudu went super deep on Kingan's skin and was picked there earlier, trying to get into the blue buff. But beyond that, there isn't a whole lot of agency for D+ here in this composition. They have a front line for double AD carry in this Udyr and the Sejuani, but it doesn't matter if you can't ever front to back because you just can't walk forward. And Bull is constantly putting the pressure on with this Lucian. This is like a depth level performance we're seeing on the Lucian from Bully, where he's just constantly confident enough to walk forward and put that pressure on while never really being in engage range. And he's got cleanse, so if Sejuani ults him, he's like, thank you for the ult.
Yeah, and they're going to need a whole lot more than just that. It's now D+. All 5 stacked up, running away from Bull, who, like you said, just playing so aggressively. Bulldog does find the shove here onto Lucid, and he throws out the ultimate. They're looking for Cuz, but he's not the target that they want. Bull able to stand up and say, get away from my Poppy. That is going to be something that D Plus listen to. You can see Showmaker just wanting to get these autos off, but the way Bull's weaving is actually so good. And now Kingen possibly going to get evicted from the area, but no, it's just going to be a free soul.
I mean, that's Hextech Soul. That's Hextech Soul. You can't just let that go over. But they were just completely zoned by Bull. Bull just walked at 5 people and said, "No one can engage on me. I'll cleanse that Sejuani ult. You got nothing else." And they don't. They got nothing else. And he just pushes them away. They control the choke point, and then Kludge just spins around and doesn't commit ult. Now he can use it to defend Baron.
Yeah, and now they have to face check, and Kingen has to try and run away. The seismic shove doesn't find him there. And these 80 carries just can't do anything. There's the knock-up from Kuz! And Kwangdong Freaks, 3 in a row, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's going to stop there. This team looks so incredibly good. Showmaker is going to be taken down, and now Dudu, he can just go further forward. They can look for even more, and it is obliteration here at the hands of the Kwangdong Freaks. And I think that the best pickup in the offseason has to be Kuz, man. He's so good, and the way that he's already meshed with this team is extraordinary. A 2-0. It was not even on my bingo card, even though it was on other people's.
It was a 2-0 stomp as well. And yeah, we'll mention it one last time. It was not D Plus's greatest series, but Kwangdong Freaks, they played so well together. Mid-jungle synergy we haven't seen from them, and we didn't see from them when Youngjae was the jungle player for this roster last year. And the way in which Bull plays confidently when he's given this Lucian pick showcases that this team can be an aggressive team in the mid-game. They can be decisive despite what we've seen from them in the past. They just threw all of that away, and I feel like the scrim rumors we heard, you know, we saw a glimpse of that today. We saw a glimpse of the scary Kwangdong Freaks everyone has been talking about. Today they certainly did bite it. Look at that.
100%, and Dudu just feeling real good. Even though he did have a couple of over-aggressive plays, it was at times where you can actually have those thanks to this man right here. Kuz is just going from strength to strength, man. And if he makes this team look this good, I mean, I think that he's going to need another one of the All-Pro nominations, according to me.
I mean, CB Max, I don't know what he whispered to Bulldog, but probably some along the lines of "you did good, kid," because
yeah,
he followed up on those engages. Bull's letting him know. What a story of a player that we all thought was never going anywhere. Like, we all thought this guy has no future. And suddenly, just like that, he joins this team, the synergy gets better, and who knows what they might look like in their second matchup later this week if they can continue to grow like this. I don't know, Atlas. Maybe 4 is on the cards, 4 in a row. Kwangdong Freaks look relevant.
Absolutely. And I don't even know what this looks like as far as D Plus is concerned. Looking at the standings afterwards, 2 and 3 is not something that they wanted. And I thought that this was going to be the week where they achieved some sort of turnaround. They managed to push Gen G. They looked great in that game 1. I thought the trajectory was an upwards one. But after this, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. Because is it D Plus slumping? Is it Kwangdong Freaks being a legitimate threat to the top of the table? Yeah. I don't know, but I love it, man.
I'm just happy to see it because this team always pained me because the potential was there. You know, they have a very famous, you know, coach who's known to foster this talent, right? And that was what the whole plan was for Kwangdong, but they just never realized it. And when we saw that plummet in the second round robin of summer, that was when it all started to feel like, okay, it's doomed, it's hopeless. And then the beginning of this season didn't give us further hope despite the hype around scrims and stuff like that. But for the first time, I'm ready to believe a little bit, you know? And I think that makes me feel like we just got a new team in the LCK. We had a new contender for playoffs, right? And maybe, you know, later on this week, everything is shattered and it all goes back to where it was before. But I hope not. And I'm going to hold on to it until they fail next time, all right? I'm going to hold on to that hype train.
And regardless of what happens later in the week, it's still a 1-in-1 week, right? And that is, if you're a Kwangdong Freaks fan, better than most weeks if you were, you know, considering last time around. So I think it's still just fantastic news here for this young roster.
Their next matchup is going to be against Gen G.
Oh.
So a bit of a toughie.
We thought this was going to be a toughie as well, though, and they kind of just stomped it. So maybe they just come in with the same gusto. I'm not entirely sure.
I think we might look at the Poppy, perhaps, a look at that Talia pick that Bulldog, you know, he got caught a few times in game 1, but that combo I think is probably not going to be allowed to be played in their next series.
이제 그냥 그만
They have nothing they can do here.
어디를 본다 그냥 어디를 본다.
That flip doesn't hit, but it doesn't matter.
Nope.
본다.
Oh, cuz.
와 나이스.
Once again, I think it's just a cuz POG.
Yeah. I mean, I gave Andal the nod in game 1, but not this time. Just yelling to kill all of them.
Yep. And they absolutely did. Look at these guys. They are just so psyched about this.
Kill him, and Emilio runs away.
You can't hide from cuz.
You can't hide from cuz. Nobody can hide from cuz. He will find you.
This is Kwangdong, and it is.
It is. And this is the team we've all been waiting for.
Finally, it's all about reaching for your potential, and I think in Bulldog's case, we never quite got there. You know, we knew what was great about Dudu. He has been great on other teams, but hasn't necessarily found the success as far as, you know, the team is concerned. But Bull coming in here and playing a brilliant Lucian game. We've seen Lucians be really up and down as far as the success rate, because you do need to hit really hard in that mid game. And I think some of our other players need to take some notes, aiming being one of them.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough performance. And, you know, that turret thing with aiming at the bottom side, that shouldn't have happened. I think D+, you could definitely tell this team is feeling the pressure.
Absolutely. Now it is time to throw it over to the space to see what they have to say about the Kwangdong Freaks 2-0.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work in that first series. The 2-0 from Kwangdong Freaks, not what any of us expected. A couple of guys on the Korean side, Goko and Captain Jack, with the nice predictions on that one, the 2-0. Guys, what happened today?
Justice for cuz. This man was passed over, wasn't picked up after being one of the best junglers last year, and all it took was one swap in bot lane, and he's like, I'm unleashed now. Watch me go. And he's just been playing incredibly. I think seeing cuz again have these back-to-back games where he plays incredible is super, super exciting.
Yeah, especially when he's against such a hot prospect in Lucid. And, you know, I don't want to lay heavy criticism on Lucid because I don't think it's down to him, but it kind of just shows that cuz was one of our top junglers last year, and that form is still here, you know. Just because he's on a different team that isn't expected to be as high as the standings doesn't mean the player isn't still there.
Absolutely showed up big today, and I feel like even in some of the losses earlier in the season, he was playing well. Top side of the map was doing well. That one swap really helped them out. Let's take a look at the draft after this one, because the Kog'Maw pick was pretty interesting. It didn't work out, and what do you guys think?
So I actually really like the Kog'Maw because I think that Kog'Melio actually is a really oppressive lane, but it does require you to utilize the fact that you have an insane range with W of Kog'Maw plus the Cozy Campfire level 1. And if you don't take control of the lane early on, then it kind of just falls apart from there, because I do think that Lucianami spikes very heavily if you don't keep him on the back foot. And then the level 1 wasn't really that impressive, and then the lane phase in general, I think, was pretty lackluster. And I think that the composition really relies on that, because if you're not playing very far forward with a double AD composition, your engage is pretty lacking, and there's a lot of counter engage on the enemy team.
Yeah, I really feel like into the Lucian army, like the level 1 is very underwhelming, and you can just pop W on both Kog'Maw and Millie and just charge them down. I think the problem is because they didn't get that advantage early. We saw the Udyr struggling as well. You know, I don't think that there's an issue with D+'s comp. I do feel like maybe it's like could use a bit more aggression in some of the other lanes, but like the Udyr fell behind, the Kog'Maw Milio wasn't spiked when it wanted to. I don't think Trista Sejuani's the best mid-jungle duo, and I felt like when they fell behind, they really just felt like they were floundering.
It's something that DK have struggled with in the past as well, and we're seeing it here again. I don't think the game was over after a couple of those mistakes, but the players clearly felt that way.
Yeah, the players did feel that way for sure. We can hop into our first highlight, which did happen. This is more of a low light. I think Dudu handled it well, just given the opportunity, but I also do feel like the opportunity should not have happened. And not really sure what the idea behind this is. I mean, the Baron is up as well. Just kind of questionable.
It just feels like a desperation play. It feels worse than the one from Lucid last game we highlighted, but it just feels like D+ are getting so desperate, like the game's getting out of control, so they try and force things. This is the sort of play you expect if a team has like a Kai'Sa, where you can like go into the side lane, especially when TP for AD carries used to be meta. I don't know why you're putting a Kog'Maw down there, and it just backfires so massively. The game wasn't over before this, but it certainly was after.
And not only was there no reason, but also you can just wait for the wave, right? Like, if you don't have control of that pit, and your Kog'Maw is going to show, at the very least, make sure you can kill the Aatrox ASAP so that there's an opportunity to then immediately rotate over. And the reason why I think this is a frustrating game to watch for DK fans is because it feels like there wasn't really that much of a deficit up until that point, even though I do think criticism should be leveled towards the individual performances of mostly top and bot lane. At the flip side, though, I want to really highlight how clean the objectives for Kwangdong have been. Because that is where I think you see Cuz's impact most. Not just how he plays around the map, but how calm and collected they are around these objective flips. Because they're not flips when they're this clean.
They're not flips, and I really like how they stop damage at a very specific number. It's like always like 2200 or, 1900, and they're like, okay, we're gonna wait for Lucy to come in, we're gonna handle him, and we're gonna go for it, or we're gonna wait and then we're gonna burst it down and go for the smite. It's very controlled and nice.
You can tell the difference between the teams who have thought about and practiced these things. You can see in action, and the teams who kind of just play the game out. It gets that like, oh, let's just try and smite it. It felt like every objective, like that was the major one you saw. Obviously, Cuz blocked the Sejuani, knocked it away, but I felt like there was like earlier dragons where they focused the burst at the same time to secure the smite, and it's really nice to see. It's something T1 have historically been very good at, like synchronizing when Fake would run smite as well with a double smite.
Yeah, no, it's really good stuff, and we can take a look at the final fight as well, which was insane from Cuz. I mean, this is pretty typical, right? You set up a gank burst, somebody has to check, it ends up being King, and then the follow-up is just beautiful.
I just find it insane that like Poppy is not typically a reliable engaged champion, but he finds this beautiful slide in to triple knock up just to secure the win.
And from that point on, or rather from the point on that Cuz starts up that Baron right after the mistake from aiming, then make sure that his team is able to just secure the objective. They were in full control, and we were saying coming into the split, we've heard all these stories about Kwangdong in scrims, how much they've been improving, how much T1, or rather they benefited from T1, I'm sure to a lesser extent as well, because they did one world, so hey, can take the credit for that one. But actually seeing it in practice is really, really cool, and I'm 100% certain they couldn't have done it without Cuz.
Well, that was pretty clear, especially in that game. Let's see him on the POG screen right now, as it will be Cuz picking up his third POG. 1-0-6, doesn't tell the story. And yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff from this guy all day long.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the highlights are going to be a lot of these team fights where he really played well, finding these pick opportunities on the Poppy. But really, for me, is watching the early game, the control he had, the decisiveness, everything he did for both games. It felt like he knew exactly where he was going, exactly what he was doing, managed to accrue leads in game 1, and in game 2, the objective control also solid.
And as you already mentioned, actually, Veltz, I think Cuz also played well in the losses that Kwangdong had, but this is really, really big, because 2-0ing in this dominant fashion a team that was expected to be at worst contesting for 5th place really shakes up kind of these middle of the pack, as unsurprisingly had an incredible back-to-back games. And it really kind of makes us question what is going to be happening in the middle of these standings, right? How far is DK going to fall? Because that was the DK or the Gen G series, I think it's a loss that you'll take. But this one, and you saw it on the cams as well, really has got a sting.
I feel like a lot of people talk about the Eastern teams, and they're like, oh, 6th place is what you're aiming for. You want to just make playoffs. But after this series, it's like, it could be more. Realistically, I wouldn't rank them 6th right now based on how they're playing.
They are playing at an incredibly high level right now for the Kwangdong Freaks. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Cuz on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! Congrats on the 3 consecutive wins. How do you feel? We're against DK and we won 1, and we're able to get our 3rd consecutive win. I expected the enemy to be a lot stronger, and I'm really glad that I was able to perform well, and we were able to secure today's victory. So it must have been a very meaningful victory for you guys, since 2021 summer, it's been 3 years since you won against DK. And you were able to break the 8 losing streak against them. So how is Kwangdong Freaks doing so well? I think we're all really on the same page. I think we have a really good structure system that our coaching staff made for us. So I think through that, we're able to become such a good team. And after game 1, in the coach booth, now that you mentioned the head coach, what kind of feedback did you guys get after game 1? There was one player that, didn't do exactly well. So we were told, hey, you need to wake up. We can be a good team. We can do well. So just wake up. Let's talk about game 1. And the opponents drafted lane-focused champions, which made it challenging to get early objective control. But despite that, you were able to secure the Void Grubs and Drakes. So what was the game plan in terms of the macro? So I expected that it would be hard to get the early objectives, but I met Udyr on the top lane on level 4, and we were able to trade really well. And I think we were just going step by step. We went for the Void Grubs after that, and then the Drake. And I think this just worked out really well because of my pathing through top. And your opponent today, Lucid, is known to be proficient at Lee Sin. So what made you leave it open so confidently? I think I was just pretty confident. I've been playing for a long time, and I've been against Lee Sin, and I think I have him pretty much downloaded, so I was pretty confident playing against him. So that's the game that you picked Viego, and your Viego play was arguably the best one this season. And did you know that your Viego win rate is 70%? What makes your Viego so different? I think everyone's pretty good in terms of their mastery in Viego when it comes to professional scene, but I think it's just that I tend to utilize the skills and the comps really well with Viego. It looks like the CEO of Africa is here watching the game. He's wearing the Kwangdong Freaks hoodie. He looks like he's so proud of you, so would you like to say anything? Our CEO. He always makes sure that we can purely focus on the game. So thank you so much for allowing us to have this space. I'm really grateful for you. And in game 2, we saw a cheeky Kog'Maw pick. So what was the team's reaction? So we were like, oh, maybe it's going to be a different pick when they picked the blind picked their first champion, but so I think we were really surprised. But in game 2, I think we were able to group up really well to react as an answer to the Kog'Maw pick. And we're gonna take a look at the Poppy ult here in mid. I think we just had the game under control, and this is probably the moment the opponent felt like, oh, if we don't win a team fight, then we're gonna lose. So they were grouped up like that, but we were able to win the team fight pretty well. And I think this is actually a really similar scene to what we saw in practice. So I think we're quite familiar with what to do here. And in the mic check, you were seen cheering your younger teammates up whenever they're going over their mistakes. So what kind of big brother figure do you want to be to them? I want to be someone reliant. And everyone plays solo queue until late at night. They work really hard, so passionately. So I think I just want to be next to them and be a good figure that they could always rely on. And your opponent next is Gen G. And with this momentum, we expect that you'll display some great performance. So what is your resolution for your first consecutive win? So we've been working really hard, and we have gotten to this point where we're about to get our 4th consecutive win. I think it's important for us to not get ahead of ourselves, and we'll try to keep it up and work hard in order to win against Jinji. Thank you so much for all the support to all the fans. And this will be the end of the interview with Cuz from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, Steer, for that awesome translation, as always, as Cuz is back on top, at least for today. In the standings, though, Kwangdong Freaks, having played 5 games, are now in 4th place.
I just want to reiterate, 2 of those wins are against KT and DK, which are going to be some of the direct competitors for the spot that they're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, they earned that spot. Like, sometimes, you know, start a season, depending on the standings, like, did you just beat on early teams? No. They've risen to the challenge.
What does it mean? Bite it, I guess. Guys, we do have KT versus Bro coming up next, so we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back for the second series of the night. Don't go anywhere.
나 오늘 눈 컨디션 안 좋아. 나 힘들어.
상대도 힘들어 지금 나도. 눈 감아.
나 좀 잘게.
나 한 번만 내려갔다 올게 이거.
아 뭐야 이거?
둘 다 있어줘. 아 왜냐면 나 저번에 방장이었는데 내가 졌거든.
너 또 방장.
또 방장이네.
스크린처럼 편하게 하자. 수동적으로 하지 말고.
네.
우리 한타는 빨리 쉬면 않으면 좋겠다.
아 상대 미도들 취소일 거임.
구마이 씨의 그 얘기를 기억하면서 할게.
편하게. 뭐 하려 하긴 한다.
다이브 준비한다 얘네 근데.
오케이, 나 관문 있긴 하고. 이거 관문 한번 깔아볼게 일단. 아 안 된다. 일단 사볼게 이거.
나는 거의 죽었다.
야 친구들 해보자. 야 이거 볼 수 있냐?
오케이 나 빡빡이래.
아 풀결. 아 풀결. 여기까지만 까지 앞. 야 뒤에서 나를 뒤돌았고. 아 일단 나오는 거 볼게. 오케이. 영어 먼저 봐도 되고. 진.
이거 저 가져면.
공 한번 그을게.
벌려. 아이고.
야 주자.
줘야겠다. 나 이쪽으로 열게. 야 캐넨. 캐넨 잡았어. 야 차주로 오면 안 되나 이거?
안될 것 같아.
아직은 안될 것 같아.
최대한 해볼래?
와,
빼. 살아. 얘 테레 다 없어.
와, 미쳤다.
야, 우리 거의 다 왔다.
장로 가자.
야, 이러면 진짜 한 방인데? 얘네 미드하고.
아베.
기회는 항상 있다.
게임 50분 가면 똑같긴 해.
하다 보면. 이거 계속 반대쪽 돌려서 시간 끌어야 돼.
얘 시야 착한데? 누구 직관지 몰라?
괜찮아. 얘네 근데 많이 안 왔을 것 같아, 집에.
이거 두 명이서 막으러 갈 거야 우리.
예, 2명이다.
오케이. 쫀하게.
손 걸어봐. 나도 왔어. 나 몇 바지를 녹어? 나 왔어? 얘 노플.
이거
적 불러.
내말 들어볼래? 아지르만 잡으면 한타 그냥 이겨.
아지르 캐네 텔 보러 가. 그냥 해봤대. 디테일 생각해야 돼. 상관없어. 벤시 안 먹혀주면 돼. 나 테는 봐줄게. 야, 죽었다.
왜? 천천히.
그래, 죽었다.
천천히.
야, 기회 있어. 좋아.
오케이. 다시 급해지지 말고 천천히.
아니, 어차피 이거에 후반 가도 우리가 훨씬 좋아서 상관없어.
그래.
맞아. 상 걸자. 에, 봐도 없다. 야, 밑에 지르자, 이거 봐도 없어. 재밌어, 보이자. 이거 보자. 이거부터. 야, 캐네. 그냥 들어가, 밖에.
야 바텀 라인으로 끝내. 바텀 라인으로.
싸워도 돼. 아무도 없어.
나이스. 쉣 이렇게 끝나지. 드디어 이겼네.
공주 잘려가지고.
그만 잘려. 미안하다.
이번. 버스 좋다.
나도 잘렸어 지훈아.
버스 좋다.
너무 잘했다.
나 잠을 너무 못 잤어. 빨리 이겨줘.
사람이가 뭔가다니까 어제는 뭐 자기가 10 하드 캐리 할 것 같다 그래놓고.
나 진짜 힘들어. 빨리 자고 싶어.
진짜 원딜러긴 하다 너가.
사람이가 똑똑해.
미드 본다.
아이고 형 쉽게. 오케이.
야 잡아냈어.
야 왜 이렇게 잘 먹냐? 형기야 킬 정도다.
와 라칸 3킬이야. 어떻게? 쉣. 나 하고 싶긴 한데.
근데 타고 있긴 하다.
밖에. 단오플.
나 미인 잡았어.
가자. 앞라인 봐봐. 야 안질 봐봐. 안질 조심해서.
야나 펜타 뺄게. 펜타. 안돼.
해해.
야 펜타.
무조건 잡아. 이겨봐.
나 2, 3조. 이거거든.
기마랑
들어.
기마랑 당신도 나락에 할 수 있다.
That is a big tidal wave hitting onto 4. The teleport to come in as well as King is looking to show up, and boom goes the dynamite. The Baron is going to go down as well, and it is an absolute disaster. You respect the attempt, but my God, is it a massacre! Get destroyed. Then it's going to get pulled back. And the Nature's Grasp does nothing really to stop him. There's the Flash Magnus. Oh my goodness, Colby! Just erupts to double kill so far for Showmaker. And now he gets into that backline. Make it a triple, make it a quadra, and here is the pentakill for Showmaker! Teleport from Kane. Morgan going to match immediately as Kane going to dash away. Right into the fire by the looks of things. Bland's also doing the same move as he flashes in. He finds Paris with the knockoff, and everyone goes to the sky. Genji, 4 kills out of nowhere. Yeah, it's like stabbing with a plastic fork. Yeah, and that wood stabs a lot.
to the point where it's not there anymore. The handshake comes down here. Oh my god! Santa, goodbye! You will be missed! I don't know what happened to your health bar, but it's no longer there, and first blood goes to Bull. Well, Andil is going to walk his way in here. Hostile takeover available, finds a couple with it, and there is the kill for the Corki. Whirling Death is to celebrate, but on the way back, it collects the Azir. Thank you so much for the leashes. Sylvie's down for the double. In the meantime, she's probably pretty mad about what happened in the last game. This time around, 7-1-3 on this game. As over goes Ona, step past presence gets a fair bit of value, and package delivered! FedEx from Baker into the back line, absolutely obliterating them. That Baron was all a cunning ruse, and how many aces do you need? Especially for a composition like DRX, that okay, goes closer, wants to find Tab, and that's it, that's just a solo kill. Sponge comes on over with a celebratory ultimate, but he might just be food for the Akali as well.
still inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. Sets the world on fire, and I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a I'm a fighter.
속에서 공 하나 뽑아주셔서 보여줄 수 있거든요. 네, 저희 지하 1층
지오닉스 가자 화이팅. 오늘의 승리는
KT
화이팅. 브리온 화이팅.
화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I am Atlas. I am joined by Wolf as we dive into our second series of the evening. Week 3 already rife with upsets as D+ get utterly destroyed.
100% upset rate so far. We'll
Yeah.
see if it jumps down to 50 or if it stays. I think we have a week of matches where there's clearly one expected winner and one expected underdog, right? So we already had that.
Unexpected not winner.
Like, I feel like D+ Kwangdong was closer to the middle, and obviously we have Hanwha playing against D+. That one's closer to the middle. KT versus Brion. Not close to the middle, let's say, on this one.
No. Although, I do feel like there is a coin that's required every time KT take to the Rift. And it may just be that they have rolled tails. We'll just have to see. You don't roll a coin. But we're going to check out the standings here, as Bro are yet to pick up a match win. However, in their match against DRX, on the day that I wasn't here, and there was that epic banger of a 3-game series, Bro were able to take a game. And so maybe I am actually the problem, Wolf.
I mean, that was the closest they got. They did end up ultimately losing to DRX, which that series was wild. We had 2 games where backdoors ended. Calling them backdoors feels like an insult to the term, but
it's more of a Dragon for Nexus trades.
Yeah,
that were
errors were occurred in terms of map reads, but
yeah.
Look, Bro needs to make some changes, and we'll be talking a little bit about that today. They have they're the only winless team, as the points of the match do decree. But I think that there is obviously more potential in this roster than what we're seeing. It just needs to be realized on the Rift. And I think it is going to take a lot more time, just based on what we're seeing so far, for them to actually get that synergy built up and to actually find their footing. And it might be too late, you know, by the time that happens for playoffs here in spring, but maybe this is the season where they build that up, and then summer is where we see the return of the Bros and the Giga Chads. It has to start somewhere, and we've already seen one upset today, so you never know. And both Azir connoisseurs here, I'd say PDD, basically the Azir player next to Faker. Karas, he uses Azir as a crutch oftentimes in draft, and I think if one of these two players is playing it today, it's probably him.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that we don't see it. But let's have a look at the new thing that we are going to see. Doif is in the starting roster. A difficult name for me to say, as I'm an Australian. It just sounds like I'm saying dive with a very intentional accent. But that's absolutely fine. Let's just hear from him and see what he has to say about joining the Bro main roster.
안녕하세요. 저는 OK저축은행 불이온 정글 소속 또이브라고 하고요. LCK 대회 뛰게 된 소감은 일단 매우 떨리는데 한편으론 매우 기쁜 것 같습니다. 저희 팀 감독님이 이제 저보고 쫄지 말라고 주도적으로 하라고 말씀해 주셨던 것 같습니다. 제가 예전에 이 리그를 가지고 솔랭을 하게 되었는데 이 리그로 계속 프로도 하고 싶어가지고 계속 이 리그로 하게 된 것 같습니다. 네, 뜻은 없는 것 같아요. 상대를 끝까지 말리는 플레이를 약간 선호하고 있습니다. 저의 장점은 이제 공격적이고 이제 상대랑 싸웠을 때 이제 자신감 있게 싸울 수 있을 것 같습니다. CL 경험을 토대로 제가 자신감 있게 하는 거랑 이제 주도적이고 이제 말리지 않는 모습을 보여주겠습니다. 상대 표식 선수 정말 잘하는 선수고 제가 존경하는 선수인데 제가 오늘은 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
All right, very interesting. And I think some aggression would be something that Bro can work on. As you can see, having a bit of a giggle after seeing his own interview there. It's going to be first KT Rolster introduced to LoL Park. And you saw already Pyoshik in very high spirits.
Pyoshik, he's either hot or he's cold, right? He's on or he's off. He had a bit of a drop in performance, let's say, in week 2. And KT, losing to Kwangdong at first seemed like, okay, this is a big stumble. Now, Kwangdong looking a little bit stronger. Maybe that one's not going to hurt as much, but team needs to bounce back in a big way and have a strong performance against the only winless team in the LCK. I think walking out of the series with anything but a 2-0 would be considered a failure for this roster. They really need to get back to the form we saw from them in week 1.
No, absolutely. And I think that even looking back to week 1, right, like they managed to get that close victory over D+. But now D+ look like they're faltering as well. Like, where is the power level for KT actually sitting? And if anything but a clean 2-0 happens against the Bros, then are we going to be talking about GigaChat season coming back, or are we going to be talking about KT being on the ropes once more? That will all come down to how the execution is performed on the Rift Wolf.
Yeah. Doiv coming out with his teammates, giving a chuckle to Pyoshik earlier. I loved in that interview, the interviewer asked the question on everyone's mind, what does your name mean? And he said, I picked it for, it was a solo queue name. And then the interviewer was like, no, but I'm asking you the meaning of your name. And his answer was, it doesn't have any meaning particularly. So, of course, the most Doiv thing to do would to have your name be Doiv for no reason.
Yeah, and these are volleyball players from the OK Savings Bank volleyball team here to support their League of Legends players. I believe they're also going to be leading the fan chant as we head onto the Rift as well. Oh, and spiking invisible balls, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's what you love to see.
Heck yeah. Let's have a look at some stats between Deft and Envy. And we've seen this key player matchup before, and it's looked better for Deft in the past.
It certainly has. You look at some of these numbers here for Envy. It hasn't been great, the laning phase for this man so far this season. In fact, it has been the worst laning we have seen. Also the lowest DPM. And sometimes you can, sometimes when you see stats like that, you're like, okay, well, he's played a lot of champions that do poorly in the early game, but bounce back later. His DPM is also, it's not hitting the mark. And this team is really struggling. And again, on paper, this should be a stomp lane for Deft and Barrel, right? Who've played some really creative pushing lanes with Hui, for example. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to show us in this one. But this is not a series where you look at the bottom lane as its strong point for Bro. I think you look at the jungle and hope that it's an improvement over what we've seen from Gideon. And maybe some of that bull energy of just, hey, it's a fresh roster. Maybe something happens from it. You're hoping that comes through. We've seen Raptor come in to try to alleviate some of the pressure for Bro in the past. That didn't work out. This is a similar type of situation. And it's kind of like when Johan came in as well, for a little bit, and Hanwha back in the old days. It's a jungle player coming in. He was on Afrika's team, then moved into the Challengers team for Bro. He's a pretty decent player. I will tell you guys that, but he is certainly no Lucid. He's no Hambach, okay. But let's see what he can do here on the Rift. If he comes in with a confident attitude, maybe he's the breath of fresh air this team needs.
He could be. And when I saw that he was being called up, I couldn't help but think that it was just Bro saying, well, it worked for Kwangdong Freaks. Why don't we just go for it and see whether it sticks? And I don't know how it's going to go. I think that the Bull situation is still very surprising. And so we'll just have to see what atmospheric changes have occurred within the team. And if he is as aggressive as he says he is, then that will definitely help, because Bro just don't really do very much of that. It also might not help, because their jungler might be just running off and getting himself killed over and over again. So we'll just have to see how this actually impacts the rest of the team as well, especially up against a KT that are hungry for a win. I don't think that this is going to be a KT that will be taking their opposition lightly in any way, because they lost the telecom war. They haven't really found the amount of wins that they're looking for. Going 2-2, I think, is not what this team was hoping to achieve.
No.
And so I would expect that they would have a fair bit of pressure to try and at least take a swift W here today.
And that is the goal. That is the plan. Let's see how much research they've been able to get on Doiv in such a short period of time as well. As we jump into this first draft, he has a over 50% win rate on Nocturne basically only in his champion pool so far this year. Oriana's banned. I was going to say Oriana Nocturne combo, something they could look to do if that's a champion he's comfortable on. Well, that combo's off the table already.
Yep. Not going to allow them to lean on anything that they have found success on in the past, and that is, I think, an intelligent use of some bans. Lucian, taken away from Def. You've already mentioned in our previous series that he is sort of our premier Lucian player. Not going to see that this time around. And we'll just see where the rest of the bans are going to go. I think Corki is something that probably wants to be taken away, but Rakan is going to be the priority here.
Just taking away some, pretty strong engaged champs here in the Oriana, obviously, and the Rakan, and just making it difficult for Bro to play out team fights. I think, especially with a jungler that doesn't have a lot of synergy with this roster, is smart. And if you can push Karthus into playing Azir, that's a plus too. Yeah. BDD, a master of Azir, knows all the matchups. Take away Kalista.
Do you have to push Karthus into playing Azir?
No,
really just do it.
But if you take away Oriana, that's like one step one step closer to guaranteeing it. Almost feels like.
Yep.
I hope that we are wrong, and we are just going to be speaking.
That's cool.
I forgot that was up.
Yeah.
BDD's happy to play that. Don't play Azir into this. It's a trap. It's not the answer. They talked about this on the pre-show.
That is actually...
Don't walk into this one.
But you mentioned pushing him to play Azir. Maybe that's exactly what we're going to get. Oh, God.
I know. I hope that we instead see Emilio and a jungle pick for Doiv. Cassante also fine. You can go Emilio, Cassante here.
That would feel all right.
Yeah.
Ooh, Tristana.
Okay, that's...
We're shooting things back and forth.
That's
in the
good.
mid lane.
That's good. I like that.
this.
Yeah. And you got Tristana now in the Maokai. So strong duo there. Great damage profile.
It's not Azir.
Oh
my goodness. So many things that are being ticked here. As Doiv has definitely played a bit of Maokai in his time as well. And it's not something that we're necessarily super psyched about. I do like that he's keeping it pretty simple in the first game, though, as Pioshik, considering the Vi, he will lock that one in. And the Rumble on top of it.
I mean,
triple equalizes?
It does feel like it is a pick away with how strong that trio would be for Bro if they had Maokai, Tristana, and Rumble.
Yeah,
it's just kind of insane. You have the magic damage profile and the tank Maokai for the Tristana mid. You have the burst damage follow-up for the Maokai ult with the equalizer. It doesn't feel great with Vi Corki, I'm going to be honest, but we'll see what they can make of it. Obviously, team fights are going to be so difficult to pilot here for Bro into equalizer, package, and all of the rockets coming through. I think Cassante is a pretty freebie pickup here for Bro. You mentioned it earlier, and that's what they'll take. Can be a matchup where if you mess it up early, though, the Rumble just runs away with the game. So fairly risky choice. It's not the safe Cassante. A lot of Cassante matchups, if it's not Gwen, you're like, well, I'll be fine no matter what. This one, you can mess this one up, actually, as we have seen.
It certainly can be a problem. Having a look at Perfect's play rate on the Rumble, because he hasn't played it so far this season, and of course you do need a bit of tape in order to get a feel for how someone plays a Rumble. He's currently 3-1 if we include last year's games that he played in Challenger. So a respectable Rumble player. We don't necessarily know the power of competition. I can't cast my mind all the way back, but a 3-1 record ain't too bad. So the Caitlyn is taken away, and the Renata as well.
Yeah, you just don't want to have a bottom lane that's pushing for deft, especially with how the laning has been going, frankly, for Envy and Effort. You have that prio there. You have a Rumble topside and Corki scaling. It's just a recipe for disaster. It just feels like a guaranteed loss. Take away the Ezreal here, because that can also lead to pushing lanes, as we've seen. And it's one of Def's best picks, as we all know. So I do like this ban. And on the final ban, we'll see if it's another support here towards effort. He's lost the Rakan, he's lost the Renata. It'll be Alistair that goes, one of his better ones, and Beryl, who had a fantastic performance on the Alistair last week as well, to, maybe he's got his eyes on that pick a little bit more. Now we're going to find out what the bot duo is going to be. Save counter pick for support, a lot of them take it away.
So the Ashe is up and available. And that can actually be a flex, which is pretty cute. I would prefer Milio. I feel like it's a safer option. I don't necessarily like this, although you do at least have Tristana to shore up some of the range issues in the later stages.
And
against Corki, you
too.
Kind of feel terrible, is what I'm sort of thinking. But you can, like you say, pop the ult from the Vi.
Good for Vi, not good for Corki. That's the R button that if you press R for trade, you'll feel terrible for. As they're looking towards a Senna lane, and it is actually wild this went through the draft entirely with how strong it is right now. And I think they were considering the Senna Seraphine just because it gives you so much sustain. You're always going to win that poke war. You can move around very quickly, but Nautilus is just the safer bet right now, and because you get so much gold and you become so tanky, as we saw in our previous series,
what
this
about
is just
the
the go-to.
though? What about the On Wolf?
I mean, that would be fun. I think Beryl is laughing, so you might have considered it, but very easy to play out this Nautilus.
Pretty tried and true. And there, the Rakan ban is reaping some rewards as well, because you're not too worried about that. You don't need to pick it away or anything like that. Of course, Rakan, with extra money, does an extra not very much.
Please no Bard.
To be honest.
That's all I want. Just not Bard, please. Okay, that's fine.
Leona is it's an oldie. We'll have to see whether it's a goodie. Is sort of on my mind, because we have had windows where we think that Leona is kind of all right, but she isn't exactly in her greatest place at the moment.
I like Leona when you have a composition that really piles onto a single target, and they can, to a certain extent, make that happen. For example, Doive sets up a Solar Flare to come through, and then you follow up with a Zenith Blade, and then this target is just locked down for a really long time while Karis is just free-firing on them. Cassante gets in there, starts knocking things about. Like, that can work out, especially when you have a squishy Corki, when you have a squishy Rumble. Senna going to be relatively safe because of her range and the fact that Beryl is just going to constantly be at her side. But if you can find the right target, or if there's a positional error from BDD on this Corki, maybe this can work out. Not a huge fan of it, though, because it feels like when we get to the later stages of the game, she is just going to be tanking rockets over and over and over again. It will eventually just be shoved away from relevancy. You won't be able to engage because she'll just instantly die. So she's going to have to flank. She's going to have to find angles. You lose control of the Rift, and her agency drops. You're playing Xayah into Corki. I gotta say, I feel like this draft for Bro is very freestyle, and I don't think they came up with something that makes me feel like they can handle the Corki.
But if it's freestyle, that means they denied things from their opponent, right? Oh, wait.
Wait, you mean they got Nautilus, Senna, and Corki, Vi Rumble? Yeah, they did Atlas.
Oh, they got all of those things. All right, interesting. Well, we'll just have to see how Bro does to mitigate what could have been somewhat of a flub in perhaps the draft phase. They got Cassante, they got Maokai, two very high priority picks, and I think the top side of the map is what they have to play through to look for some success. But let's jump into the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, let's see whether this is the setup for a successful game for Bro. Of course, play volleyball. Do generally do a fair bit of that.
Yeah, a little bit of setting for maybe Bro to spike it into their first win.
And then all of us viewers can dig it, right? Because we're in, okay, never mind. KT, just really picking up some good champions. Really good champions. You mentioned the fact that Bro has to sort of hold on to control of this game. I feel like KT, with a draft like this, you almost don't have to. Just throw down equalizers and stuff like that. You don't need to get control of an area in order to take it. There is just a lot of answers.
Yeah, you can kind of just package plus equalizer your way to, because you have 2 equalizers, essentially, as you mentioned in the draft.
3, because Valkyrie sort of works the same way.
Yeah, good call.
There we go.
And you have the ability to just basically say, this is my objective. And you just put those abilities down. And if Bro can't engage first with their Leona, or burst down the Corki, for example, or have a really good Maokai ult defensively to stop that engage from coming through, it's just, it's doomed, right? And it feels hopeless. And, you know, we talked about this matchup here. Perfect just going to come over here and press Q.
He did.
Try to maximize that damage to the Cassante. Feels really good, the you know, health percentage damage you're going to do is Rumble into Cassante. And he's got Comet, and he's just going to try to shove him out of lane, see if Morgan can handle it. He went Ghost, which I think is a wise choice here. Gives him a little bit more agency here to work with Doiv in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's kind of curious because there are times where you do want Flash to reposition for all-outs and things like that. But we can see Pioshik already starting off on the enemy Raptors, and both junglers, in fact, are on Vision.
Yep. Just some known vertical jungling. And we will see how this impacts the early game very soon. And we'll see if either want to cross the rift. I don't think so. All eyes on Doiv, of course, the rookie jungle player here for Bro. A player we have some experience casting in challengers. But still, you know, that challengers effect, sometimes the stats Bull has shown us don't really matter. They don't really add up. So I don't want to really get too deep into it, but see if we can make an impact here. I like the attempt to do something cool in vertical jungle early.
Yep, I think it's kind of cute. What we're going, like, so what I want, right, after this Bull situation has happened where he's really changed the narrative around himself by moving into the LCK and having such a great performance, I think it's clean slates. I'm not going to invoke challenger stuff anymore. It's just going to be, you've started off here, Doiv, brand new factor, surprise. We'll just have to see whether he's going to be good or not.
I also got totally boom. It's not vertical jungling.
No, it's not.
I just when you said opposite sides, I just in my head I was like looking at other stuff on the remap. I was like, it's vertical. It's not.
No, but they
Never
were
mind. So just
vertically.
disregard everything I
they
said.
were relatively vertically aligned on the map at that point in time, and they were jungling.
Yeah.
So
I got boomed by King and Skin. Now I'm just, I don't know. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone.
Maybe it's
they are moving vertically from top to the bottom and on the opposite side.
Hey, it's true.
Yeah.
F is also moving towards the enemy team.
Horizontal laning.
Yep. Horizontal laning. Is it diagonal laning though?
A little bit at times.
All right. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I need more coffee, Atlas.
Yeah, I need some. I forgot to get a water, so I'm also a little bit doomed. Maybe we can work something out. Game 2. Don't worry, guys. Everything is going to be absolutely fine. As Pioshik is just here to support. He will start off on his Krugs, and Doiv getting some vision on this grub pit.
Yeah, look at that. He knows how to Maokai.
He's Maokaiing. He's getting over that wall, saplinging stuff. Saplinging, really?
Yeah.
Perfect going to shove this way forward. And he actually has passed the Huni test. Huni, not at work today, but he would be proud if he was watching.
Yeah, like, the pressure is real. And, you know, if you get a teleport out, it feels really nice when you're running Ignite, obviously, because you don't have your own teleport, so you got to get tempo advantage where you can. Found himself a 10 CS lead already, forced the Null Magic Mantle buy, which doesn't feel great, but it is kind of just necessary, unfortunately, in this early matchup. So, yep, doing all of the Rumble things that you want to do, getting that top side prio, bottom side, obviously, a little bit more open-ended here. And mid, you know, Tristana should be putting some pressure on the Corki. This will allow Bro to come over here, secure vision, not actually committing to the dragon itself just yet. And make sure this is at least a trade of objectives if Pioshik just starts this up right away. And they will now feel comfortable to take this. So with the amount of prio they have mid and the control bottom side, it's kind of a no-brainer. We have seen some weird games, as we saw in our previous series, where both objectives go over. And even with that Rumble prio top side here, they don't have any control anywhere else to try to get both.
Yeah, the early Center Nautilus not exactly doing the most stuff, but you can see Beryl's farming just fine, yet to go back. Does have teleport, much like we often see in this lane. And we should be able to just reach relative equality when it comes to the mid game in this one. And I think that's where Bro really wants to start moving, but their composition, it feels a bit late game aimed, but I'm really worried about trying to aim for a late game when there's Corki that exists in your video game.
Yeah, that's
where the checkmate feels like it exists as interesting. Hook gonna connect there by Beryl.
Get some stacks. Yeah, there's also the Senna in the late game as well, Atlas. You know.
Oh right, yeah.
Also, Rumble tends to do pretty well when it has his ultimate fully fully leveled up. But
oh, Karis just pressed rocket jump, but Perfect is looking for a kill onto Morgan, and he'll get it. And gets away. No worries!
just out of turret aggregate. Observers couldn't keep up with all the aggression as Karas was trying to make a play mid, but that doesn't go well either. And yeah, this is the kind of lead I was talking about a Rumble can get, and it starts to become a huge problem here for Morgan as a level 6 here.
Oh, Pyoshik not pressing the button. Didn't want to go underneath the turret, and that is understandable. He will just keep on moving. Didn't invest anything into that play whatsoever. Karis did have to use the rocket jump, but not too much from him either. So just a little bit of a neutral play as Pyoshik, if at first you don't succeed, try again. As Karis going to have to flash over the wall, and Pyoshik is now tanking 3 turret shots. So
he's all right. He
got the flash.
Where? Who? Nobody touched him. If he died, he would have been executed. He was never.
Hey, there we go.
Does he flash? No, he's fine.
It's a quick back. That's what it's called. As Ancient's Grasp coming on through here as PDD underneath the turret will take a soccer ball to the face. And all right, more fighting here as we head down towards the bottom side of the map. Envy taking so much damage here as Beryl is just hitting them with his anchor. That snare not going to connect as Deft is going to back away.
Good old Sentinel's pressure to force a heal.
Yeah.
Not actually supposed to happen, but they are putting the pressure on. They're hitting 2 people with Qs. Deft is actually stacked pretty hard early on in this game because he's had so many opportunities to, and it's not looking great down there. It's not looking great over here as he just puts himself in harm's way and channels on the equalizer there.
So wait, he misclicked his ult and then solo killed what? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Sure, no.
Yeah, he ulted. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, it was. It made Huni proud though. Ignite on cooldown. Dead Cassante.
I mean, Huni does do a fair bit of judgment based on ult usage. So Perfect has got a little bit of an uphill battle on that front.
Ultimate usage, but also itemization. He didn't rush Sorg's shoes, but with the extra money he picked up, he's going early Leandries.
I love that. And there's no Swifties yet. There is
hope. There is still hope.
Oh my goodness.
And
has Perfect been watching our broadcast?
Maybe he has. And we were pretty kind when he had that one Udyr game. So
yeah.
I hope he appreciates that.
I'm just psyched that he's gone to the school of Huni. Sometimes it's just the right thing to do. And he may have gone there. We will have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's
because
too early.
It's like Leandries is on the way, but that one's not a surprise for our Rumbles. Although we have
sometimes,
yeah, it has come surprisingly late in other times. As Morgan is just continuing to get burnt down. This is what happened to Perfect. He took a break and he's like, I have decided violence.
I mean, Rumble is just so good in this matchup if you can play it well, and he certainly is. Doiv is in trouble.
Doiv is going to have to twist an advance. Does manage to push Pyoshik away. That is a decent ulti, but it's not going to be enough. Deft dawns the shadow, and that is going to be it. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, Beryl is getting plates bottom side all the while. I mean, he might. He's pushing a wave in, so they probably will get one because Envy rotated up, and he's not here for the play. So they're going to lose Grubs. They're going to lose Doiv. And Beryl is trying to get plate gold, and I think he will secure 1 plate here with 3 grubs.
Yep.
Just barely on his way out. Casual walk away and collect plate money.
He was so close to having some Void Mites there as well.
And unfortunately for Doiv, the way that Pyoshik utilized his ultimate there allows him to just get on top of that poor Maokai. The ultimate from Deft secures the kill, so Deft picks up money. 6 grubs now to KT Rolster. And it's a bit of a rough start here, unfortunately, for the side of Bro. Perfect stacking up a bunch of money here. We're getting that Leandries purchase soon. And, mind you, he's putting this pressure on Morgan without boots. He's putting it out there like he is just crushing him.
He is. He has the biggest gold lead outside of Beryl, but that's a confusing stat because, of course, Beryl against Effort isn't really what we're tracking. It's kind of him against Envy, but you can see that Deft is only 300 gold behind. So the bot lane has way more money, as some of these center lanes tend to do. But Perfect, his lead, that's a big deal. And that is going to be a big problem here. We'll see whether the Lord can get himself together as BDD. He's got his first package to deliver.
Yeah.
Off to work.
I mean, this is the kind of walk up and say the objective belongs to me type of situation that we were talking about. The Rumble isn't here. Doesn't have teleport, of course, just going to go topside, but they know there's no commitment here. Morgan doesn't have TP, they know that. And so it's really easy to just have package for the guarantee, head over there, take the dragon, call it a day. It's Infernal Soul, which is not good news.
Oh, God.
At all.
There's a Rumble, and an Infernal Soul. So that's frightening. Bro, pretty happy that they did manage to get at least one of these Drakes, so Infernal Soul not going to be too close, but still. Morgan is just going to continue to not have a very good time. He's built only magic resist, but look at this.
But he is not resisting.
Yeah, Perfect has this mask thing, and Morgan has a cape, and that's it.
He even got the ability haste in the bottle.
Yeah, the ability. It's like Navi?
Yeah, it's like you've got the bottle in Ocarina of Time, and you just grab some ability haste.
Yeah.
Kept it in there for when you need it later.
If he has that and he dives a turret and dies, I'm going to think that actually it's because he's complaining afterwards. There's a pause, and then he's like, yeah, but I had a fairy. What? I'm supposed to be revived. Everything's fine. I need at least 8 hearts after this, okay?
Yeah. I mean, it's the situations here for Bro to come back with in this game, as it is a just natural, it's a 2-kill lead. Obviously, there was some, there was a solo kill topside. There was the mistake there from Doi where he got caught. Proactive play from KT. But the fact that they have this hole in the top side of the Rift with Morgan is really just going to become a bigger and bigger problem as who can catch and punish a Rumble in sides when he's fed. It's not going to happen. He is proxying a Cassante.
Yeah, this is the ostrich treatment where the more you ignore the top lane, the more it doesn't exist, right? That's what Bro's hoping for. It's like the head in the sand, because there is no help for Morgan. He is just continuing to have a bad time.
I mean, even the harpoon, when you get hit by that harpoon that Leandri starts taking, it just makes you want to cry. When you're playing in a Rumble at this stage, you're like,
and it's Morgan as well. We know he's such a sweetheart. Oh, everything. It's difficult. Morgan will find almost a Q3.
He empowers his Q. He's just going to burn through. That's half your health gone.
Sacrificing half of your health to remove vision. Only a true Giga Chad would make that call.
Perfect is wishing he went first strike with how this lane is going.
Yeah. As Bro looking for a Rift Herald, they might be able to get it. The investment of 4 people in this area.
So, I mean, this is definitely securable.
There's an equalizer from a level 11 Rumble.
Yeah, this is a bit of a potential problem. He's not going to commit.
Okay, we're not.
Not without any help. There's a world with Deft's ult and really nice equalizer. Maybe there's something there, but I like the idea to just say, not going to commit. They'll let Bro have this one objective. It's going to be difficult for them to utilize it, considering their lack of control on the Rift right now. As BDD is just hanging out bottom side, he's being shadowed by Pioshik. Anyone who comes over to try to match this Corki is going to have a tough time. 2 minutes till Dragon and Perfect is like, I'll finish the job.
I think this turret is well and truly dead. Void Might's in the area. Extra damage now available. So that is some pretty good use of the grubs. Kev, Steve, and Bob certainly doing some work there. So nicely done. KT securing the first turret, and that money going to the Rumble. That's pretty devastating for Bro. That's only going to become more and more of an issue.
Yeah.
We head further into this one. I want to see him go back and actually build the Sork Shoes, though, because I think that's the best way to really double down on the victory that he's picked up in lane.
Yeah, let's see. You get the feeling he's not going to buy it.
He'll just buy an outright rocket belt.
Do I need to go? Yeah, do I need to go faster shoes if I just can go
What if you can just dash, you know?
It doesn't need tier 2 boots, doesn't need that magic pen. He's like, yeah, you got a cowl and a Negatron cloak. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care about that.
But you can go really fast for an instant.
Yes.
There you go.
He's ready for more solo kills on the top lane.
And look, I don't blame him, because this has been a huge turnaround. Perfect's week last week was pretty rough, to be totally honest. And we've got a few teams where top side of the map does feel disconnected. That was something for KT last week. Even in their match against D+, where we know Kingen has been struggling a fair bit as well. Even though they won that series, Perfect didn't have the greatest of times until kind of game 3.
I mean, the situation in this game now with Perfect opening up the top side of the Rift, the Corki that's just happily scaling, about to finish a cull, by the way. that BDD picked up because he just doesn't. He's not underneath rate, doesn't care about anything. He just wants some additional gold he can cash in on. So he's going to have that done in 6 minions time. They have package for this next fight is going to be the second Drake. So stacking up that percentage-based scaling here. He will have the opportunity to get at least 2 of those regular ones. Is he just going to look for Morgan?
Yep. Morgan was thinking about trying to take down this turret. Isn't going to be able to as he has a package delivered to him.
I mean, BDD is just packaging the enemy soul laner because that's how much control they have. This could be an opportunity.
Yeah, Carrot's actually coming over. As Solar Flare comes down, Pyoshik will mitigate that one as Dawning Shadow flies in, and here's the teleport. It's perfect, it's a scary one, but Beryl is just 1v2 at the moment. Effort will fall down as now BDD is going to make his way in. And MB down to about 100 health, and Beryl's able to flash his way out. Morgan, he can't catch up to him. Oh, the flash, that was a good one. As BDD will just demand control, and
oh man,
KT, they just win everything.
Envy is now flashless and ultless, healless as well. Everything's down for the Xayah, who's sitting on a Kraken Slayer in a dream. And that was just a beautiful map rotation for KT Rolster because they put BDD, because he can get there quickly with the package, to the top side.
And I thought that Perfect was teleporting in. He's got Ignite. He was like igniting his way to that ward.
So they send Corki top to deal with that because he has TP. Perfect goes bottom, so he's exactly where he needs to be. Look at the map right now. While they're defending that top side turret, Perfect's exactly where he needs to be to make sure this is guaranteed a take. And then, unfortunately, even though it looks like an opportunity here for Bro, they have no control here in mid. And look at Beryl just on his own because he's actually tank Nautilus here, not support Nautilus. Able to just block Envy out of this fight, and there's just no hope. Beryl's like getting Infernal Shards and peacing out.
Yeah.
It's a disaster, and Envy's now down everything. Good map movements from KT, and the scaling is not supposed to be hitting this hard at this stage in the game, but it is, unfortunately, for the side of Bro.
Yeah, Malignance is now done here for BDD. He's an eclipse away from being the most broken champion in League of Legends on this patch, as Deft is possibly a little bit too far forward. Rockets are now coming in as the Nature's Grasp comes out. BDD just avoids it. There's a big one. And there's 2 items that only gets worse from here, guys.
No, it does not get better. And the fact that they are able to find a Senna and then still just have to walk away just tells you the story of the damage that KT have and the respect that needs to be shown. And Deft had Flash, so he's able to get over the wall there. Flash and Cleanse now down, but absolutely worth it, and just they're fishing for any opportunity they can get on the Rift as this turret is the target. They were finally going to be able to force this one down, but it's taken so long, and it's going to cost them a lot of deep vision on the bottom side of the map, as you can see here. So still, I mean, that's all you can do as Bro is to try to find gold somewhere for this Tristana.
Yeah,
other bigger problems to solve.
Yeah. You've got Pyoshik waiting for someone rotating over to protect this outer turret is perfect with Equalizer up. I mean, Envy, he does have the Feather Storm, but he's burning. What has to be avoided with the Feather Storm, and he does clear out the minion wave. So there is at least that. It's a big cooldown to invest, but he does keep himself alive, and that is certainly good news as Morgan and Perfect will spot one another. Perfect throws some harpoons, but there is a Rooker now completed by Morgan. And that item's pretty strong if you do magic damage, so there's certainly some good news there. But still, 3,000 gold is the lead here for KT. Some opportunities, right? Like, it's not completely over, but it really feels rough going for Bro.
It feels like there's still something in the tank. You know, there's the rainy day fund of like Tristana, if they win one team fight, can kill a bunch of turrets, and there's some standing gold on the Rift that can be picked up, right? And if they do end up winning that Miracle team fight, there's a way. And where there's a Bro, where there's a Giga Chat, there's a way, something like that. You know?
There's one of those things we can say.
You know, let's try to be positive here. My mother told me, you know, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And I'm a commentator, so we gotta search.
Figure it out.
We gotta search.
Yeah.
The situation here is quite dire. And I think in 90 seconds time, if Bro can't pull something out of the hat, we will tell you guys the brutal truth, which is that there probably is no way back in. And that's going to be double Infernal Drake stacked up on this already massively fed Rumble.
Or maybe what we can do is just continue saying that there's a chance until the Nexus explodes, and then the game will be over.
Why don't we just make a new TikTok trend right now? And it's called silent commentary, where you cast the game, but you don't say anything because you're not allowed to be. You know, you're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, that's true.
The unfortunate reality.
The thing is, we can always say, right? You know how it's like, don't say anything if you don't have anything nice to say. Well, KT's in the game, right? And so they're doing all right. And Perfect is having a great game on Rumble as well. He has been on like Udyr duty, Kazante duty for a lot of the time. And I feel like Rumble, you have a lot more on your shoulders, you know? Yeah. And he's doing a good job.
He is. Like, he's the reason why KT have such a powerful amount of control over the top, have had a powerful amount of control over the top side, why Corki can just sit up here and free farm and is under no pressure, can just now come back, grab a package, and head in. 10 seconds to Drake, and Bro have prio, but like we've talked about so much, package plus equalizer says I can take that whenever I want, and somehow Effort has to pull a miracle out of a hat here to catch somebody.
Yeah, don't be anywhere near this Drake. Not this one. BDD has package. He has, oh my god, the big ones are just so big, but the Corki is going to be wiped out immediately. But at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? That is the question. The equalizer had already done so much work. Effort's burning, but he is not going to survive, I don't think. Pioshik presses the R button and he is taken down. Pioshik wants even more, but there is a Drake to be considered here, KT. A 2-for-1, probably the best news here for Bro.
Yeah.
They will lose out on the Drake, and that's soul point for KT.
I mean, you can see some of the inherent risks in this type of composition for KT. Like, the Corki is going to get blown up if it's ever caught. It shouldn't be, but if it is, it doesn't last very long. You can see even in that last moment there with Morgan, Rumble pretty squishy while he's on the chase. You know, if you actually could line this up, if you're not this massively far behind, Bro absolutely had a chance in this game, and we'll see again, BDD sitting on package here. Morgan gets on top of him. The follow-up is there from Doi. Effort gets in there as well, but the equalizer just ruins everybody's pylon attempt here. So yeah, you got one champion, but you lost about 2/3 of the health bars of all 5 of yours at the same time, and so ultimately it's not going to be a big win here for Bro. But as you said, best news they could hope for. Yeah, Perfect, kind of squishy here, but there's no follow-up.
They were really lucky BDD didn't have a chance to press the package button, as BDD is going to take a kill onto Effort there as well. Get some revenge after the last team fight that he didn't really like too much. Because yeah, if he had been able to press the package button, then that would have been catastrophic.
That would have been a 5 dead Bro players and a Baron.
Yeah, and that would have been less good. So at least now we can talk about the good things for Bro, and that is the fact that the game is still going. The Baron is untaken. There is still hope. There is still a chance. There is still something that they can do.
Yeah,
it's very small, and it's yeah.
I mean,
it's a dire situation.
It is quite not good.
Yeah,
it is.
Oh,
pretty bad.
Barrel. Okay, Envy doing a fair bit of damage here. Might want to pop this, but decides that he is safe enough, and that was a good call because the Feather Storm is extremely important.
It is really
if he
huge.
puts that on cooldown, then Pioshik just kills you anytime he sees you.
That's why I think it's totally warranted for Beryl to try to trade those ultimates like that. There are just so many threats that Envy has to deal with, and yeah, Beryl's just going to be on cooldown for a little bit longer here, but if they had faster follow-up, or if Deft is able to hit that root onto Envy, you know, you get that guaranteed, and then you could probably just start Baron. Karis is going to get pushed away.
Yeah, Effort going to take a fair bit of damage here. Does press the Eclipse button, but a little bit too late.
Look at that Malignance damage onto the Tristana. Just one rocket connecting, and he's got to basically back away. And now some respect being shown for Doiv, who is nearby with ultimate by BDD. But KT, the time is on their side. They don't actually have to force anything. Corki doesn't have to kill that turret. They don't have to group around Baron. They don't have to start Baron right now. They can just keep pushing waves when they can, and then walk away from Bro repeatedly until that next Infernal Drake is up, because that's where they win the game.
Yeah. And now you've got BDD making his way back, and he has his Eclipse. So, I mean, it still does get worse, right? Like Void stuff coming on through, things like that. As, all right, BDD this time able to avoid the Solar Flare. Does get caught by the Nature's Grasp, but it's not really doing too much. And you can see Deft just convincing everybody else to leave his friends alone. Now, Perfect comes in from the backside, hits Envy with one rocket, and does about a third of his health bar. I think he had already lost a little bit of health to some rockets, but this is incidental damage.
Yeah.
Desire, like, had not actually participated at all and was below half health.
Yeah, nope. And that turret is gone.
Yep.
They kept it alive for one more wave, and then now it's gone. And now they're looking for Inner, because they have range, they have poke, and Spades are going to force a teleport here, but what can Morgan do? He's going to show up to watch it burn. And Envy's now half health again, and Corki is busted. You let this one through. You're really going to be regretting that. I think we'll probably see a change up in the draft, but the Rumble is also a big problem. They tried to make a play there, and Perfect just put his equalizer on the ground, and that was it. It's done. You can't do it anymore. You can't follow up. You can't walk through that. And so 90 seconds until this dragon spawns. Perfect. Gonna have Equalizer back up. It's on such a low cooldown. And
oh
bro,
man!
I mean, it feels so hopeless. You chose this life, you know.
Yeah, and
working through.
I do want to say that Perfect has actually picked up like best items in like as far as like Huni is concerned. He is ticking all the boxes. Absolutely amazing stuff. Perfect now. Getting towards Bro. Desperation Baron, but it is getting taken down very, very quickly. Pyoshik in the area. There's an equalizer. Oh my god, the burn. But Doiv is able to lock it down, and now he flashes away. It's highway robbery.
Can they get out, though, is the question.
Well, Pyoshik is chasing after Doiv, but the Bramble Smash is there. Envy is likely to die. That is a Dawning Shadow and a rocket to the back of the head.
I mean,
but they get out with 4 Barons?
Yeah, Morgan's going to get out with that Empowered Recall, so 4 Barons. Let's see if this ends up being a significant swing of gold here.
The turnaround!
Because in order for them to get the value out of that turret in mid, for example, and any other turret on the Rift, they actually have to get Prio. And yes, Baron makes that very easy in most cases, but the wave clear here and the poke damage they're going to have to fight their way through. The Baron buffed minions will help, and they should be able to get some element of Prio towards this dragon. They're not going to get there first, but maybe they can get there and contest. But again, Perfect's Equalizer coming up here pretty shortly. Pyoshik ult also nearly done. And if KT give up this dragon, you know what? They're not going to feel too bad about it either.
Yeah, I mean, KT's
they're not even going to contest.
Yeah, Karis didn't have teleport, so there was no contest there at all. They're like, well, we got Baron, so they at least cannot take that for the next little while. And so the Drake is going to be claimed. That is a 3 Infernal Soul as BDD making his way towards this top side. We're going to have a look at a bit of a sneak preview of what the damage may be capable of, but no, Effort's able to make himself a bit scarce.
Look at
Deft. Deft. Yeah, Morgan getting slowed, getting shot. My god. And he's able to run away, but does have to press his ghost button as a Senna was running at him.
Yeah, that's
cathartic. If you're an 80 carry, right, and you watch a Senna chase away and get summoner spells out of a Cassante, that feels good.
Yeah, it certainly is quite satisfying. In Morgan's case, he's crying internally.
Oh yeah,
as this happens.
Maybe even externally. It's a roughie.
Yeah.
It's a really tough game here. As Effort will get snared. There's a hook, but it's interrupted. Solar Flare is decent there as well as Bro will pile in. The Dawning Shadow's decent as Pyoshik will be taken down first, but Doiv just explodes. The hook is going to land in KT. They say we're trading 2 for 1 until we take your Nexus.
Is Perfect just going to be the new Canyon where it's either POG performance or 0-7 on the top lane? Like,
I mean, he learned from the best, right? Like, BDD was the original who would just claim POGs every single time.
I mean, the guy is just putting these equalizers exactly where they need to be. And I know it's when you're this far ahead, it's not like it's the most impressive thing we've ever seen, but he's just doing his job exactly right with the massive goal.
The reason why they're so ahead, though, is because he completely destroyed Morgan.
Well, he destroyed Morgan, and then he's destroying every team fight by pressing R. And the Corki that's 4-1 and 4 this game isn't actually the main character, which normally at 30 minutes, the Corki is actually doing a lot. He's still doing a lot, but they're dying to Equalizer.
Well, Effort is diving as, all right, Perfect is going to go down to half health here. Featherstorm does come through as Envy. He can pull those back. Buster Shot going to be used here as Deft. Oh, Envy almost able to get a kill, but Perfect just dash cannons him to death. And now a teleport is coming forward. That is a wallet diff if ever I've seen one. I think that if Bro had a little bit of parity as far as money and Drakes and everything else on the map, then that could have gone a whole lot better.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shade to Effort in that moment. I mean, the engage was good onto a squishy rumble, but you're just so far behind, it doesn't matter. And now it's going to push to end as BD is bringing the package to the enemy Nexus. He's completing the delivery. Corkis usually don't do that, but this time he's going from one side to the other.
Yep, making sure that he follows through, gets it all the way to its destination. Look at this poke damage. It is absurd. Package delivered. There's the hook, but the Zenith Blade was there. Still, they're going to be able to take down everyone underneath this turret. The Dawning Shadow comes in. Def doesn't care about turret shots. They have lost an entire minion wave, so they'll need to wait for that one. But it's only Karis and Envy that are left up and available to defend these Nexus turrets.
The Might's getting some little chip damage in for you as well as bye-bye.
It's so silly. He has got almost... Oh, okay. Yep. BDD is big time online. There's the flash forward from Kyoshik. The hook's gonna connect, and the Xayah is chain CC. No Featherstorm, no chance, and the Nexus will go down. KT and utter shellacking over Bro here, and it's all thanks to the rookie in the top lane.
Easy game for Perfect. I mean, he just completely dismantled Morgan. Straight up in a 1v1. And, you know, I mentioned it, Cassante doesn't feel that safe into Rumble. There are ways you can abuse it, but we don't always see it go that well because the Cassante players can mitigate some of that harassment. They'll sacrifice some CS to make sure they can still stay under turret, stay in the game. Don't let that Rumble just take a whole turret and all of its plates. I think he missed one plate, but otherwise got everything there on the top side so early that a composition that already didn't really have that much synergy, that was already fairly low range, just wasn't able to actually fight ever. And then the Corki became a bigger and bigger problem as the game went on, but it didn't even matter. Like, I'm actually curious to see who does more damage in this game. It might actually be pretty close between those two.
I think it's probably still beat. Oh, okay. Def did the most damage in the game.
I didn't see that one coming.
No, neither did I. That's kind of crazy. But BDD still able to do a whole lot, and you can see Bro just not able to answer. Even a little bit, really. Giving away 3 Infernals in a row.
We got to see a better draft in the second game, Atlas. That is the main key.
And it's not even necessarily that. They just need to prevent KT from getting a God draft. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
내가 맞아줄게. 스타 맞았다. 살짝 볼게. 앞에부터 때려, 앞에부터.
잡았어. 다이아 10초야, 다이아 10초.
라인 없긴 해. 라인 없다. 이거 미니언 못 써. 라인 없어. 그만할까? 할래?
근데 말할 것 같은데. 다이아 노플이야, 다이아 노플.
이거 내가 그냥 큐플로 찍어도 돼? 나 근데 호응 안 된다. 오케이.
다이아 필요 없어.
일단 아래 타워부터 해보자.
씨, 데미지 봐. 맞았다.
야, 뺐다. 상터. 와우.
한번 줄게.
나이스.
끝났어.
다이아 필요 없어.
풀 찍어도 돼.
잡아.
와우. 그렇게.
나이스.
됐네.
나 2,000원 있는데. 한만 좀 생각하면 돼.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of KT Rolster up against OK Bro, and that one was a bit of a stomp. I'm still Valdez. With me is, of course, Ox and Chronicler still. And yeah, there was a lot of stuff that happened in the game, but it was very one-sided towards KT.
Was there?
But before we get into that, Chronicler, let's go over this draft, because I feel like a lot of us had a lot to say about many parts of this draft.
Yeah, I was really not a fan of the Xayah coming out here. Like, Xayah's best scenarios are when you're carrying backwards and things are coming into you. And I can kind of understand the mindset where, like, you're into Vi Rumble. You're like, oh, you know, we need an AD carry. You can survive, like, a Vi ulting because the Rumble is going to be on top. But the Corki just makes it so unplayable. Like, Corki's just going to poke you from 5 miles away. Nothing in your composition is going to be able to really match him. And then KT end up blocking in the center Nord, so you have another super long-range carry, and Nord can just play bouncer the whole time. So, like, Maokai and Leona are really going to struggle to reach the backline, and Xayah is just never going to hit anything meaningful. Most of the time, you're just getting poked out from miles away, and you know, I obviously going into this, KT are the stronger team. The expectation is they're going to come out ahead, but the draft did Bro no favors.
I'm getting broken down every single time.
Broken?
Yes, broken down, because the problem is this is all face up into Corki. This is a composition where if you're the one taking control of the game early on, if you are Breon, right, and you have an opponent that's full melee, great composition. Lovely. Maokai can create space. You have double AD carry for a lot of damage. Eventually you can even get... But you get severely outranged from the get-go.
Yeah, it was a problem. I feel like there may have been one nice step in the direction of OK Karsten, just go for the Azir into Corki this time. That was nice. I thought it was also confusing that Milio was just totally ignored. Like, he's really strong.
I think that sounds broken.
And both teams are just like, yeah, we're just not going to play it. Especially on the side of Bro, they could have picked it instead of Xayah, and then maybe you play something else. And either way, didn't quite pan out that way. We do have some highlights. Starting off with this play on the top side is perfect. Was able to get a solo kill under the turret.
And this was after he accidentally used his ultimate. And then he gets a solo bolo. Shout out to the Huni rune page. And the reason why we have this as one continuous first highlight is because this is all that happened in like the first 15 to 20 minutes that was relevant. And then after that, nothing really went down anymore. It was just, this was the one fight, right? They were able to contest, and then the contest failed, and then effort died, and then that was it.
And the thing is, against a Corki team, like, the game is on a timer. There's not many comps that can actually deal with Corki once he's got 3 items on level 16. And the Corki in this game got the 4 items, picked up the Shojin as well, so it's like even more severe. And I feel like Bro just really didn't push anything significantly enough.
Yeah, they also had Doive coming in, which we were a little bit confused about. You know, Gideon seemed pretty serviceable. Even in their last series, it was like he was actually able to do some stuff against TRX, but Doive came in. They didn't really have a lot of proactivity, as we have seen that has been a problem for this team in the past. We do have a second highlight. This was actually the Drake fight at around 22 minutes. We decided we wanted to just show off what can happen by the end of it all, even with Bro getting a nice engage.
Yeah, Bro actually really played this one well, getting the initial engage on a Corki, but the problem is both your carries end up clumped. They'd already taken a rocket, and they end up stacked on the equalizer, and now they're just kiting away. They can't get up close again to KT. They're poked out, and they're outranged, and there's no real options here.
And it's a big thing for me, kind of letting go of what Bro did, because obviously I have some stuff I would need to work on in that regard. I think that KT also played a really clean game. I think Barrel again showcasing, actually did some really cute stuff with a support item where he sold it to get Frozen Heart, then bought it back later because the quest doesn't actually get interrupted. I think he's been looking really good. Deft was just a really, really solid Senna in this game as well. Never ever threatened, always ready to follow up in case that the enemy did overstep. So I think KT's looking great, just a very clean, straightforward game. It's just unfortunate that their opponent wasn't really able to muster more resistance.
Yeah, KT looking pretty good. Let's see who does pick up the POG for game number 1 on the side of KT, who will be Perfect, who after that first mistake equalizer, he was able to hit a lot of great ones further on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the solo kill was obviously massive. The fact that he had used his equalizer incorrectly, we saw him in the player cam adjusting his settings, gets a solo kill. But in all these fights, if you actually track the impact of these equalizers, this one is massive. All the key targets it connects onto, and even with the Xayah ult, still taking so much damage.
And we were kind of skeptical of the Nautilus, but I think in that moment we saw that KT actually plays really well synergized, right? They're really ready, even with BDD getting taken down on the Corki. They're doing a really good job of actually utilizing the fact that Perfect is so far ahead. I wasn't expecting a 12 out of 12, though. I think there were some other great votes, but
POG.
look at him go!
12 out of 12. I thought at least we'd get like 1 or 2 barrel votes, maybe a death vote, or a Corki media vote.
Damage, yeah.
We could have had that, but instead, just 12 out of 12. It was perfect. Guys, we do have a game number 2 on the way. Let's go back to the casters for that second game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And I will have to let everyone know that I indeed messaged Huni to make sure that he was aware. And I assume he just messaged everyone who votes and made sure that they voted for the Rumble that built the right items, took the right rune page, and the right summoner spells.
He did it. He did all the Rumble things. And yeah, that misclick on the ultimate, unfortunately, Morgan also kind of stepped on it for a little bit too. Lost a lot of health there in that moment. There were a lot of things that went wrong. I think Bro gonna have to get their confidence back, and that's not the type of game where you walk out going, all right, I'm ready for game 2. It is probably a hard time in the coaching booth there after that one. But I hope that there was some discussion about a Corki ban.
Yeah, there we go.
We got that one. We're moving forward in the right direction.
And now, maybe, KT would just pick melee champions and they can play the same draft and everything will be fine.
I suppose that could occur, Atlas.
Hey, Wolf, I made a mistake. I made a mistake on my little sheet where I was writing down the bans.
Yeah.
I wrote Orianna, they banned Rakan second, and then I just wrote Karis.
Well,
Karis is the mid laner for the opposing side. I assume I meant to write Callista, but I just wanted to let you in on some of the mistakes that have been going on here, as the Lucian ban is going to come through as well.
let's see what he does draft for himself, because Lucian's gone. I mean, it's Envy's best pick when he was on Sandbox, and Callista gone. That's the type of player that Envy normally is just a bully, lane bully type. You know, not as good at scaling champs outside of Zeri, which he had some moments on. Perfect will get the first pick Udyr, which will raise some eyebrows to Perfect stands out there who love it when he plays everything but Udyr. But, you know, we'll see how he does on it. It's a very safe first pick here, very blindable. I think they just want to get more info about either what's happening in the bottom lane or what Karis is going to lock in here. And we'll see if it's just going to be Morgan playing the Cassante again, since that is also open. That would be my bet.
Yep, and I think that KT are more than happy to play either a Melio lane or a Senna lane. And so you don't really need to worry about locking anything in straight away.
Are they ashing? Are they Sejuani Ash here?
The Freljordian combo?
I feel like that...
Could it be Braum as well?
It would allow you to follow up on engage for
And then a Nivea Olaf?
I don't... let's stick with these two for now.
Oh, you don't want a Penta Freljord?
Let's not do this, though!
Oh, dearie me! Okay, that's a blind Azir.
So right now, BD is like, it's Akali time. He's like, it's my chance. And the coach's house were like, no, actually, we're probably going to just play this conservatively, but...
I mean, Vi Akali actually sounds fine. Or Lee Sin Akali. A few things Akali.
He doesn't have to play Akali. He doesn't have to play
Silas.
He could. Yeah, he doesn't have to. He could just play Talia also, which is
true.
You know, pretty easy to play out. You can just go Vi and still play Talia, and the duo is quite strong.
Yep.
Yoshik is like,
he's like, do I really get to play this again?
He's like, is this?
Whoa, that's
okay?
Darius.
Okay, now this is a pick we've seen from Keen to counter the Udyr. That worked extremely well. Morgan's gonna pull it out now.
That's downright Morgan. I love it. And I think after experiencing what he went through in Game 1, there will be some pent-up aggression that he can try to exercise, utilizing this Darius.
And now, you know, we have similar ban with this Caitlyn coming through again. We'll see what the bans end up going into. I think Envy has an opportunity to play Milio and Aphelios this time. Like, obviously, you were playing the Aphelios part of that duo. I think that might be advised with this draft, because if the Darius doesn't get a Keen level lead and Azir is, yeah, he scales, but he's not going to be the same powerhouse he has been for reasons we've discussed a lot over the last week. I think you will need some scaling to this draft. And if you just pick Xayah or Rakan here, I mean, that's fairly safe, but...
Rakan is getting banned, right?
I would assume so. So you either ban Milio here or you ban Rakan. I ban Rakan every time, just because it seems so easy to follow up on the Sejuani ult with that. And you just don't want to deal with that.
Yep.
Unless they're planning on picking it themselves. and hoping that it's left up, I'd say you just toss it away.
I think you just ban the Rakan and then see whether they pick Senna or the Melio. And then if they pick one of them, you pick the other. And you make yourself the composition that you want. Tahm Kench is going to be locked in. So now Senna Nautilus comes out, and then you play Tahm Kench Jinx.
Yeah, I feel like the Tahm Kench is actually a pretty clever move here because Tahm Kench Jinx does work well with the scaling situation they have. Great follow-up on Sejuani ult. Obviously, you put the traps down, or you can, even as Kench, like get on top of that too if you have enough control over the Rift. And I think that's like the gamble they're hoping for is like, all right, you're going to play Senna, we'll play Tahm Kench Jinx. If you don't play Senna, we'll play the Senna ourselves, and we'll have another aspect of scaling to the comp. If you lock the Senna here, you know, you could still do it the other way, but clearly they didn't want to play Senna. Otherwise, I think they would have simply done that. Maokai.
Ooh, the barrel's special. Unless we're cooking. There could be all sorts of things.
No top Maokai Udyr jungle shenanigans.
What about Vi Senna though?
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna say I think it's gonna be boring, Atlas.
Yeah, I think it should be Maokai. Of course, Beryl is a very keen Maokai support player, and there is the Aphelios.
They went Aphelios into Vi.
Yes, they did. But they have a Devour.
True, they have one of those. It is going to be a scary time for Envy on the Rift, let's just say. As even if he's devoured, the safety net isn't always going to be there. I think the positioning of Morgan has got to be very good. And when you're dealing with the Senna range, you're just always going to be kind of poked out and chunked out unless you are winning the game basically from the beginning. As we've seen from Senna with so many different supports throughout this entire season, be it the weird Ornn tech or the Nautilus or the Seraphine, eventually you find yourself on a bit of a timer if you are a slow, or rather short-ranged AD carry that also scales. You just kind of get outscaled, not in terms of damage per se necessarily, but in terms of your ability to have agency on the Rift. It can be quite challenging.
Certainly can, but I see this as a huge win for Bro, because when we were coming out of the last draft, we were looking for ways for them to potentially win the game, and we saw not very many, if any at all. This time, there is a clear avenue towards that top side of the map. They do have Aphelios for late game insurance. Karis is on the Azir, which isn't necessarily a good luck charm at the moment, but there's Devour to deal with Vi's target and things like that. There are options here for Brionne this time around. So let's jump into game number 2 and see whether they can bring us to a game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh, that was really cool because they swapped positions. I like that one.
Changing it up.
Absolutely fantastic. Perfect is baiting. Oh my goodness, please tell me. If Morgan... Oh, Twisted Advance taken first here by Beryl. And Morgan is already down to 200 health underneath this turret.
Well,
okay, he's fine. Minions haven't spawned yet.
He should be okay, but definitely great opportunity seized there by KT Rolster. And, you know, there's not much that Bro can get in return. See Envy going to come down here to this brush, which can actually be quite nice. Some extra Calibrum damage off potentially here in the bottom lane. But the key here is Morgan has to blow neither Summoner, nor does he die. And as you said, because the minions hadn't spawned yet, we'll be able to get back to lane pretty much on time. So everything's okay. Disaster averted.
Yeah, somewhat. It does mean that Morgan doesn't get to contest the wave in the early levels, which does mean that Perfect should be able to get off on a better foot than what we saw, you know, when Keen was piloting the Darius, for example. That was just kind of obliteration from minute 1. This is going to be a different story, as Envy and Effort playing somewhat aggressively here as Twisted Advance in once again. Cleanse out already as Deft is just firing pot shots, but Effort going aggressive onto Beryl, and Tahm Kench level 1 is not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I mean, he's popping his passive and that stun on the Beryl there. That is a lot of damage, actually. Might have been an overextension here, but at least Deft can help sustain through this.
And that's 2 summoners for 0, so
yeah,
ultimately still very good for KT, but often when Beryl goes in, you don't know what it means, you know?
You get scared. I did a little check because I was curious about this, and I had no memory of him playing Darius, but it is Morgan's first professional game on the champion. He has never played it before. It hasn't really been relevant throughout most of his career outside of a few Adam games here and there.
Yep.
And Keen having a little bit of fun. So see how he performs on it. Obviously, the issue with the wave crash there is not entirely on his Darius play, just getting a little bit caught by KT, escapes, and then we'll put it on the back foot here for a moment, but it is a good matchup, obviously, for the Darius, and they tried to put him behind early. They did to a certain extent, but he should be able to recover if he plays it well.
And Darius has been sort of a fringe pick over the last few years. Hasn't really been meta since, what, like 20... When did Balls play it on C9? Was that like 2014, 20...
It was a long time
ago. It was definitely a very long time. That was the last time that it was super relevant. And so still there to punish lane, because Darius still does that.
Yeah. Very annoying to play into. The one thing about Udyr is it's very difficult to extend your trades into him, but Darius can actually, with his passive and the bleed, start to really put work onto any champion that's trying to just sit on top of him. So it does really affect how Udyr can basically just press R, walk towards you, and lane that way. A lot less comfortable into this matchup, and that is what Keen was banking on. That's what Morgan is banking on here as well. And now we're going to set up potentially a dive, but
Morgan is going to take a lot of damage from Perfect as he walks past the turret.
Yeah,
suboptimal, one could say.
He can't do that thing I was talking about where he bleeds on the other guy if he's under turret, so he couldn't auto him there, so he just took a bunch of damage, and they didn't quite work out the synergy yet, the top jungle duo, unfortunately, on that one.
All right, that's an Abyssal Voyage, or an Abyssal Dive from Effort, as that used to be the R button, of course, Atlas, as Envy's doing a lot of damage here to Beryl, finds some Gravidums, and KT will be able to get a shove forward, so can look for a teleport if they would like to for Beryl, and for a bit of a back timing for Deft if they would like to do that as well. As another Abyssal Dive gets a flash, as now Effort could be potentially in trouble. He eats the Grey Health though, and now Envy's here to offer that damage back. Effort's so incredibly low, but does manage to get a little bit of health back there, as you can see. So not able to push him completely out, but getting the heal and the flash from the center is very big.
This is not the lane I thought I'd be on the edge of my seat for in this game, but it is certainly very intense, the amount of extended trades we are seeing down here. Beryl pushing the envelope, and then Effort also coming back. There was some Grey Health. There's really nice timing here on the spawn with Pioshik coming in to take those grubs. That is
somewhat annoying, yeah.
That's very annoying. But it will still complete the backs.
One thing that I can say though, Wolf, is that it's the first time that we've seen a Maokai with a 10 CS advantage over an Aphelios.
Yes.
In this, because often, even in like a center lane that's going well, you don't have an advantage CS-wise from support to AD carry. So this is certainly not great.
It's not feeling good, the amount of farm Envy has not been able to receive.
Yes.
And you know, the thing about going for the tanky Nautilus is that it's super strong right now in this meta because the build paths are really easy. Frozen Heart is so cheap. We've talked about this when we talk about Maokai in the jungle, but this is Maokai who's just consistently getting bot farm and potentially even kills later on in this game, depending on how it goes. Like, he's going to be involved in a lot of action early on, and with that, all that extra farming, he's going to be so tanky so early. It's going to be very difficult and annoying to deal with this follow-up to a Vi ultimate, for example, onto your Aphelios. So it's already been a hard game for Envy. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get easier as it goes on.
Well, there's a nice seismic shove there from BDD. On his Talia, of course, we know BDD is the Azir guy, but his Talia, especially when she first really rose to prominence, was definitely one of BDD's best champions. I think him and Chovy were our best at that time. Absolutely incredible at this pick. So and Karis, of course, spending time on Gen G together. Of course, Karis was the sub for BDD back then in about 2020, I believe.
Yeah. 21, I think.
21?
Yeah.
It was when Gen G were very, very good in spring.
Yeah. I think it was 2021. As another flip.
Yeah, Karis taking a bit of damage there as BDD getting a bit of extra down. So Apprehend, and then a boop in response.
So Beryl didn't buy the support item. He just stayed in the lane for a really long time because he has teleport, backed, and grabbed a Bomby Cinder, a refillable pot. He's tired of dealing with that Grey Health and losing trades on that. And just a Cloth Armor. So he's just very big, very early, and still maintains that 20 CS lead. Already back, putting pressure on the teleport. And Pioshik's here with level 6. And I mean, Envy, you're in trouble. You're in danger.
Oh dear. Well, Pyoshik is flashing on top of him still. Envy is going to be able to do a fair bit. Flashes to get himself out of the way here, but it is not going to do anything. And now, there's a catfish out of Waterwolf.
Yeah.
Effort, I don't know. He's going to have to cook up something down there on that bottom side. As they do have Doiv coming on over. And that might be the best way to deal with it. Beryl going to use that twisted advance, but Pyoshik is focused on
ult.
Taking the Gromp, and Beryl is just going to be given up for dead. He's going to wander around a little bit first, though, and it might just be Envy that's able to get the kill, and Beryl doesn't want that to happen, so he's going to give it over to Doiv. That was an odd series of events there.
Well, I think they wanted to do something with Beryl's ultimate as he has level 6, and maybe they were going to try to follow up there, but when they saw Doiv, there was a little bit of a split call on what to do next, and unfortunately Beryl was the one that had to make the sacrifice. He does go down. He's got his Warden's Mail now completed, because I mentioned he might get kills, because that's just the Beryl thing. He got one, so he's picking up a lot of money. That was definitely a dangerous situation for Envy, where he just doesn't have any way of getting out of this situation pre-level 6 for effort. And that's the timing that Pyoshik is looking for. He has level 6. He knows he has the faster rotation over there. Beryl's able to teleport in and shove this wave instantly. So there is like no play here as Envy. You know, maybe getting close to the turret means an extra turret shot goes over, but you want to try to maybe get effort into a situation where he can help you out, but it's not going to happen. Meanwhile,
Doiv is doid. He doid in the jungle.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That was pretty funny,
we need to apologize, guys. This is not our it's just not the best day.
It's not. I mean, look, I thought it was pretty funny, to be honest.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, man. And we're not saying for the video games. I'm saying more for the comedic content. I think there needs to be some sort of disclaimer there. I apologize.
I want it to be a good game, and it could be. But it's looking like it might be similar to Game 1 situation.
Hey, we almost had an Anivia. Look at Perfect.
Yeah, he's very close.
Yeah. And does the circle of iciness?
Yeah. Imagine if that could be moved as an Anivia.
Hey, it can, because you can let it go, you know?
True. I mean for Anivia, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah.
Imagine if she could just, like, send that.
Oh, you could just, like, control it, like Mordekaiser's old.
Yeah.
Or Tibbers, which still exists, would have been more relevant.
Controlling it, you know, moving it around like a block clone.
Or Daisy. Oh my god. Okay, Doiv will find a target here as Pyoshik has to get out. Volt Breaker going to be used. Perfect boops and scoots, but he's not going to be able to save Pyoshik this time around, and he had no flash as he'd used it earlier. And bro, finding something in the enemy jungle. Could be able to grab themselves some of these grubs as well. Won't be getting any Void Mites if they do collect it, but still, good news.
That's a good start. It's a step in the right direction. The kill goes to Morgan as well, which is going to be him a potential threat, you know, moving into this mid-game. And the calls were crisp on that one. They find a target. They focus said target. And Perfect says, I don't want to deal with Darius, but I'm just going to come over here and deny some grubs. And now Pyoshik is back here. Does still have his ultimate available, and it looks like they're going to try to contest. Morgan is just going to go over and...
Ow! Yeah, effort. Going to make it back, but not without losing a couple of gills there, I think.
Yeah. There's going to be a plate going over to Beryl and Deft here as soon as they push that wave in. And as you can see, it's like just one Deft auto away from going down. As they just continue to farm this lane out. Yeah, it's a 30 CS advantage for Beryl over Envy at this point, and... It's, like I said, it doesn't get easier. I mean, at least he has a call, so that's money in the bank. That will come towards him in 40 CS time. It's just taking him a little bit longer than he would like to get there. As this could be bad for Perfect.
Yeah, the apprehend going to be used as Perfect. He's going to have to run the flash forward from Morgan as they're both ghosting. And Perfect is going to be able to ghost a little bit better as he's going to dab and go home.
Love this with your skin.
Oh, yeah. That's the definitely not Udyr, right?
Yeah.
I really did love the original. This one's also cool.
The bug eyes get me every time.
Oh, yeah, it's super good. Super good.
Well, that's unfortunate that Morgan expended Flash there. Doesn't have Stride Breaker, and even if he does, it might just barely not be enough. That plate goal is not going over.
No, and man, Beryl is just being annoying. As there's a Volt Breaker on effort. He's going to have to flash. This will dive, and not going to escape that. Cease and desist.
Clean from Pyoshik to hold that one till the very end and just take the journey with him. Bit of a voyage. He wishes that Pyoshik didn't have a ticket for. As this is the age, this is the angle for Bro, right? Try to make something happen with this Darius, but everything else is on fire. As Karas has maintained a CS parity with his lane opponent, and BDD has been getting some flips off, but at least he's going to be relevant when we get to this later part of the game, as relevant as Azir can be on this patch. There are ways, okay? Listen to me, chat, okay? It's not Brover till it's Brover.
Exactly.
But it is not. The outlook is not positive. If I was a Magic 8 Ball, it wouldn't be a positive statement that comes up on the cube.
No, and definitely not a decisive one in that direction. That's 100% true. But still, like you say, the game is still young. 2,000 gold is going to be the lead. And the thing that worries me the most is the fact that Beryl is sort of just 1v1 laning against Envy and 30 CS up, and Deft is just roaming around.
Yeah, Deft is like, he's just on a mission to get some more gold anywhere he can.
This is 80 carry revenge, right? Against Beryl for just constantly leaving him alone for like all of 2022.
This is just a disaster. I mean, he's trying to clear a ward. And
he gets the control ward over in order to activate the ult. Really nicely played from Pyoshik.
Super clean from Pyoshik. Actually, so well played. When Pyoshik's on, man, he's on. And
going to be leaving up a grub here as well. Bob just going to be wondering where Steve and Kev went.
Yeah, always abandoned.
Yeah, only 3.
Only 3.
And they will now reset. Pyoshik, I think, realizing they didn't have enough time to take down the last one or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was. Sparrow wants in.
Yeah, that is a Bramble Smash. And Karas trying to offer some damage back. Does do a decent amount of that. Doesn't quite have his Nashes completed just yet. Probably wants Leandri's before he can really do anything to Beryl.
Okay, I knew today might be a bit one-sided. You know, might be a bit of a tough one for the bros, but I did not have Beryl just 1v1ing in Azir on support. Well, it's not really support, but on Maokai.
Maokai 80 carry. He's revisiting his old days where him and Hoyt were in the bottom lane, you know?
There's got to be a punish. Somebody has to stop this man. Somebody has to stop Beryl.
Yeah.
If he gets this win, who knows when he'll cook up next? Okay, he's gonna play Teemo next. Okay, send a Teemo incoming because he's gonna appeal to Hirai. He's gonna be like, look, I told you it's viable.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to trust me.
Oh
no.
Well, that was an ultimate.
Heal acquired. Heal acquired.
He was predicting a flash, and Deft didn't want to do that, and so Doiv unfortunately looked a little bit silly there. It was a cute move, though. Definitely a cute move.
I mean, you got to try to fish for the centers that are overextending, and if he hits that, maybe you're able to follow up on it and get a flash. Maybe you're able to get a pick there. Fortunately, with no Azir nearby, it was a little tough, but he just kind of missed it, unfortunately, as Karas is not going to get any plate gold down here, but will do a significant amount of damage to this turret with effort shadowing him here. With the Nashor's Tooth, he is breaking through this one pretty quick.
Yeah, that might actually just go down, as BDD not wanting to walk up because they don't have enough information as to who it could be lying in wait. Morgan coming in, finds yet another apprehend, but now Deft is here.
Going to get the root.
So Morgan's going to get slowed down, doesn't get rooted, like you say. Piercing Darkness does do a fair bit of damage, though. He's going to have to back off. And speaking of backing off, BDD, very conservative play here.
And now, though, Karas is going to have to rely on the Sun Disc.
Well, there is the Nature's Grasp, and the Sun Disc does come down, but he's not even in range of it. And Emperor's Divide pushes a couple of members underneath. Pyoshik happy to tank that one up. Nice little pick here, as now Envy having to deal with Perfect. His Gravitum has already been used, and there is the flash away and effort turning up. That will deter Perfect for the moment, as Morgan, some free time on the top side.
Poor Envy, man. He is just dealing with everything all the time. It's just Nudir running at me. It's a Maokai running at me. It's not a fun time. I've been abandoned by my support. He's now best friends with Karas, who got turret and then perished. I thought it was a good macro play to just shadow Karas there and look for a potential pick onto BDD if he was just not playing around the fact he didn't have vision. But BDD reacted so well, played it safe, set a trap. And then, yes, the turret did go down, but they're able to get a kill back. So KT played that very, very well. Bro just trying to find gold for this scaling Azir any way they can. And it's just rough.
Beryl just bought his support item, so waited until Deft's completed.
Yep.
And now he has his. So
that's the new tech.
Yeah, this is it.
No minion penalties in this game.
And Deft is like, dude, I don't want to be the only one warding, so please just get it so that I don't have to do this. And look, I completely agree. So Deft gonna get the ult blocked, but still does a lot of damage to him with the Infernum. Envy, even though he's very far behind, still does need to be respected somewhat at least. As Shelly pops up, looking to see whether she can get some work done. Morgan on the flank angle, just dealing with soccer balls, just coming from everywhere. As now they're going to use such an interesting engage tactic. Doiv having to get himself out of there, as now Effort does devour Morgan, but is he going to be able to keep himself alive? Karis looks for the backline, finds the air, and Beryl is just going to scoot on past because Twisted Advance avoid all of the CC.
BDD with a good flash there too. He says, I am Azir. You cannot impersonate me. You think I miss those flashes? You think I don't flash those ults? I flash those. They don't flash mine.
Nope.
And you know what? This might have been the final backbreaking moment here for Bro, because it was the one chance they had for an engage angle. It was the one opportunity as KT are pushed super far up for them to maybe make a play happen. It is now Hextech Soul, the first of Soul Point here really for KT here, but there's just no ability to contest, and now as Bro this far behind, you can't contest for the Soul. And if they got that engage to work, if they were able to get a pick there, then maybe they get the Dragon, and then maybe there's hope to try to scale up with this scaling AD carry the Aphelios for Envy, but it doesn't work out. And I mean, this angle for Beryl is so weird, but it's like a flip into, he just says, okay, well, I'm going to root him, and Doiv's out of the fight. There's no front line here. The Devour has to be used on Darius, so Envy is just like, I'm not a part of this fight. And
Beryl's wild ride, man.
It's Beryl's wild ride. It's a perfect flash from BDD. And Envy, he just can't hurt people because he can't get close enough. Unfortunately, his support devoured the wrong guy. It's supposed to devour me. It's supposed to do damage on the Aphelios.
Yeah, and I do still think that if he hadn't have used the Devour, then Morgan dies as well, and then it's one after the other. The dominoes fall down. Making those decisions is very difficult. And when your team is on fire, it's hard to be a Tahm Kench, let's be honest.
And, you know, Morgan didn't build Stridebreaker because its item's not in a great place right now, but it also means that Darius doesn't really have that much of a functionality in this game as he went Trinity Force, and he may be dead.
Yeah, Perfect Pureshik is just gonna walk at Morgan. Let's see what Morgan can actually do here outside of just dying. And he's just gonna die, unfortunately. Just too much for him to deal with. Black Cleaver and the cool Lance now completed. Sundered Sky will mean that Pureshik is a legit fighting force in this game as well.
It's just so hard to kill him. And when your Aphelios is sitting on one item, Beryl?
Yeah, he has found himself a Tahm Kench and will interrupt his voyage, and that's going to be the end of that, as now Karis gets in there, finds two with the ultimate, but Beryl, Twisted Advance once again. Envy tries to pick one up, but BDD gets the heal, and he will survive. And now Vault Breaker onto Envy, all of the buttons being pressed, and the Aphelios is still sad. KT now thinking about a big purple worm and maybe an early trip home.
I think that might be where we're headed, Atlas. I mean, there's just no hope here. Even the plays that look proactive, even the plays that look like maybe there's a way, maybe there's a chance, it's just not going to happen. Beryl goes in, ult comes out here, and Karis, he wants so badly to set for an engage here, but he's rooted instantly, does hit the double knockbacks, but they just don't have the damage to kill BD. Even the ult from Envy just sitting on Kraken Slayer isn't enough. He just can't hurt people yet. He's red-white, he wants to fight.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. That's his second death of the game. He got bullied in lane. And now he's just like, oh, I wish we played something else because I can't scale in this draft where I'm 6,000 gold behind my team is here at 21 minutes. And, you know, the Milio they could have picked wouldn't have been the answer necessarily. Is we're doing it again.
Yeah, Morgan is, I mean, Pureshik could have just soloed in there. Deft and BDD turned up as a cheer squad, I'm pretty sure, as BDD managed to throw down some rocks before Pureshik killed him. Morgan had enough time to press the ghost button before falling down. 3-1 and 5 here from Pureshik. This 12 kill game.
It is Fedvi with the cleaver, and that is a dead Darius. That's the story there.
Oh my goodness, the
brush?
advantage for Perfect is just huge in this game as well.
Yeah, and I think part of that is just because of, unfortunately, how poorly the early game went for Morgan. Is
Perfect thought about running away and then decided, hang on a second, maybe I can just kill them all.
What's
Emperor's Divide looked like it did nothing, but as it turns out, Perfect can't kill them all. There were too many there. And in fact, the 2 damage dealers were enough. With the Baron, though, you've got Beryl getting to work on the top side. You've got KT pushing down an inner in the mid lane. And that should still extend that Red Bull Baron power play to a point that they're pretty happy with. As wow, that's just a little bit of a breath away from death on that turret.
Beryl is... He just doesn't care about anything.
He is a strong, independent Maokai in this game.
He just wants to... He just wants to get gold any way he can. He's like, I'm killing minions, I'm getting late gold, I'm killing champions, I'm killing turrets.
Is that Leandri's third?
It could be. It could also be Rift.
That is a Beryl Maokai item right there, 100%.
He's like, they took away Demonic Embrace. But
yeah.
This is the next big thing I can do to burn them and get my damage down. Right now, he's like, I got the gold. I've got a good KDA. Now we need to pad the stats in the post game. So I need to get that Leandri's out, and we're going to delay the game. I'm just going to sapling my way to getting second most damage in the game. I don't think he's going to be passing Death this time.
It reminds me of Darian from Moscow 5 building a death cap on, I think it was Renekton. He was the original Lizard Wizard.
There you go.
That was just because he was so far ahead, it didn't matter.
And I feel like that's the same scenario here for Beryl. I mean, I think the item actually makes sense.
It works really well with your saplings especially. So he will be doing a fair bit of damage. As now, yeah, Perfect just able to run away this time, and I think that that is the correct choice. As Bro looking to start off this dragon, Hex Gate, and Perfect's going to try it again.
There's no call. I mean, they're like, do we hit dragon? Do we get out? I don't know.
Some rocks do go down. Beryl's going in, as he loves to do. And there is the separation. Doive has to flash to get himself out of there. As the Nature's Grasp comes down as well, and Bro are just getting handled right now. These shurikens are starting to hurt, though. The Apprehend is kind of massive. Emperor's Divide doing some work, and they take down Beryl. The dragon is taken by the Udyr, and it is a catastrophe now. Bro they didn't have the stats, they didn't have the items, and Pioshik may not have the life. Here could be the revenge. The answer is no, actually. Pioshik just a little bit too far ahead, and BDD, he's taking down the base now.
Yeah. He's got a few minions left here, won't be able to get this turret on this wave, but the entire team is wiped, and they have Hextech Soul. Things went from bad to worse, and then now from worse to worst, essentially, in this game. As it looks like, maybe, is this the winning fight? Is this the moment? Is this the play? Not really, unfortunately. They do a lot of damage here, and Morgan gets into the thick of things here, which is actually the moment in which you feel perhaps that BDD could die here. Maybe Deft gets hurt. No, good flash here from Deft, and he gets on top of him, but there's no follow-up damage. And then it's just a wash the rest of it here, as Deft at full health will just chunk every single one of them down. And yeah, Pioshik for a moment, you're like, wait. And then you realize he used everything, and Pioshik has Cleaver and Sundered Sky, and that's all he needs.
Yeah, and just punched him. And he was taken down 4-0 and 10 here for BDD. And I really liked the play. I think that Bro needed to try and get a few flashes in the bank, though. Go for that play a little bit earlier and get some of those summoner spells, because every single time Karis goes for these shuffles, they're aimed beautifully, but BDD and Def just press flash. And then they get to start the fight from their terms afterwards. So didn't quite work out there, but we do need to call out that Karis is getting some really good angles.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is definitely finding the geometry. It's just that the reaction time is too quick from KTA with no summoners under threat at any point until that moment. It's really easy if you time it well to get your way out of there. I don't want to say easy, but yeah, perfect execution, you're going to be able to avoid that engage. It's just Karis can't mind control them to be less reactive. So that's the best he can do, is find the right angle. But as you say, with just another perfect one, BDD got his way out of the last one. Deft is able to get out of this one. You just get front to back real quick, and Darius just isn't ahead enough to where he's a real threat when he gets on top of the backline there, as he tried to do in that last fight.
Oh dear. Pioshik has found Effort, and Effort is going to get interrupted and destroyed. Trying to go for an Abyssal Dive there was a fool's errand, as of course Pioshik can just use his R button. And so now the defense for these carries on the side of Bro is not going to be there. With Hextech Soul, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Emperor's Divide to push them away. And that does keep Bro alive for the moment, but their inhibitor is still going to be going down. And look at this. I mean, Deft is already doing so much damage here.
So big. It's unreal. And, I mean, Bloodsong is going to obviously amplify some of that damage. He is just going to be able to chunk through anybody, and the objective is now up, so they were able to get that mid inhibitor. They were able to get a lot of map control. Now with the damage you're talking about, they should be able to secure this pretty easily. Beryl has teleport because he is 80 carry Maokai, and that's just how it is. So he backs, he's here, he's got Leandri's, and you are just not getting in here. He doesn't have ult, but doesn't matter.
Question mark? As Perfect, he's just looking for Envy. He's going to dive all the way in there. Apprehend going to be utilized, but it doesn't really do too much, as now BDD has created a little pocket for himself. And Morgan in that backline looks for Deft, but Deft is able to take care of it. Takes down 2 that were facing off towards him, and Envy not going to stand here for much longer. Triple kill for Pioshik, and that is going to be the last one. BDD with the Alpaca thumbs up as they walk towards the Nexus, and KT, I mean, they used to be the meme. Clean 2-0, nothing to see here. That was often said sarcastically, but this was a pretty clean 2-0 here today.
Yeah, one of the more one-sided series we've seen, unfortunately, this season. Just completely outclassing the side of Bro, and some new jungler coming in. You know, it didn't really work out. Still early days. Don't want to judge too harshly. It's KT bouncing back in a big way. We said they need a 2-0 here, and they got it. And they got it in a very flashy and fun fashion.
It was an impressive game from KT, but I think so much of it says more towards the woes of Bro.
I switched my POG vote. I put the barrel one up, but I just because I was really biased about it because it was really fun. I had to give it to Pioshik in the end because I think he deserved it.
And he was a monster. You're absolutely right. I think him or Beryl. I think Beryl will get a stray couple. You know, if you're voting for Beryl, though, do you put it in the AD carry position or in the support position?
Well, I think you got to put it in support just because that's his technical role, so nobody gets confused. But you know, if we accidentally voted for Deft, would anyone really be upset? He had a pretty good game himself.
He absolutely did. 20 out of 23 on the kill participation. His center in both games was pretty fantastic. And Perfect, still getting used to the celebration meta. I'm just going to give up the trusty thumbs up. We'll see whether we get anything more out of him as the season goes on. A great day, honestly, for Perfect. And Morgan is not... He's still tough competition, right? Like this guy, he went to Worlds, he got top 8 on a Humble Life Esports that somehow managed to get there. He's had a rough season start. He had a rough year last year. You can see packing up his bag now. But Perfect, really just a return to form or a finding of some form here in this game.
And I think that, you know, we always say this about KT, but I truly mean it. It's not a meme this time, that I don't want KT fans to look too much into this series either. Bro hasn't beaten anyone.
I made that mistake after week 1, Wolf, and you saw my Preds. And I mean,
I'm also
not sure that's going to happen.
I'm also in a little bit of trouble myself with KT at 3rd, but well, let's see if they can bounce back, because this was a Harlem Globetrotters level of I can pick anything and crush you, and that is essentially what they did. It was not close, and I think, unfortunately, this series says more about Bro than it does about KT, and that's the sad thing for the Giga Chads out there who are hoping that maybe Bro will have their return to form. It's a tough week with KT as your first opponent, but it's a long road, I think, for Bro to figure out the synergy. And look, they used a rookie jungler today. He looked like a rookie. There's not much else to say there. You know, maybe they'll try something else up. Maybe they'll put Enosh in or something like that next week, or maybe even later this week. We don't know, but something has to change, because this is one of the weakest LCK team performances we've seen in years, to be frank, and I don't want to see that. I want it to change. I love these players. I want them to find W's, you know?
No, exactly right. I mean, it hasn't been since, you know, the very early Jin Air days, the Kongdu days, things like this, Spenu Sonic Boom, if we're going to go back really, really far. There have been some teams that have very much struggled. CJ Entus is another one. But it has been a very long time since we've had franchising. There have been moments for almost all of our teams for the majority of seasons, and bounce backs in big ways for a lot of them as well. And we'll see what Bro can do to find one of their own, because they're going to need it. This is not the start to the season that anyone wants.
No, certainly not. And I mean, just to contextualize this further in a sad way, I mean, they have only won 1 game.
And it was against DRX.
Yeah. That was as close as it gets, unfortunately. And we'll watch the final moments here. I'm sure it's just going to be KT having a lot of fun. This roster has just looked like a family so early on.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it.
And already, Deft, Pioshik, and Beryl, they were, right? They won Worlds together, but it feels like BDD and Perfect kind of fit in very, very well. BDD especially, as sort of the veteran player that's played with a lot of other players in his time, just feels like he's sort of melded with these guys. And perfect, just like the little brother being taken care of.
Yeah. I think it was BD, so this is a fun game.
분명히 나도 첫 못 터뜨렸는데.
Otherwise, they looked
오케이.
relatively bored in this post. Like, usually there's a lot of yelling, there's a lot of celebrating, but even KT in this moment feel bad for Bro.
That's what
that's the vibe. Like, no one wants to like absolutely obliterate an opponent and like be jumping up and cheering. It's not an amazing feeling, but GG indeed, a crushing victory. Deft, he ends up with 26K. Top damage in the game. Beryl tried to catch up with that Leandri's, but he's not going to get second place, unfortunately.
Deft could afford to patch on some patches with 26K.
There you go.
If you were to watch some of the original episodes of the Pog State, that's how you get your LCK beanie. I believe they're still being sold.
I just saw Beryl says, G-Sun tells Beryl, said, you have less grass procs than me.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Beryl was the best solo lane of that game. Absolutely incredible. And with that, let's throw it over to the space to break down that game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown of the Bro versus KT series. That was quite the beatdown. KT looking pretty strong, and Beryl especially looking even stronger. Guys, what did you think about this one? How did the draft look this time around?
Well, they didn't let Corki go open, so that was marginally better. But I feel like they're still struggling with this issue. I mean, the bot lane matchup I thought was particularly egregious. Blind picking the Tom, and then you end up going into the center, and you could see lane phase was just a struggle. The Tom can't offer too much pressure in return. The Maokai pick, I actually like. It's actually been really popular on the latest patch in solo queue. Maokai's support has been a really common pick, and obviously it wasn't really support here, got farm, but it kind of just allowed to provide so much peel for this center that could just decimate in the laning phase and beyond.
And there's a win, right? You have the Sejuani, the Darius, but then as Ox is pointing out, then on the flip side, the bot lane matchup is kind of in shambles right from the get-go. So a lot of attention has to be paid towards that side of the map instead of you being able to play towards your strong side. And then Pioshik made really good use of the fact that Doiv, who also is playing his first LCK series, kind of has to put out 2 fires at once, which just didn't really end up working out. The Azir was there, I guess, which it was better because there wasn't Corki and it didn't get punished as much, but it also didn't really do anything. For me, this wasn't as much about a draft as game number 1. I think that one was a lot rougher. This one at least had some possible angles, you know. Darius and Sejuani could have maybe done something, but it didn't feel great.
What I find so weird is that, you know, they could have picked the Vi themselves and they didn't. And it's clear from last draft and this draft, like, to me, the fact that they took Xayah last draft when it was in a bad spot and Tom Kench, just like, they feel like they need some protection against the Vi combo. Just pick it yourselves. Like, then you don't have to blind Tom to try and keep your Aphelios alive. And you could have drafted something like Aphelios Milio, which is much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I do think for Bro especially, it's a team that there's a lot of stuff that's lacking in terms of the gameplay, but also like in terms of comfort picks for players. They're like, oh, we kind of have to pick this because Karis has to play the Azir or other stuff like that. Let's take a look at this because Beryl was ahead of Envy in farm in the bottom lane, and this isn't like, oh, you know, Keck W Senna's, you know, 1 CS or whatever. This is like Beryl's actually just beating the 80 carry.
Yeah, 29 CS and over 1,000 gold up. And this is at 8 minutes. This isn't at 14 minutes. This isn't at 15 minutes. 8 minutes into the game, a Maokai, a melee champion, had nearly 30 CS more than the Aphelios.
And what's even worse, I forgot which point you checked exactly, but Senna had more gold than Aphelios. Senna
like 15.
Yeah, like 15. Senna didn't farm, right? They didn't go for double support items, so they weren't actually splitting up until later. Initially, Deft was just going for as much soul stacking as possible, so bot lane was rough, and obviously there's a player gap, but there is also just the fact that they put themselves in this position. I don't even think they got punished as much as possible, right? Like, I feel like Beryl, in his crazy book of insane picks that he has, I'm sure every single game with him, could have definitely found something else, but he just went for Maokai and it was still more than enough.
I feel like as well, they opted into so many trades in the bot lane, and then it's Senna and Maokai who just sustained back up. So like, they actually did okay in the trades, and then the enemy bot lane heals up to full and you're still like 20% HP. A lot of things went wrong. You know, we can talk about it all day.
Yeah, it is true. There is kind of a long list that we don't necessarily want to read out in full. Let's take a look at this first highlight we have. This was a fight in the mid lane. The Rift Herald's coming down, and Beryl just kind of had a field day in this one. We saw A little bit later on, they tried to isolate, of course, Morgan on the right side, so the Darius didn't get his moment. Effort had to totally overextend, and it just seems very disjointed from the side of Bro here.
Yeah, I like the shuffle attempt is honestly like, that's what you're gonna have to try and do in these fights. Like you have these really powerful carries just in for the back line in the center and the Talia, but unfortunately they both have flash. They both flash out of it, and just for the whole fight, you could see the center Talia just free hitting.
There's also a timing issue there, right? Because if you do that while effort is going, then maybe you can make use of the fact that they're trying to kill maybe Tunnel on this Kench or the Darius that he's eating, but that doesn't really work.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. And then not 3 minutes later, we had a fight near blue that was basically the nail in the coffin. And this one, we saw this and immediately we're like, okay, this game, was already in kind of a rough spot. But this was, absolutely the final cry, you could say.
Yeah, and it's like it would definitely be a pick at the start on the Tom, but again, Karis is like opting in, trying to make a shuffle happen. And yes, they're behind here, but we're seeing the issues with the Azir. It's just
one
like
by one as well. Like they just all woke up and died. And that's a disheartening statement, but I think it really showcases. And we saw this, I think, with Nongshim in the past in 2022. It was a very different roster, but losses just kind of become worse, and you kind of get deeper and deeper into the groove of there's no confidence. People are playing really tilted because you just need a win. And you're not expected to get it against KT, but Bro also seemingly has lost some of the magic with the loss of some of their trademark players, most notably, I think, that really gave them at least every 10 games, they would just have a game that would make you, whoa!
Yeah, the communication, the coordination, not really there yet. They might need to build it up somewhere. Maybe that's why they're trying some new picks in the jungle. Maybe they say, okay, well, maybe Gideon's not the guy. Perhaps it's Doive this time. We saw that, it was his first game. Can you really blame him or the team at this point? Not 100% sure. Guys, we do have the POG ready on the side of KT. Let's see who did pick it up for game number 2. Will be Pioche.
I am happy that Mark is having a good time. LCS import actually doing great. And I think both him and Deft were the big considerations here. Deft had a really clean game. Obviously, Barrow had a couple of nice moments. But for me, the difference making was just how crisp he looked on the Vine, how good his target selection was consistently able in fights to pick off key targets, really push the boundaries, and was, of course, playing against a player that was just pulled up from challengers. But I think that Pioche, in general, shockingly to me, has been one of the most consistent parts of this KT roster.
Yeah, he has been really, since he returned to the LCK, on pretty solid form, and this game was just kind of him leading the charge. And against the Tom Kench as well, there's obviously a lot of situations where you can try and ult a target, they get gobbled out, but he didn't really struggle at all, it seemed, despite that.
Aircast going for the barrel votes there. It's pretty nice.
Here's the question, right?
The Talia vote.
Beryl was farming. He was the 80 carry. So did they vote for Beryl or Def with that? How do we know?
Guess we'll just never know. Well, we had 2 votes for the other side at least, so we had that. Guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Perfect and Pioshik on the side of KT roster. Congratulations. Perfect. How do you feel? I think it went just as planned and how we practiced, and I'm just very relieved. So you must be happy? Yes. Pioshik, how do you feel? We were on a 2 losing streak, so we definitely lacked confidence, but I'm really happy that we were able to win today. Perfect! You now have 300 POG points and secured rank 1, a shared position of rank 1. It depicts how much you contribute to the team's success. So now, would you say that you're fully accustomed to the LCK? I think so, somewhat. But regarding the POG standings, I feel like there are more opportunities for my other teammates to get the POG, so I'm really surprised that I got it.
끝까지 계속해서 쭉쭉 쌓아 나가시기를 저희가 한번 기대를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 표식 선수 오늘 상대 정글로
And
또입
Pyoshik,
선수가 출전을 했습니다. 이제 LCK
Doiv was in the starting lineup against you today, and since he's new to the LCK, there may not have been much info about him. So how did you prepare for today? I feel like all the new rookie players are really good, like Lucid. So instead of thinking, oh, it's a rookie, it'll be fine. But I think I was trying to look into, some match history of this new rookie in the solo queue. And I think it was mainly my teammates doing really well that let us have this victory today. And the last match against T1 may have been a little disappointing, but you came back stronger. So what kind of feedback or practice process was there? I feel like we got a lot of feedback, and against Kwangdong Freaks, we tried to get a sense of direction in regarding to how to grow as a team. I think there was a lot of encouragement coming from Pyoshik, and I felt a lot better. And perfect! You had an incredible moment in the early game in Game 1, so let's take a look right here. And you got a solo kill here. So how did you find this angle? So the enemy without W, he's really weak. So the moment I saw him use W, I just went in and dove in. And just when you survived with just 1 HP, we could almost hear you let out a sigh of relief. I calculated it and I thought that I was gonna survive, but I noticed that my health was really low, so yeah, I was very relieved. And in game 2, Pyoshik... Oh, perfect. You guys first picked Udyr, and the opponent boldly responded with Darius. So how did you guys respond? I feel like the drafting didn't really go as well as planned. And so how is Udyr versus Darius matchup? I thought that it was going to be a little difficult against Darius, but it went pretty well, to my surprise. And in game 2, in your draft, your comp looked like it could lack damage. So what was the game plan here? I feel like just from looking 5v5, it looked like we lacked damage, but as long as I get fed as Vi, I knew that I could probably carry the game with my damage from Vi. So of course, Vi scaled. But it looks like Pyoshik, you grew as a player as well after spending some time in North America. So how do you feel about your growth as a player? I feel like it's not that I am a better player from being in North America. But I think from my experience in Worlds, I think I grew up as a player. It's just, I guess my time in North America did contribute to who I am as a player today. And this Saturday will be the Saturday showdown against your former team, DRX. So what is your goal? Yeah, it feels very surreal. But since we're meeting as enemies, I will make sure to shatter them. And perfect. I saw you smiling. And I think this is the first time you smiled in the interview. So why did you smile? So I'm really excited to be able to kill my enemy since I'm actually meeting my former teammate as well. And congratulations again. This will be the end of the interview with Perfect and Pyoshik of KT Bolster, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation, as always. Let's take a look at the standings now. After KT do get a victory, they have moved ahead of Kwangdong Freaks with the similar game score, with just the +3 instead of the +1. So Kwangdong Freaks, they're on the west side, but definitely still below KT for now.
Yeah, and I feel like, T1 DRX probably going to be pretty one-sided. But Fearx Nomshim, I think a lot of people are giving the edge to Fearx, but I think it could be competitive and a big decider towards who's going to push to the top of that eastern side.
Also a really important point for Nongshim, because I do think that with the change to Call Me, they were really hoping to have a little bit more going on. And Fearx is going to be relatively easy when it comes to opponents. They still have a lot of the top teams to face, so tomorrow might be a must-win for them.
Yeah, that second match is going to be a lot of fun. Should be a fun day tomorrow regardless. Thank you guys for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow for another day of the LCK. Have a good night.